The minute the history teacher walked in, a sudden hush fell over the classroom. She was an absolute terror. That day, she announced a flash quiz and immediately turned her beady eyes to me.
Annette, when was America's Declaration of Independence signed?
Oh, thank God. I knew that one. 2nd of August, ma'am.
Are you stupid? Everyone knows it's the 4th of July.
Oh, actually, that's not true. Everyone thinks it's the same as Independence Day, but she slammed her book on the table.
Enough. If you keep making things up, your nose will grow longer.
I never make things up, ma'am, and that's not true. Otherwise, all grown-ups would have very long noses. She looked like she was about to blow a fuse.
You listen to me. I'm big and you're small. I'm smart and you're dumb, and that's the truth. Do you have any objection?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think you're very smart. As soon as the words were out, I clapped my hands on my mouth. I knew what was coming up next was the nightmare of every kid at Fairview School. I was immediately sent to the principal. She was worse than Miss Trunchbull in the movie Matilda. Miss Una turned around in her high chair, and I shuddered. She was only 5 feet tall and always wore the most hideous pink clothes. And we all knew she was absolutely vile. So, Annette, why did you do that? Do you think your teachers are dumb? Do you think I'm dumb? I really didn't want to answer that. Yes, kinda. She walked over to me slowly, and I could see the fury in her eyes. Do you want to know a secret? I really hate children. I don't know how your mother can stand you. I'm calling her now. When Mom arrived and found out what had happened, she turned to me angrily. Are you out of your mind? You can't talk to your teachers like that. Mom, I only told the truth, and you should defend me. That's what good mothers do. Oh, you think I'm a bad mother now? Sometimes. Hi, I'm Annette, and no, I promise I'm not a rude kid. I just have a medical condition that makes it impossible for me to tell a lie. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Mom scolded me all the way home, but as soon as we got there, we were both shocked to see police cars outside. What seems to be the problem, officer?
Seems like your husband's mixed up with some really shady people. Have either of you seen this man around the house?
Oh, no, sir, never. I've seen him. I was horrified. Suddenly everyone's eyes were on me. I saw him last night in Daddy's study. He gave him some papers, and Daddy put them in his safe. And before I knew it, Dad was taken away in handcuffs. Mom dragged me inside the house. You think it's funny to say the first thing that comes into your stupid head? You just sent your dad to prison. Mom, I didn't mean to. You know I can't tell lies. I've had it with your nonsense. Everyone can tell lies. And with that, she flung herself onto the couch and sobbed loudly for the rest of the evening. I snuck off to my room, feeling like the world's worst daughter. I quietly crept out of the house early next morning and headed off to school. I really needed to see my best friend Janet. When she saw me, she came over and hugged me tight. Hello, Miss Popular Overnight. Everyone's talking about you. Everyone heard about how you talked back to the cranky witches. You're practically our new hero. And everyone was giving me fist bumps and high fives in the corridors. Was I cool now? Usually it was just me and Janet at lunch, but today it seemed like everyone wanted to sit at our table. A little while later, Monica, the principal's niece, came over. Oh, hasn't anyone read the morning paper today? Here you go. With that, she threw it on the table for everyone to see, and my eyes widened in horror. Splashed all across the front page were pictures of Dad being taken away by the police. Are you a little criminal too, Annette? Do you get the highest marks in class by cheating? Like daddy, like daughter. I felt so mad. Putting people down doesn't make you cool, Monica. It just makes you a jerk. And I don't need to cheat to get good grades. Try opening a book sometimes. It's not that hard to be smart. There was a stunned silence, and then suddenly everyone started cheering and clapping. Monica looked livid as she stormed off. Someone quickly threw the paper away, and Janet pressed my hand. Dude, I wish I could be like you. No one dares talk to Monica like that. You're so brave and cool. Teach me. Oh, I don't think I can. It's just the way I was born. I bet your mom is so proud to have a daughter like you. Oh, yeah, really proud. When I got home that day, There were police officers swarming all over the place again. The minute Mom saw me, she screamed angrily, "We're getting evicted, and they're taking everything!" And before I knew it, we'd lost our home and moved into the tiniest apartment. I even had to share a bed with Mom. She kept kicking me in her sleep all night. The next morning, she threw another bombshell on me. "If you want to go to college, Missy, you better get a scholarship. There's no way I can afford your tuition fees now." Things weren't great at home, but I'd suddenly become the most popular person at school. Janet said that the teachers treated me nicely now because they didn't want to get themselves insulted by me. Everyone at school thought I was a legend. Since that day, the principal was after me with a vengeance. She just seemed to be everywhere, ready to punish me over the dumbest thing. One day, Janet was showing me this cute boy on Instagram who worked at the same coffee shop as her. As we were swooning over his pictures, suddenly, Miss Una's shrill voice nearly made me drop the phone. "Boys and girls must always be 2 feet away from one another. Do you see any boys around, Miss Una? Don't try to be oversmart. Detention for you both." I started to spend a lot of time in detention. I could only look forward to getting out of here soon. I started working on my college applications and scholarships, and all the teachers were helping me out. Except one, of course, the history teacher. When she returned my last assignment, I was horrified to see a big fat D on it. "But ma'am, this assignment was really well researched and..." She just stuffed her fingers in her ears. "La la 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 la." And with that, she just walked away. I was never going to get a scholarship without perfect grades. One day when I was studying in the library, I heard someone say, "Psst." I turned around to see that it was Monica. "What do you want?" "Oh, nothing. But I have something you want." When I looked at the paper she put on the table, I gasped. Final history exam. OMG, this is the exam for tomorrow. Where did you get that? Are you trying to get me expelled? No, I'm helping you get the perfect grade you want. I don't need your help. Take this back. What's going on, girls? What's that you're fighting over? I turned around in horror to see Miss Una, and before I knew it, she'd snatched the paper from my hand. "Oh my, look what we have here. In my office." Now, I couldn't believe the two had actually set me up. Miss Una closed the door behind her and turned to me. "The apple never falls too far away from the tree, does it? Just like your dad, aren't you? When word gets to all these colleges that you stole a final exam, you can kiss all your dreams goodbye." I was absolutely horrified. "You know I didn't steal that. You can't do this." "Of course I can. I can do anything I want. There might be a way out for you, though." "And what's that?" "You'll be competing in the Maths Olympiad tomorrow. The participant we have now is an idiot, and you're a stupid genius. I need that trophy while I'm principal. You better win it for me, or else." "How can I be ready for it by tomorrow?" "That sounds like your personal problem." And with that, she just shoved me out of her office. I spent the whole night cramming volumes of math books. The next morning, my heart was pounding when we made it to the competition venue. I really had to do well. My whole future was at stake. After a series of grueling oral and written exams for hours, the results were finally announced.
"And first prize goes to Fairview School."
No one was more shocked than I was. I walked onto the stage in a trance, while Miss Una had already flown up there to receive the trophy, and she kept hugging me and saying how proud she was. The announcer turned to me and said, "We've never had a participant win by such a huge margin. Is there anyone as smart as you in your school?" Oh God, I really didn't want to answer that. I would sound like a pompous butthead. No, I'm the smartest."
"Amazing! We can't wait to see what you do at the state championship."
Wait, what? I thought this nightmare was over. On the car drive back to the school, Miss Una turned around to me. "Start prepping for the state competition next week. There will be so many important people there, including the mayor. I'm probably going to be awarded Best Educator." Her face turned really menacing. "You'll win it for me, won't you? And you'll keep that mouth of yours shut next time, if you know what's good for you." Janet was horrified when she found out the principal was blackmailing me, but I told her I had to do what she said, and she helped me study day and night till the day of the big competition. Our school was hosting the event, and the place was buzzing with excitement. I was just shaking in my boots. Hours later, the whole school had gathered in the auditorium to hear the results, and the crowd erupted into loud applause and cheers as my name was announced. I went onto the stage to receive my trophy and was asked to sit down for a few questions.
Annette, you must be so proud to win this for your school. And it must be amazing to have someone like your principal to encourage you. Would you like to say a few words about her?
Oh my God, telling the truth would ruin me. I saw Miss Una glaring at me with a stiff smile on her face. I had no choice. The only thing I can say about her is that she's the most evil principal on the planet. She bullies everyone. The only reason I'm in these competitions is because she told me she'd ruin my chances of going to college if I didn't participate. She shouldn't be allowed anywhere near kids. The auditorium was suddenly filled with pin-drop silence. Just then, Janet rose from the crowd and shouted, "Yeah, she's a jerk." Another student got up and said, "I hate coming to school because of her." And before I knew it, hundreds of kids were chanting, "We want her out of here." Miss Una's eyes were about to pop right out, and she suddenly fled from the scene. Janet had made a video of my interview and the whole scene after, and it went viral. For the next few days, it was trending like crazy on Snapchat and Twitter. I couldn't believe it. We'd literally started a movement. The school board immediately looked into the matter and fired Miss Una. Fast forward a few months, and I've graduated high school with honors. I'm off to one of the best universities on a scholarship with my best friend Janet.
Hi, I'm Olivia. I grew up in a small town where everyone knows everyone, but I felt like the odd one out. Things weren't any different at school. In elementary school, I didn't feel confident enough to talk, but Nick was the only one who ever spoke to me. But he was always up to no good and known for his infamous tricks. I thought he would stop in middle school, but it only got worse.
Hey, Olivia! I got you a cupcake!
That's really nice.
Yeah, I stole it from that loser over there.
Oh, no.
You didn't want a cupcake? Hang on, I'll go steal his whole lunch. Come here, nerd!
I knew I should have stood up for that kid, but like always, I ran away instead. High school wasn't any better. You know how students get awards for cutest couple, best dress, and stuff at the end of the year? At the end of my junior year, I finally got one.
The award for the shyest student goes to Olivia! Who's Olivia?
I was the girl who was too shy to accept the award for being too shy. I felt devastated. That day, I decided it was finally time to grow a spine and learn to be confident. Hey, you! No. Oi, you there, mate! Australian? Ugh, come on, Olivia. I practiced for days, but nothing could have prepared me for what was about to happen. We're off to Las Vegas for the week, honey. You're going on a trip without me? It's a short trip, Olivia. Just call if you need anything. Oh, but not after 5 p.m. or before lunch. Ciao! Well, I guess a giant mansion isn't too bad to be alone all week. I spent the first few hours writing a super boring essay for school, but the silence was creeping me out. So I decided to watch The Notebook in our home theater. I was mid-sobbing over the love story when I heard the back door swing open. I froze like a statue. Do I do stop, drop, and roll? No, wait, that's for a fire. I'll just call 911. Shoot, my phone's upstairs. Time for plan B. It's too cold. Okay, plan C. Cramp. Suddenly, there was a crash upstairs. It sounded like my laptop. I would rather fight to the death than write that essay all over again. I tiptoed upstairs and saw someone in the kitchen, but it was too dark to see their face. With a burst of confidence, I jumped on their back like a spider monkey, but my victory didn't last long. Hey! They threw me to the floor and everything went black. I woke up with a flashlight in my face and all my memories flooded back. Intruder! I panicked and kicked so hard, sending them crashing to the floor.
Not intruder. Ouch.
I know that voice. I snatched the flashlight and shined it at him. Bailey? Oh no, that's not happening. Bailey was my insanely hot neighbor, and I just beat him up. We went to different schools, but I could see straight into his room from my window. Listen, I'm no stalker, but it seems the universe wanted me to know him. I mean, how else could I have seen him shirtless or dancing in his room when he thought no one was watching? Right? Bailey, are you okay? He's so strong. He was already standing up.
I'm okay, but what about you?
The pain came rushing back, and I almost fainted.
Here, lie down.
Thanks, but what are you doing here?
I heard a crash, so I came to check on you.
did you catch the intruder? Bailey held my hand, and I felt my stomach full of butterflies.
You got away, but don't worry. The police are on their way.
I told the officers everything that happened, and Bailey's family said I could stay at their house until my parents got back. Bailey was so sweet that he even brought me tea before bed.
Do you want to ride into town with me tomorrow?
Oh, I don't want to mess up your plans or anything.
Don't worry, most of my friends are at camp. Meet me in the garage at 10.
We went off to bed, but I spent the whole night imagining our wedding. The next day, I went to meet him and saw the car was unlocked, so I got in the passenger seat and waited.
Oh, we're not driving. We're biking.
Yeah, I was just warming up in a car before cycling. It helps the wheels spin faster. It's psychological bike aliviodynamics.
Oh, I never heard this.
Yeah, it's a new evolution.
Wow, you're serious about biking.
I was way too embarrassed to admit that I didn't even know how to ride a bike. But if little kids can do it, how hard could it be?
Do you always wear your helmet backward?
Yeah, it's the latest style in Paris.
Huh, okay. Well, follow me.
Easy, you can do this. I stayed balanced for about 2 seconds before I toppled over into a pile of garden gnomes.
You made up all that stuff about the car and the helmet, didn't you?
Maybe. I was humiliated, but Bailey was so nice. He spent the rest of the day teaching me to ride. My parents came back that night, and I assumed I'd never see him again. But to my surprise, he knocked on my door the next day, and the next day, and the day after. We were inseparable the whole summer, and it made me sad to think about how everything was going to change when school started. On the first day of school, I was walking to my locker with my head down when I saw one of the popular girls drop her fancy earring. How was I supposed to get her attention over all this noise? As I picked it up, I realized something. I'm the girl who tackled an intruder, and I'm the girl who spent all summer with her super hot crush. Hey, you dropped this. My favorite earring. Oh, you're a lifesaver. After that, she waved to me every time she saw me. I decided to challenge myself to say hi to new people. To my surprise, people were nice back, even cute boys. But one day, I was walking to the bathroom when I noticed the school bad boy, Nick, and one of his friends graffitiing a wall. Nick spun around to tell me off, but then he froze. Graffiti is so uncool, but I was mesmerized by his piercing blue eyes. He was so focused on me, he didn't realize he was spray painting his friend's face. I rushed down the hallway toward the bathroom, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. The old me would have ignored it, but the new, confident me decided to confront him in the study hall. You know you'll never get into college if you graffiti the school, right?
I'm going to be an artist.
You mean a criminal? I'll post your first mugshot on Instagram. I held up my phone to snap a picture, but the teacher spotted me.
No phones in the study hall, Olivia.
It wasn't her fault. I asked her to take a picture of me.
Great, then you can join your girlfriend in detention too.
Detention? Girlfriend? I don't know which part was worse. In detention, I tried to sneak past Nick so he wouldn't sit next to me. But someone bumped into me and I spilled hot tea all over him. He jumped up and ripped his shirt off.
Ow, hot!
I am so sorry.
It's okay. I deserve it for getting you in trouble.
I was about to respond when I noticed his insane abs, and right above them was a really cool tattoo of a dragon on his chest. I hated myself for thinking he looked so hot. I tried to look away, but Nick was smirking at me. I moved as far from him as I could, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. That night, Bailey and I met up for the first time in weeks because of our busy routine. I wish we went to the same school.
That would be nice, but it might be kind of awkward since I'm, homecoming king and stuff, and you're like the quiet girl.
Did he just admit I wasn't cool enough for him? What do you think? Tell me your thoughts in the comments below. And hey, you've hit that like and subscribe already, right? Well, I felt pretty annoyed, so I pretended to get a call from my mom and went home early. That weekend, I was walking through the park when I noticed Nick was creeping up behind some lady sitting on a bench. Was he about to rob her? I didn't want to find out. I couldn't stand it, so I tackled him from behind before he got too close.
Get off me, psycho! Wait, Olivia?
You're the psycho! You were going to attack that woman!
Attack her? That's what you think of me?
Nick's face was inches from mine, and his blue eyes looked really hurt. I felt so guilty and embarrassed that I was wrong, so I just ran off without saying a word. After school that Monday, Nick was waiting by my locker.
Come to the park with me.
Why would I do that?
Just trust me.
At the park, I saw the same lady from the other day, and as soon as she saw me, she turned red and started hitting me with her purse. Ah!
Mom, stop!
Mom? She attacked you!
It was a misunderstanding. This is Olivia.
Oh, why didn't you say so? She's even prettier in person. What's going on? My son paints with me every week. I paint birds, but he always paints you. She reached into her bag and pulled out a beautiful painting of me. These are creepy, but amazing.
I'm bad at school, but I'm good at art. Teachers think I'm stupid and I'm sick of it. That's why I always ditch.
You're a genius, but why me?
Because no one appreciates you either.
Wow. All all these years, I thought no one could see me, but Nick did. After that, I started spending a ton of time with Nick. He was surprisingly sweet behind his tough guy act. Once we were strolling, and he spotted the injured baby bird and saved it, but he made me promise not to tell anybody.
Shh.
You're a big softie.
Shut up.
We quickly grew close and eventually started to have lunch together near the school's eateries. Oh, hold up, don't call it a date. Can I ask you a question? Why do you have that dragon tattoo?
It matches the dragon on my mom's necklace. I'm surprised you haven't noticed. She never takes it off.
That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. My turn now. What's going on with that guy you text sometimes? Brian?
Bailey. We were really close last summer, but he's not who I thought he was.
Okay, that's good. That means I could finally do this.
Next thing I knew, Nick was leaning across the table to kiss me, and I couldn't resist and kissed him back. All right, call it whatever you want. Jeez, I'm just a bit shy, okay? The whole way home, I couldn't stop blushing. But just a few days later, things went south. Nick wasn't at school that day, and he wasn't answering my texts, so I assumed he was sick and went straight home after school. When I walked in, my parents were sitting in the living room with the police officers from the night of the intruder, and in the middle of all of them was Bailey. Bailey has some really important information about the intruder.
I totally forgot something I saw that night. It was dark, but the intruder had a dragon on his chest.
No, it couldn't be.
There's a local troublemaker named Nick Costello who has a tattoo of a dragon on his chest. We arrested him before school today.
Nick would never do something like that. Mom, I told you about Nick. He had you fooled, Olivia. He was probably just waiting to break in again. Bailey walked up to me with his arms open, and I crashed into him in a puddle of tears. The days went by in a blur. My parents tried making me feel better, but I felt so lonely. Even when I was going through something this upsetting, Bailey only came over once to cheer me up.
I know you miss him, but he's a loser. Now you can hang out with me instead. You know, when I don't have better plans.
Actually, Bailey, Nick is 10 times better than you are. He actually likes spending time with me for who I am. And he's not a criminal or a loser. Are you sure you saw a dragon tattoo?
It was definitely a dragon. I could see it because it was so shiny, like one of those tattoos with glitter in it or something.
Shiny? That doesn't sound like a tattoo. That sounds like jewelry. I have to go now! I biked to the police station faster than a race car. All the practice on my self-confidence led up to this moment. You're going to let me talk to Nick right now!
Visitors get 10 minutes. I'll bring him out.
How did Nick still look hot in one of those orange jumpsuits? Your mom was the real intruder, wasn't she? Bailey didn't see your tattoo. He saw her dragon necklace.
Please don't tell anyone.
But we have to get you out of here.
No, my mom is sick, okay? At night, it's like she becomes a different person. She has no idea who she is or where she is, and she gets into all sorts of trouble. I go to the park with her so that she doesn't get lost on her way home and go into the wrong house.
Why didn't you tell the police?
Because it's still all my fault. The night she got into your house, I was supposed to walk her home, but I went to the arcade with my friends and lost track of time. If the police find out, they'll send her to a mental facility.
Hang on. Did you say the arcade? Nick, this is amazing! There are cameras everywhere so kids don't cheat when they play. We don't have to tell the police anything about your mom. All we have to do is prove you couldn't have been the intruder. I sprinted to the arcade and basically threw a tantrum until the manager gave me the security tapes from that night. They totally proved that Nick was there the entire time. I took the tape back to the cops and they had no choice but to let him go. We bought Nick's mom a new necklace to replace the dragon so that no one would ever figure out who the intruder was. And whenever Nick was busy, I spent time with his mom to make sure she didn't scare any other poor families by accident. Once everything was settled, Nick told me to meet him at some abandoned building in town. Nick, I thought you said this was romantic, but it's totally creepy.
Just trust me. Remember when you caught me doing graffiti in the school? Well, I never got to show you what I was painting.
He took me around the corner, and my jaw hit the floor. It was a beautiful painting of me.
I love you, Olivia. I always have.
It's beautiful. I love you too. But, I definitely didn't always love you. Awkward. Nick burst out laughing and pulled me in for a kiss. At that moment, I learned that you can find love in the craziest circumstances ever.
Hi, I'm Jody from North Dakota. Please like and subscribe, and you'll be able to fulfill all your New Year's resolutions. Ever since I can remember, Dad made me and my younger brother Josh compete for everything.
This teddy's mine. I grabbed it first. So what? I saw it first.
Don't fight, kids. The one of you who burps the loudest gets it.
Josh's burp was way louder than mine, and the teddy went to him. So annoying. On our way back home, Josh and I fought over the window seat. And again, Dad had a weird solution.
Let's see who can stick their head out of the window and spit the farthest.
Josh won again.
But I accidentally spilled some orange juice on the window seat, so his butt ended up all wet and sticky. Josh usually won these crazy competitions, and he and Dad were a team. But Mom adored me, and we spent hours baking together. And unlike Dad, she didn't make us compete for stuff. The purple cars for Josh and the red ones for you, Jody.
Why buy 2 cars? They could have shared one. When will you understand that money doesn't grow on trees?
Dad left the office looking upset, but Mom turned to us with a huge smile. I got you guys 2 packs of crayons too, but don't tell Dad, okay?
You're the best, Mom.
But Josh broke all his crayons in minutes, then grabbed mine and flushed them down the toilet. He really was a top-grade jerk. Other than that, my life was good. But then one day, everything came crashing down. Mom had ordered pizza for Josh and me, and we were fighting over the last slice when Dad came back from work early.
You ordered pizza again? Why can't you cook, lazy woman? I'm not some millionaire.
They had a huge fight that day, and suddenly, Mom was packing her bags to leave. I cried and tried to stop her, but she said she'd come and see us soon and just left. Then, Dad gave me the last slice of pizza, and I immediately stopped crying and stuck my tongue out at Josh. Don't judge me for not being sadder, guys. I was only 7 then. A few weeks later, our parents got divorced, and since Mom wasn't financially stable, we stayed with Dad. Mom only visited us on weekends and special occasions. Years passed, and Josh and I finally reached high school. One day, we came back from school to find Mom getting out of a flashy car. Jody, Josh, come quickly. I'm taking you to my new home for the weekend. Her new home was a freaking palace. It turned out that Mom's fiancé Steve was a real estate mogul, and this was one of his houses. Later after lunch, Mom said she had something important to discuss. I haven't been able to offer you a home before, but thanks to Steve's support, I can now. I'd love for you guys to come live here with me. What do you think? We were both taken aback, but then Josh said he wouldn't leave Dad and walked out of the room. Mom looked heartbroken. What about you, Jody? To be honest, I'd missed being close to Mom, and it wouldn't be too bad getting away from Josh and not fighting for everything. I think I'd like to stay with you, but what about Dad? I'll talk to him, don't worry, and you can still see him whenever you want. Oh, this is just such wonderful news. After the weekend, Josh went back to Dad and I moved in with Mom. She let me have the biggest bedroom. I love it here, Mom, and I love you. I've been waiting to hear that for so long. In the coming days, Mom got me anything I wanted. New clothes, new shoes, new handbags, new bedroom furniture. I even had 3 maids waiting on me hand and foot. One day, I decided to bake a cake for Mom, but I just couldn't figure out the fancy oven settings. Before I knew it, there was a small blast. Just then, a girl my age came running in. Are you trying to burn the kitchen down? I'm sorry, I was just trying to bake a cake. Well, it looks more like a volcano now. No wonder it caused so much destruction. She looked at me, and then we both burst out laughing. The girl introduced herself as Darcy, our butler's daughter. We got to talking, and I found out that Darcy loved baking too. We exchanged a few recipes and decided to try them soon. The next day, Mom got me enrolled into a fancy private school, but it looked more like a 5-star hotel. And the students looked like they'd walked off a modeling ramp. Feeling kind of nervous, I was trying to find my classroom when a group of the most gorgeous girls suddenly blocked my way. New admission. We like your Gucci's and Chanel, girl. You can join our pack. And just like that, I became a part of the most popular group in school, the Wildcats. And boy, these cats were wild. They partied like crazy, blew thousands of dollars on useless stuff, and got tattoos in the weirdest places. But for the first time in my life, I was among the popular kids in school, and I was loving it. A few weeks later, I was hanging out with my cool group outside school, and to my shock, they started smoking. One of them pushed me to try it too, and I didn't want to look uncool, so I did. But I started coughing like crazy. Jody, what are you doing? OMG, Jody, who's this peasant talking to you? What are you doing here, Darcy? I study at the school 2 blocks down. I was just walking home. Ew, are you talking about that gross public school? That confirms you're poor. Jody, you're a wildcat. You can't be talking to people like her. Yeah. Darcy, please go away. I'll talk to you later if I have time. Darcy gave me a disgusted look and left. I felt terrible, but I had a reputation to maintain now. When I got back home, I found Steve and Mom waiting for me, and I knew there was trouble.
So, you're smoking now? Is that why I'm paying your sky-high school fees?
Jody, I'm so disappointed in you. What? I didn't. There must be some mistake.
Don't you dare lie to me. You were smoking, and the butler's daughter saw you.
Steve was always so calm, and seeing him like that was kinda scary. He shouted at Darcy to come in.
Tell me what you told us earlier, girl. Did you see Jody smoking or not?
Darcy looked at me, then turned nervously to him. Sir, I think I made a mistake because that girl was wearing a different dress. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Steve sent her away angrily, and soon after I followed her. What were you thinking, being a snitch?
I was trying to save you from falling into bad habits, but I wasn't expecting Mr. Steve to react so badly, so I changed my statement. You should be thanking me.
Well, no thank you. Just mind your own business.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
You're just a rich brat. I don't know why I thought you were different. I felt so mad at her, but I forgot about the fight soon because the following weeks, I had a crazy schedule. I went to school, attended salsa and French classes Mom enrolled me in, and then went out partying with my friends. I was so busy with my new life that I almost completely forgot about Dad and Josh, too. Then one day, I got a call from Josh.
Can you come home this evening? I want to plan a surprise party for Dad.
I promised Josh I'd be there, and that I'd also bake a special cake for Dad. But when I came back from school that day, Mom was already waiting for me. Jody, there's an important event tonight, and Steve says I need to look my best. So I was thinking we'll go shopping first, and then maybe we'll both get makeovers. That sounds cool. By the time we came back home from the mall, I was so exhausted that I took a short nap. And when I woke up, it was already so late. When I got to Dad's place, Josh was done with all the preparations. I am so sorry.
No problem. At least you turned up.
No need to be so snarky. I was just tired.
Yeah, I know how exhausting shopping can be. I saw you at the mall with Mom. You've changed, Jody.
No, I haven't.
Really? Then where's Dad's birthday cake?
That's when I realized I'd completely forgotten about it.
Seems like life with us wasn't good enough for you. That's why it's so easy for Mom to buy your love with all this fancy stuff.
That's not what she's doing. And maybe I like it that I don't always have to share things with you. And Mom and Steve never scold me for buying something I want. They aren't stingy like Dad. Just then, I realized that Dad had walked in. Oh, Dad, happy birthday.
I know that I'm careful with money, Jody, but I've always worked hard and tried to give you a good life.
I know that. I didn't mean it.
Yes, you did. You just didn't mean for me to hear it.
Dad said he was tired and just wanted to go to bed. And Josh was so mad at me for ruining everything. Back at home, I tried falling asleep but kept feeling terrible. I didn't mean to hurt Dad. And was it true that I'd changed, like Josh had said? A few days later, Mom and Steve were out at some party, so I invited some friends over. We were having a great time, dancing, till one of them started a food fight, and the next thing I knew, they were all going crazy. Can you stop, please? My parents won't be happy about this. What? We're just having fun. And I'm sure you have plenty of servants to do the cleanup. Look, there's one. She pointed at Darcy, who just walked in with drinks and got hit by some food. Just then, one girl jumped on the couch, knocking over a large crystal vase and smashed it to bits on the floor. That's it! Enough! You guys don't get to disrespect anyone, and you don't get to act like spoiled brats in someone's house. Leave, all of you! You can't talk to us like that. We made you one of the most popular girls in school, and we can end that instantly by kicking you out of the Wildcats. Sounds amazing! That's exactly what I want. Now get out! The girls stormed off while Darcy and I stared at the mess. I'll take care of this. You don't need to help. You'll never get this done alone before Mr. Steve's back, so let's not waste time. We worked our butts off for the next 2 hours and finally sat down exhausted. Hey, I'm sorry my friends acted like jerks. I don't care about them, but I hadn't expected you to be like that, or even have such friends. I know. I don't even know who I am these days. I've been trying so hard to fit in with these people I don't even like. And also, I forgot my dad's birthday and hurt his feelings. And my brother, he thinks Mom's trying to buy my love by giving me all these gifts. Do you feel the same? Maybe. She hasn't spent much time with me ever since I moved in here, but she does get me whatever I want. Darcy suggested I tell Mom how I felt. So later that night, I walked up to Mom's room to talk when I heard her and Steve arguing. Steve, I changed myself completely for your sake. I tried my best to be a good partner, but I can't tolerate you cheating on me.
Do you have another option? Do you want me to throw you and your daughter out of this house?
No. There's nothing I wouldn't put up with for my daughter's happiness. I finally have her love after all these years. I wouldn't be able to bear it if she leaves me.
Then stay quiet and don't interfere in my matters.
I slid behind a statue as Steve marched out of the door. When I peeked into Mom's room, I found her crying. And just then, reality hit me. Mom wasn't trying to buy my love. She was just showering me with hers. Mom? Oh, Jody! I think I have something in my eye. I heard you and Steve talking, Mom. And I want you to know that I love you, whether you have money or not. But on my own, I don't even have enough to give you the kind of life you were living with your dad. I was just a waitress, and I met Steve. I don't care, Mom. It's you I want to be with, not your house or the stuff you can give me. You know what? I've always wanted to start a small baking business. Maybe we should do that together. The next day, Mom and I moved out of Steve's mansion with our hands empty, but our hearts full. We rented a tiny apartment and started our baking business from home. And I took the time to reconnect with Dad and Josh and even kept in touch with Darcy. In a few months, our business took off with massive help from Josh.
Cake number 17 delivered.
Thanks, bro. Aren't you the best?
I know. That's why I want these headphones.
What? No! Mom got those for me. Some things never change, do they? Think about your favorite spot. It's probably a tree in the woods, a couch in your sitting room, or maybe your parents' car. For me, it's always been the kitchen. In fact, this kitchen saved me from becoming a raging monster with a thirst for vengeance, destruction, devastation, and oh, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm Lily, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. You see, my parents were amazing chefs who owned a popular restaurant in town. My grandmother was a baker extraordinaire. Dad's bread literally made grown men cry, and Mom's pasta won a dozen awards. I'd clearly inherited their love for cooking, and they started teaching me when I was really young. But the cooking gene entirely skipped my twin sister Mia. The poor thing couldn't even boil an egg right. She burned everything she baked, and once she got so frustrated that she threw a pot out the window. Cooking sucks. After that, she was banned from the kitchen for life. In middle school, Mia was the absolute worst. On my parents' anniversary, I baked a fancy cake. Then Mia burst into the kitchen on her skateboard. She banged into me and I fell face first into the cake. Oops, sorry, didn't see you there. That night, I stormed up to Mia's room, grabbed her precious laptop, and smashed it to pieces. Mia went ballistic. We fought like a pack of hyenas. Mom and Dad grounded us for a month. The summer before our freshman year, our parents sat us down and told us they wanted us to help out at the restaurant. I was so excited. I can't wait. This is gonna be awesome. Meh. But on our first day, my parents gave me the worst news. They said Mia would work in the office while I'd be a waitress. What? I can't be a waitress. I'm a chef. I've been training for this for years. My parents gave me a dozen reasons why they needed me to be a waitress, but I can't remember one. As I looked out onto the busy restaurant floor, I felt sick to my stomach. I forgot to mention, I'm terrified of crowds. I mean, it's bad. Like, one time I was in a school play. I only had one line. The moment I saw all those beady eyes staring at me, I got so nervous I fainted, fell backward, bumped into a backdrop that smashed into a light, and then the whole stage came tumbling down.
Lily, are you listening?
I don't think this is a good idea.
You'll do just fine.
My first shift was the worst. I screwed up 2 orders, I spilled a drink on the floor, and then one of our biggest customers, Mr. Spinster, yelled at me.
My order isn't right. Did you leave your brain in the sink?
Just as I was about to burst into tears, this gorgeous boy named Wyatt came to the rescue. He was a waiter at the restaurant, and everyone loved him. Wyatt calmed the customer down, fixed their order, and had them smiling in seconds. They even gave him a big tip when they left.
Ignore Mr. Spinster. He's a jerk. This is for you.
Wyatt handed me a $100 bill. I can't take this. You did all the work.
We were a team.
Then Wyatt smiled at me and put his hand on my shoulder, and my heart raced like it had just entered the Indy 500. Wyatt was my parents' best employee, and he took me under his wing. He taught me how to be a great waiter and helped me overcome my fear of crowds.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Picture them as silly clowns with big red noses and floppy shoes.
Soon we started dating. One time, Mia caught us kissing in the kitchen after hours. Gross, get a room. Wyatt and I had so much in common. We loved the same foods and MSA videos. He even wanted to own a restaurant someday. Wyatt was my first love, and even my parents adored him. It took some time, but Mia eventually warmed up to Wyatt after he fixed her laptop. But when school started, everything changed. Wyatt was my senior and one of the most popular boys in school. All the girls had a crush on him, but he only had eyes for me, which didn't sit well with his ex-girlfriend, Sophie. One day, Wyatt and I were talking near my locker when Sophie marched up to us. She was the most popular girl in school. Her father owned a dozen hotels around the world, and she was a social media star with millions of followers subscribing to hear about her ultra-rich life. And then Sophie shoved me to the side. Out of my way, nerd. Hey! I lost my balance and stumbled backwards. I marched towards Sophie so I could smack her in her stupid face, but then 2 huge bodyguards grabbed me and set me down 5 feet away.
Sophie, why are you being a witch?
Oh, Wyatt, that doesn't matter. Listen, I was thinking breaking up with you was a mistake. I traveled the world and dated a dozen boys, but I could never stop thinking about you. I love you, Wyatt. Let's get back together and make it insta-official. Sophie pulled out her cell phone and started recording as she leaned in for a kiss. Wyatt moved to the side and Sophie fell flat on her face. She was so embarrassed.
Sorry, I have a new girlfriend.
What girlfriend? Wyatt marched straight up to me.
Her name is Lily, and we're in love.
Sophie took one look at me and laughed. That's your girlfriend? No way! I thought she was your mutant brother that lived under the stairs because his face was so ugly he made your mother cry. I was so mad I wanted to throw a book at her, but then Wyatt pulled me close and kissed me.
Come on, babe, let's get out of here.
Sophie was so angry she started screaming like a peacock. Yeah, peacock scream. I saw it on YouTube. It's actually pretty wild. That night, Wyatt and I were in my room studying and kissing when Mia barged in. Jeez, Mia, get out! Can we have some privacy, please? What did you guys do to Sophie? She's trashing our restaurant. Mia showed us Sophie's latest live stream on her phone. So I ordered their famous spaghetti and meatballs, and it was like I was eating rubber bands. And don't even get me started on their so-called gourmet burger. It was as dry as the Sahara Desert. I had to drink a gallon of water just to wash it down. Sophie made a dozen more posts just like it and got 1 million likes. The next day, people stopped coming to our restaurant, and it continued for weeks. The bills started piling up, and my parents had to lay off most of their employees, including Wyatt. They were devastated. I tried to reason with Sophie. I'm just being honest. Your parents' food is as disgusting as your gross face. By the way, has anyone ever told you that you smell like a rotten egg that ate a pile of poop? Sophie and her friends laughed like it was the funniest joke in the world. Then something inside me just snapped. I'll show you, disgusting! I charged Sophie like a bull. I slipped past Sophie's bodyguards, punched her in the eye, and shoved her hard. Sophie fell and broke her arm. The next day, Sophie's parents filed a lawsuit against me and my family, sued my parents for a ton of money, and won. My parents' bank accounts were drained, and they were forced to close the restaurant. I felt horrible. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I don't know what came over me. You turned into a crazy maniac, and now we're poor.
Everything will be fine. I've got this under control.
Dad took all the money out of our savings account and started giving it away to charities. He invested in a ton of shady business ventures and even threw $500 into a wishing well. Dad, have you lost your mind?
Don't worry, girls. The more money you put into the world, the more you'll get back.
That doesn't sound right. We lost our car, then our house, and then we had to live with our grandmother. Mom got so pissed, she left Dad and moved to another town. A few weeks later, Dad and one of his shady business partners were arrested and sent to jail for fraud. My life was in shambles, but at least I had Wyatt. On Wyatt's birthday, I walked to his house to surprise him with his favorite cookies, but I caught him kissing Sophie on his front porch. Hey, loser, what's up? Wyatt finally came to his senses. He's no longer interested in trolls. I just stood there, speechless. I couldn't believe my eyes. If you're gonna stand there like a dummy, do you mind making yourself useful and taking a good kissing picture of us? I'm commissioning a world-famous artist to make some oil paintings of us as a couple. How could you do this to me, Wyatt? I thought we were in love.
Things changed. I realized that I'm still in love with Sophie. Sophie convinced her dad to give me a new job at one of his restaurants. Isn't she an angel?
I'm perfect. I can't help it. I'm irresistible, like cotton candy and gummy bears.
Sophie and I never should have broken up. I didn't mean to hurt you, Lily. I hope we can still be friends.
Or not. I'm allergic to losers, and every time Lily's around, she makes me want to puke. At school, Sophie and Wyatt were all over each other. Every time I saw them, I got angrier and angrier. Mia tried to be the voice of reason. Forget those jerks. They're not worth your time. But I couldn't ignore them. I was furious. Sophie and Wyatt had to pay. I woke up early the next morning to dish out my revenge. First, I threw a rock at Wyatt's bedroom window. I slashed the tires on Sophie's car. Then, I showed up in disguise at Sophie's dad's fancy restaurant where I knew Wyatt was working. I had a bag of roaches hidden in my backpack. When no one was looking, I let the roaches loose on the floor. They jumped on tables, took a swim in a man's chicken soup, and a couple of them crawled into Wyatt's hair. The customers started screaming and ran toward the door. An old rich lady dropped her fancy purse. Hey lady, you forgot your purse! But the lady was so scared, she rushed right past me, hopped into her limousine, and drove off. The next day, the health inspector shut the restaurant down, and Wyatt lost his job. Mia caught me laughing in my room as I watched the whole thing on the news. I know you're behind what happened to Wyatt. You've got no proof. And even if I was behind it, why do you care? He's a jerk. You said so yourself. Who are you? And what have you done with my sister? I shoved Mia out of my room and slammed the door shut. I didn't have time for any distractions. I had one thing on my mind, getting back at Sophie. I kept following her around, ready to attack her with a paintball gun or rotten eggs. But ever since I'd hurt her earlier, the bodyguards stayed even closer to her. But Sophie was such a witch, she fired at least one of them daily and had a replacement by the next morning. Like one time, one of her new bodyguards named Simon accidentally photobombed Sophia's selfie, and she lost her mind. You stupid idiot! Your hideous face ruined my selfie!
I'm sorry, ma'am. It won't happen again.
Of course it won't, because you're fired! Simon begged Sophie to let him keep his job, but Sophie just laughed in his face. So the next day, I met Simon at a coffee shop. He was so pissed at Sophie that he wanted to humiliate her just as much as I did.
Sophie's gonna be attending a really posh event at the National Museum tomorrow. Everybody who is anybody will be there. If you're gonna try something to humiliate her, that would be the place to do it.
I was so pumped. I had the perfect time and place. Now all I needed to do was figure out how to crush Sophie in the worst way imaginable. Then the best thing happened. I was walking home when I saw this news report about how some old rich lady's purse was stolen at one of Sophie's dad's restaurants. And inside was a priceless diamond necklace. There was a $50,000 reward for anyone who returned it. The old lady's face popped up on the screen, and I immediately recognized her and her purse. I raced home and found the purse in my closet with the diamond necklace inside. Then I had an amazing idea. I could frame Sophie for stealing the rich lady's necklace and make sure she got caught at the museum event. The next day, I put on a disguise, and just as I was putting the necklace in my bag, I heard Mia behind me. You better be returning that necklace to get the reward money, because if you're planning what I think you're planning, you've lost your mind. It's none of your business. I pushed past Mia and headed toward the front door. Then a salt shaker hit me in the back of the head. Ouch! Step away from the door, sis. I can't let you do this. Mia grabbed a huge wooden spoon. I grabbed a rolling pin. I'm leaving. Then you'll have to go through me. Mia lunged toward me, and we sparred like Jedi. I knocked the spoon out of Mia's hand, then Mia threw a plate. I dove for cover. Then I grabbed a bunch of muffins off the counter and threw them at Mia one by one. Mia picked up a cutting board and used it as a shield. I grabbed a bottle of cooking oil and sprayed it in her eyes. I can't see! I darted out the door and headed straight to the museum. When I saw Sophie get out of her car, I walked up to her but was stopped by her bodyguards.
Please, sir, I'm Sophie's biggest fan. I just want her autograph. I'm saving money to get plastic surgery to look just like her.
Sophie heard that and told her bodyguards to step aside as she gave me an autograph.
Dear whoever you are, you smell like failure. Wishing you well with your life as a loser. XOXO, Soph.
While she was busy doing that, I slipped the diamond necklace into her purse, and then I stepped back and waited. Sure enough, the minute Sophie's bag went through security at the museum entrance, they found the necklace inside. She was immediately arrested and carried off by the police, kicking and screaming.
I'm innocent, you morons! Take your filthy hands off me!
On the day of Sophie's trial, I was over the moon. My revenge would finally be complete. But just as I was about to go to the courthouse to hear Sophie's jail sentence, my grandmother, Mia, and Mom confronted me.
You stupid tattletale! Why would you tell Mom?
I was worried about you. You've changed, Lily. All you think about is revenge.
Sophie has to pay for what she did. She took everything from us.
Dad made his own mistakes, and you can't keep living in the past and blaming yourself. You have to forgive, honey.
Wyatt and Sophie don't deserve my forgiveness.
We're not talking about them. You have to forgive yourself. Tears streamed down my face as the weight of the guilt I was carrying dropped down on me like a ton of bricks. We're here for you, Lily. You're better than this. You have to let this go and move on. I went to the courthouse and told the judge that it was all a misunderstanding. I explained how I'd found the diamond necklace and gave it to Sophie to return to the lady.
Is this true?
Sophie went along with my story, and the judge dismissed the case. Afterward, Sophie came up to me.
Why did you do that?
I ruined your life, and you could have easily ruined mine. Because someone reminded me that I'm a better person. After the trial, I apologized to Wyatt for what I did, and he said he was sorry for being a big fat jerk. I also started working on my anger issues. I went to counseling, started cooking again, and doing lots of yoga. Sophie's dad felt so bad about what Sophie did to me that he gave me a huge check. No, thank you, sir. Your apology is enough. Mia pulled me to the side.
It's great that you're zen and all now, but don't be stupid.
Mia was right. I ran to catch up with Sophie's dad. Excuse me, sir. On second thought, we'll take the check. I used the money to reopen our family restaurant. Dad even came to the opening since he got out early on good behavior, and it was the happiest day of my life. I woke up as the maids drew the curtains and I could hear the sound of birds singing. I slipped into my shimmering gown, just like Elsa's, placed delicate heels on my feet like Cinderella, and styled my hair like Rapunzel's. I looked awesome. Why wouldn't I? It was my 7th birthday after all.
Whoa, I want to pinch myself. Is it for real? You look stunning, my princess.
Thanks, Dad. But you remember your promise? You will rescue me if I need you to, right?
Of course, sweetheart.
Hi, I'm Olivia, the princess of a small country in Europe. Dad threw a grand party for my birthday, and everyone was stunned to see how pretty I looked. Oh my God, the princess came straight from heaven.
You light up the room with your beauty.
The party was great, but then the son of a duke started boring me with how awesome his new school was. He went on, and all I wanted to do was return to my baggy jeans and hoodie and continue playing Minecraft. So I gave Dad a signal, our secret signal. I coughed once and then rubbed my nose, and just like that, Dad came to my rescue.
The princess needs her rest, don't you, darling?
Yeah, I do need it. Real bad. Yep, my dad was the best. He spoiled me rotten, and for him, my happiness was everything. My aunt asked him why he spoiled me, and he had the best reply.
I'm her father, not just her king. Olivia is strong and wise, and her life is her own to decide. I only want her to be happy.
Growing up, I felt like I was different from other princesses. I mean, how many princesses do you know who got to go to a normal school, stay up late playing video games, feed their pets, and give them baths? I could go out and play with kids and just be myself. I loved to live a simple life, just like everyone else. I remember one time I begged Dad to take me to the circus in town.
Oh, honey, I could bring them to the palace. You don't need to go there.
No, Dad. You know I want to go like everyone else. And I want you to come with me.
Dad wasn't too sure about it, so I suggested we get a little creative and disguise ourselves to throw off the paparazzi.
It was so worth it.
Oh, girl, that's really fun.
Yeah, I told you so. Okay, now say hooray!
All of a sudden, I had terrible hiccups, which worried Dad, so I told him I was fine and went outside for some fresh air. As I walked around, I heard cries and rushed towards the tent to find people trying to train a monkey.
Hey, you just stop it. How cruel. You can't do this to this poor baby.
Ho, ho, ho. Ordering us? Who do you think you are? Some princess?
Show off, kid. I ran away not because I was scared, but because I wanted Dad to know about it, and later, he dealt with it. But I remained upset for days, just imagining how that poor animal must have felt. One day, I heard some kids playing in my garden. When I went to check, I learned they were twins, Sophia and Ted. Their parents were friends of Dad's, and he promised to take care of them now that they had lost everything. The twins and I got along great. Ted was so much like me. We had all the same interests, and he was so gentle with animals, which I loved. Sophia was also sweet, and when we first met, we started talking like old friends. But gosh, she had this royal attitude that I just couldn't get with.
Guys, I'm going on a tree planting campaign. Would you join me? It's gonna be so much fun. No thank you. I don't want to get my hands dirty.
I've never done it before, but since you're doing it, it'll be interesting. I'm coming. Ted was the sweetest. My life was perfect, but when I turned 8, my hiccups became awful. And to make things worse, my eyes started to twitch. Dad was worried and took me to a doctor, and it turned out that I had Tourette's syndrome. Even though I tried my best to control the tics, sometimes I just couldn't. One time in class, I was reading a poem that felt like I was on a bumpy road. This poem, seeing how all the kids just stared at me and then some giggled, my ears turned red. It was so awkward, and I ran from the class and just wanted to hide my face. But Ted followed me. Olivia, don't sweat it. Don't let this little thing put you down. Show the world you're not scared to take on whatever comes your way. Nobody's perfect, and that's okay. He was right, and because of him, I never felt bad about myself ever again, even though the paparazzi once made a meme video of me. It did hurt me sometimes, but it's part of life. Being a princess would never be that easy. On the other hand, Ted always tried to make me happy. He gave me cards every day. That's the weirdest thing he always did. That's so cute, Ted. But nowadays, no one makes cards. But I always have time for you. You know I care about you the most. Oh, come on. That's a little overdramatic. Just because I don't make Olivia one card every day means I care less about her? And then the twins started to fight, like always. I immediately came between them and stopped them from bickering because it could easily turn into a war. When we graduated from high school, he asked what I wanted to do. I told him I wanted to go camping and explore the wild. And to my surprise, he agreed. A couple of days later, I set off on a cruise to reach a forest camping site. I went to my room to freshen up, but when I came out after taking a bath, I screamed in horror when I saw a guy lying on my bed. Who are you, and what are you doing in my room? I'm gonna call security right now. Actually, that's my line. This is my room, 206. Why don't you check it again? I marched to the door and cringed when I saw that the jerk was actually right. I'm so sorry for that. No problem. Do you need help with that? Yes, thanks a lot, jerk. I grabbed my stuff and walked to my room as everyone stared at me. I went out to the ship's deck to take a couple of pics for Instagram, but I slipped and was about to fall. Thank God someone grabbed me. It was Mark. Oh, you okay? Oh God, you're hurt. It's just a scratch. It's okay. He looked so worried and instantly pulled out his handkerchief to tie it around my arm. That was kinda cute of him. The next day we reached the campsite, and I was totally mesmerized by it. I loved the greenery and the peaceful atmosphere. Everyone had split up into pairs, and guess what? Mark ended up with me. I saw a pond and decided to refill my bottle, but then all of a sudden, Mark snatched the bottle from me. Are you crazy?
No, but I'm not sure about you. Didn't you see that water snake?
I was stunned. He saved me for a second time, but he kept bossing me around like he was some kind of camping and forest expert or something. It was really annoying.
You packed this many clothes for a camping trip? Are you serious? Perfect. You don't have a sleeping bag? Were you thinking we'd get beds here? You can't go out of the tent without a mosquito repellent spray. You know what? I can't wrap my head around how a princess could give up all luxuries and live in the wild.
You know I'm a princess? For how long have you been stalking me? Are you from the paparazzi? You some spy? Some mafia guy? Look, I know karate and I'm not afraid to kick your butt.
Hey, hold on. How difficult could it be to know about a princess? You are world famous, you know. So, why are you here?
I sat with Mark by the fire and told him how I had always wanted to see where animals lived freely. I talked about my love for animals and how I hated those who hurt them, how I even turned vegetarian. And it made me happy when he said he thought the same way. We stayed at the camp for 2 days, and I have to admit, Mark wasn't that bad. Yeah, he was still talkative, but I actually had an amazing time with him. But when the trip ended, we went our separate ways. After some time, I went to college, and right on the first day, I saw a familiar face. You really are a stalker. So you followed me here too?
Like, oh my god, this must be my lucky day. I'll get to see you every day.
Ew, so cheesy.
Is he bothering you?
No, he isn't. He's just naturally annoying. After that day, Mark was always around. And Ted, well, it looked like he wasn't too thrilled.
Hey, Olivia, just be careful around him, yeah? Just don't be too trusting of anyone, all right?
Oh, come on, Ted. Don't worry. He's a nice guy and a good friend of mine.
Oh, so he's your friend now too, huh? I didn't know that. Guess you've been spending a lot of time with him, huh?
Whoa, someone was jealous. But it's not like I could help it because I really started falling for Mark. I couldn't figure out why I kept smiling when he was around. When we were in the second semester, we had the assignment to make an awareness campaign, and I chose Mother Earth. Mark and I worked together on it, and soon we even created a YouTube channel educating people about animal rights and plantations. It made me so happy to teach people about it. Just a couple of days later, Ted asked me to go with him to a big business award ceremony. I didn't want to go, but he begged, and since I didn't want to break his heart, I agreed. It was boring, until I spotted Mark and went to go talk to him. But I stopped in my tracks when I heard the announcer.
And the award for Best Leather Supplier goes to...
And then Mark went on stage with another guy who looked a lot like him. His brother. At that moment, I felt like my world had turned upside down. It was then that Ted told me how Mark's family owned a leather company that used animal skins and wood that was cut down from trees in the forest. And right then, Mark spotted me. Ted, I want to get out of here. Now.
Look, Olivia, I'm sorry. I know I kept the family business a secret from you, but I was scared to lose you.
How could you do this? You were never honest with me. I held Ted's hand and left.
I warned you many times to stay away from him, but you didn't listen to me. But don't worry, I'm always here for you. I'll never hurt you.
He was right. It was me who acted stupidly and trusted Mark. Mark tried every possible way to contact me, but I shut him out. At college, he tried to talk to me, but every time he came, Ted was standing right next to me. I so wanted to hate Mark, but my heart wouldn't let me. Ted, on the other hand, tried everything to make me happy, but nothing worked out. Sometime later, Sophia and Ted made a plan for a family holiday in France, and right outside the Eiffel Tower, Ted suddenly got down on his knees and proposed to me with a ring. Holy moly, what is this? But my words were stuck in my throat. Right then, tons and tons of paparazzi came flooding in and flashed their cameras at us. Dad and Sophia looked at us with a smile. Ugh, it was like I had no choice but to take the ring. After that, it was like the whole country was talking about Ted and my wedding. The news spread like wildfire, and people even came out with merchandise with Ted and my faces on it. I was stuck. Seeing me look so worried all the time, Sophia asked me what the matter was. I lied and said everything was fine. You were never a good liar. Olivia, it's not Mark, is it? What? No. Maybe. Actually, yes. I can't get him out of my mind. Does it mean that you don't love Ted? Then why did you take the ring? But before I could answer, Ted entered. A couple of days later, we had a Christmas celebration at our palace, and when I went downstairs, I was shocked to see a familiar face. Mark. Apparently, he was Sophia's guest. With Mark and Ted both there, it was getting tense. So I ran to the garden to get some fresh air. And that's when I heard Mark.
Olivia, can we talk? Look, I am so sorry. I should have told you everything earlier. But believe me, I left my brother's company a long time ago, when I first met you.
You did? Then why were you there?
It's 'cause I was invited to that award function by Ted. And when my brother won the award, he asked me to go up with him, then everything turned into a mess. I think
Before he could finish, someone grabbed Mark. It was Ted. What's going on?
What's going on? I'll tell you, sweet princess. You're out here talking to this jerk while being engaged to me.
Oh, shut up, Ted. You are the real jerk. All this time, I thought Olivia liked you. But now I know she doesn't. I can't just stay quiet. Olivia, Ted wants to marry you just so he can be the next king. He took you to that award party on purpose. He manipulated both of you. I know I should have told everyone earlier, but I couldn't. He's my brother. But now, seeing how miserable you are, I just couldn't stay quiet. I'm sorry, Olivia. How could you?
I did nothing wrong. You are a royal. You should marry a royal. You could at least be a little thankful after how much I did for you. Everything you wanted, I did, even if I hated it. I even touched those ugly pets of yours. Yuck.
That did it. Nobody calls my pets ugly. I gave Ted a much-deserved slap. And the next thing I knew, the guards took him away. Apparently, Dad had seen everything. As everyone went back inside the palace, Mark and I stayed outside. Now that I knew everything, I had so much to say to him. I had to apologize. But before I could even say a word, he came up to me.
So, princess, we are standing under a mistletoe. You know what that means?
Yeah. He kissed me, and I knew in my heart that I would get my happily ever after with Mark. I was about to shoot my target when suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and snatched the apple away. It was the most popular guy in school, Travis, and lately he'd been flirting with me every chance he got.
Let's play a game. If you miss the target, I'll have to kiss you. But if you hit it, then you'll have to kiss me. What do you say?
Sure, why not? Everyone knew how good I was in archery, and as expected, it was a bullseye.
Deal's a deal, cream puff.
As he closed his eyes for the kiss, I called for the school cat Loki and whispered something to it. You can open your eyes now. Loki scratched his face like a wild animal as I walked away, in total satisfaction. Hi, my name is Bianca, and I'm incapable of falling in love. Well, that's what I thought. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom owned a huge chain of hotels, and I was the sole heiress to the business empire. Our family name was well known already, but I'd really made us famous. Teen heiress seen kissing alleged gangster? Spoiled princess seen at archaeological site closed off for public? Princess Bianca announces to pay any amount to straighten the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Oh, each headline is worse than the one before. Alleged gangster, Mom. We broke up. And you know my keen interest in history. I had to see that site. And come on, am I the only one annoyed by that Leaning Tower? When will you ever get serious, Bianca? I have a private jet to catch, but we're not done with this conversation. Yes, go to your meeting, Mom. You didn't even remember to wish me a happy birthday, but I was still celebrating in style. I was having a huge birthday party at the newest club in town, but my night was ruined when I saw an uninvited guest, Travis, and he was approaching me and my BFF Carmen as if he was God's gift to women, despite that scary face.
Hey, sugar lips, wanna dance?
Aren't you supposed to hate me for making you look like
like Frankenstein? What's love without a little pain? And I adore your feistiness.
He was all over me the whole night. Eventually, I had to make Carmen distract him and try to escape, but he noticed and followed me like a madman.
I'm not done with you, my love.
I turned around a corner and opened a VIP door at the end of the hallway. There were some men in suits playing poker, and they all turned to me like I was an alien.
Oopsie, wrong room.
Thought it was the toilet.
But may I say, sir, your jacket is really cool.
Very vintage 90s. Michael Jackson kind of vibe. Okay, I won't bother you guys. May the best man win. Bye. Travis was nowhere to be seen, so I took the chance to finally leave the club. But of course, I couldn't avoid him at school, and he was being such a nuisance that eventually I got a restraining order against him. My life was finally peaceful, till a few days later when Carmen told me that her cousin from the village would be joining our school.
Since when do you have a cousin?
Ever since he was born.
You never told me about him.
I love to collect snake skins and samurai swords in my basement. I didn't tell you about those either.
What?
Friends should share everything. I think some secrets are good. Oh my god, my cousin's here.
I turned to this guy who was walking towards us like he was the king of the underworld. Judging by his walk, he knew he was a fine specimen of the male species. But suddenly, he tripped over nothing and fell into the fountain nearby. And then he immediately got up like nothing happened. I felt like I was watching a comic cartoon strip.
Are you sure he's not some hot model you paid to act as your clumsy cousin? Nice way to say that he's hot and adorable. He then spun her around like she was a cotton ball.
Carmen, my favorite girl. I missed you so much.
The guy turned to me and I was stunned. He was even more handsome up close and also really familiar.
You must be Bianca, Carmen's best friend. I'm Slater. Nice to finally meet you.
Did you just curtsy? And have we met before?
No. Is this how city people greet each other?
Excuse us a moment. Carmen pulled me out of Slater's earshot. What you doing? Talking to my best friend's cousin? Why does that require you to bring your face so close to his?
I just thought he looked really familiar. What's your problem?
I just think you're finding an excuse to flirt with him. Now listen up, Bianca. You're never serious about any boy, and you just play with their feelings and dump them. And you're not allowed to do that to my cousin.
He's not even my type. Relax.
Just don't get involved with him that way, or it's friendship over. Understood?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Since then, the three of us started hanging out together, and I was having a hard time believing someone like Slater existed. Sheer perfection on the outside, but with the poorest balance a human could possibly have. He tripped, slipped, and stumbled everywhere. He even got a black eye while tying his shoelaces. But one night, while I was admiring one of the paintings at home, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered where I'd seen Slater before. You gotta trust me, Carmen. Your cousin's up to something shady. Mom and I attended this art exhibition downtown last month, and Slater was there. He was one of the artists. We even bought a painting from him. Only his hair and eye color was different, but it was him, and he wasn't clumsy. He must have been a lookalike. Slater has lived in the village his entire life and just got here last week, and he can't even draw a circle, trust me. I even showed Slater's picture to Mom, and she said it's him too. Now she's contacted the artist to buy more of his work, and he's coming soon, and I'll finally know the truth. You just need to give yourself something to be excited about. Do what you want, but you're wrong. A couple of days later, the artist called Mom to say that he had to go out of town and he'd come to meet her next month. How convenient. I decided not to say anything to Slater and try to get to the bottom of his secret identity. He was always hovering around me and Carmen like an annoying fly. He was sure to slip up at some point. I'd be watching him. But one day, I was spying on him at the gym, and after seeing him miss the 100th basket, I got really bored. I decided to skip the rest of school that day to get a manicure. As I was walking to my car, a van suddenly stopped next to me. Good day, child. Would you please buy some apples from me? I run an orphanage and I'd like to get some toys for the children. Sure thing. Just give me a basket and I'll give you $100,000. I was about to take the basket from her when Slater suddenly popped out of nowhere and crashed into me.
Hey, you. Who do you work for? Show me your ID.
The poor lady looked terrified and just drove away. What the heck was that?
Didn't your parents ever tell you not to take candy from strangers? What if she was trying to poison you?
Dude, those are apples, not candy. And who am I? Snow White? And that cute granny is trying to poison me because I'm the fairest girl in all the land.
This isn't funny. You don't know how dangerous some situations can be.
Oh, please. I swam with sharks last year and jumped off a hot air balloon when it malfunctioned. I laugh in the face of danger. And that lady just wasn't dangerous. I know you're from the village and probably think everyone in the city's evil, but please stop being a weirdo. But Slater just got weirder. Like another time, the three of us were at a restaurant, and as soon as the waiter served our order, he started sniffing mine. If you wanted me to completely lose my appetite, you succeeded. What's wrong with you? He also started sniffing his food and Carmen's.
That's how we do it in the village. The first whiff of food tells you everything you need to know.
About what exactly?
About how organically the food was grown, if the farmer sang to his crops and cows.
I ordered a giant brownie sundae with whipped cream and sprinkles. Are you insane? Just give me that. Just then, there was a loud crashing sound next to us, and Slater jumped towards me and brought me down to the floor, covering me like a human shield. He was looking down at me, and I was a little breathless. And then I saw everyone else staring at us like we were mental. Apparently, a waiter had just dropped a tray full of glasses.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was a gunshot and maybe some robbers had come in. I just acted on instinct.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you thought it was a dangerous situation and your first instinct was to save Bianca? Hello, what about me? Your own flesh and blood? Slater muttered some apologies while Carmen kept scolding him. Even if he was crazy, it was really sweet how he tried to protect me. One weekend, Carmen told me that the cheer captain was throwing a party, just for the cheerleaders and all the boys. I felt curious to see how Slater would act at parties with other girls, so I dashed over to the venue and spied from the bushes. But I couldn't spot him anywhere. I knew how girls looked at him. He was probably surrounded by the cheerleaders. Well, what did I care? I took this opportunity to practice my amazing singing. I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. Suddenly, I heard a sound right behind me. Slater, what are you doing here?
Same question for you.
I came here to sing flowers, 'cause there are flowers here, duh. What about you?
It's too loud inside, and everyone was acting wild. It was scaring me.
Just then, a huge bug came flying at our faces, and Slater tried to smack it away, but he ended up slapping me instead.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My hand is so stupid. Bad hand.
Gosh, Slater, why are you so freaking clumsy?
I don't know, just born that way, but I get even clumsier around you, because attractive girls make me nervous, and you're the most beautiful I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Bianca.
It suddenly hit me. He was attracted to me, and that could make things complicated. I had to avoid him from now on before Carmen could misinterpret things and unfriend me. But the very next day, I caught him in the janitor's closet with his butt stuck in a mop bucket. Jesus, what have you done this time?
Can you just help me, please? I think I got a cramp.
As I pulled him up, our lips accidentally touched, and my tummy fluttered. Just then, someone gasped from the door. Carmen! Girl, it's not what you think. I followed her to an empty classroom and tried to explain. I swear, there's nothing romantic going on between us. He's too dumb and clumsy for me, and I'm certain he's a liar. Excuse me? That's my cousin you're insulting. And you say these things, but I feel like you're attracted to him. Just don't get attached to him, okay? He's not right for you. Of course, duh. I already knew that, but I was a bit bothered by what Carmen said. Why did she think he wasn't right for me? A few days later, I was practicing archery alone when suddenly an arrow came flying from somewhere and almost hit me. I turned around and saw someone behind a tree. I dashed over and found Slater. What are you doing here? Trying to kill me now?
No, what? What just happened?
You happened, Slater. You nearly sent an arrow straight into me. You're a hazard to society.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my arrow came your way. I mean, I didn't even know anyone was here. I would never hurt you, I swear. But let me make it up to you with an ice cream shake. Come on, let's go.
I wasn't finding his act convincing. Why was he always around me? He was beginning to seem as obsessed with me as Travis. And what if he tried to hurt me on purpose with the arrow?
By the way, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. Just you and me, alone.
Okay, sure. But we're alone right now. You can't tell me over ice cream shakes?
What ice cream shakes? Oh, yeah, that. No, tonight's better. I'll send you the pin location. Driver, I'll get off here. Thanks. See you later, Bianca.
And then he just jumped out of the car and walked away. This dude was so weird, but I was really curious about what he had to say. Later that night, I was surprised to learn where he was taking me. The rooftop of an old building. There was no elevator, so we had to climb 8 flights of stairs, and he was holding on to my shirt like a kid. Wait, what if he tried to push me down? Can you move away? I need some personal space.
But what if I trip and fall down the stairs? stairs. You know how clumsy I get.
Why would you invite me to a rooftop then, idiot?
You'll see.
When we finally reached the top, I was surprised to see a candlelit dinner. What's all this?
Obviously a date. Were you expecting a crime scene?
Didn't your cousin warn you about me?
She did, but I just don't see why she's so against the idea of you being my girlfriend. You're beautiful and amazing.
She was trying to protect you because I have a history of not being good with relationships.
May I know why?
And before I knew it, I just found myself opening up. Growing up, I saw how my dad broke my mom's heart and left her for another woman. Since then, mom's not even the same person. She just buries herself in work. And dad kind of broke my heart too. Leaving like that, I'm just afraid to let anyone come close.
I know that you don't trust me, but I hope that someday you will, and I'll get to know you better. I feel like you're someone worth knowing.
He looked at me earnestly and then started leaning in. I found myself closing my eyes, and when his lips touched mine, I felt something electric. Wait, that was a mistake, Slater. I care a lot about my friendship with Carmen. I can't.
Okay, I understand.
But later that night, all I could think about was Slater and that kiss. Maybe I could talk to Carmen and she'd come around, but I still couldn't shake off the idea that Slater was lying about himself. As luck would have it, Mom told me the next day that the artist was back in town, and he was displaying his work at a gallery that night. Well, Slater wasn't going to be the only one in disguise. I went dressed up as someone completely different, and I was thrilled to see him. He might have a different style, but I was certain it was Slater. And as I was walking past him, I accidentally tripped and fell forward, scraping his arm with my pen. I'm so sorry. I'm not very good with the walking. Clumsy, like you people say. Oh, it bleeds.
It's fine, miss. I'm okay. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom.
And the next day at school, Slater was wearing a full-sleeved shirt, just like I'd expected. So I spilled my juice all over him. Oh my God, you're wet. You'll have to change your shirt.
It's fine. It'll dry up.
No, you'll get sick.
I won't. I'm as strong as a cow.
I tried a few more tricks, but he was able to avoid all of them. I guess I just had to do it by force. After our classes, I followed him outside school, and just as I was ready to jump on him from behind, he turned around and pinned me to the wall.
Bianca, why were you trying to attack me?
How did you know, Spider-Man? And all I wanted to do was this. I pulled up his sleeve, and sure enough, he had a long cut on his arm. Ha! So you're really that artist. I've exposed you, you big fat... Suddenly, there was a growl behind me. I turned to see two guys holding two rabid dogs and pointing at us.
Bianca, just run.
Slater grabbed my hand, and we ran like crazy from the dogs. After sprinting down several blocks, he pulled me into an old building, and we ran up the stairs. We climbed all the way to the rooftop, and we could hear those guys behind us.
Okay, there's no other choice. We gotta jump.
Excuse me? I must have heard you wrong. And what is going on?
Questions later. And what's the matter? I thought you laughed in the face of danger. Haha.
Now is not the time to be sarcastic.
Just hold on to me and you'll be fine. Do you trust me?
Of course I don't trust you. You're the clumsiest idiot I've ever met.
Listen, Bianca, I'm not who you really think I am. I just need you to trust me right now, okay? I won't let anything happen to you. I promise.
My instincts told me to trust him, and I did. And what happened next was the most thrilling thing ever. We went flying through the air, then landed straight in a garbage dump. Ew, fish heads.
Come on, this isn't over yet.
I needed answers about why I was currently running a marathon with my BFF's mystery cousin around the city. Slater, why are these people after us?
Listen, something happened.
He didn't get to finish because the gangsters finally cornered us. Slater pushed me inside one of the diners as he started fighting them expertly. What were these kung fu ninja moves? He was so hot. Just then, one of the guys came up behind him with a metal chair. I looked around for anything I could throw at that scumbag before he could hurt Slater. Bullseye.
That's my girl.
Just then, a bunch of policemen arrived and surrounded the men, and Slater pulled out a badge.
You're under arrest.
What? He was a detective? As those jerks were being taken away, Slater finally told me everything, starting with how I unknowingly got involved with an international mafia gang.
You walked in on them one night at the dance club and saw something you weren't supposed to see. You've been in danger since then.
Oh, those guys. But I swear I didn't even see anything.
They couldn't be sure of that, so you've been their target since. I was already in town looking for this gang and posing as an undercover artist, but when we found out that they were looking for you, I joined your school to be closer. We also thought we could catch them using you.
You mean using me as bait?
I didn't mean use you like that. We just knew they'd come after you.
So that date on the rooftop, was that also a ploy to get the gang members there?
Well, yeah. We had police hidden all over that building, but I think the gang realized it was a trap.
Everything made sense now. He was just pretending to be interested all along along so he could be around me for my protection and to catch the bad guys. I was just a mission for him. You saved my life. Thank you.
I just did my job. I'm glad you're safe now. I gotta report to headquarters soon, so...
Yeah, great job. Goodbye then. As I walked away, I suddenly felt sad and empty. And the next day at school, Slater was gone. I demanded more answers from Carmen. Slater really is my cousin. He became a detective at a young age, and he doesn't tell us much about his job. But after that restaurant incident where he was clearly protecting you, I asked him what was going on, and he said it was something related to you, but it was confidential. So that's why you didn't want us to get closer. Yes, because he was just here for his job, and he doesn't form attachments. I didn't want you to get hurt. I'm sorry. What for? I can see it in your eyes, Bianca. You're in love with him, but I don't think he can make you happy. Oh, please. I've told you, I'll never fall in love with anyone. If you say so. Over the next few days, I tried my best to get back to normal, but I couldn't get Slater out of my mind. Even Mom noticed something was up with me.
Haven't seen any crazy headlines lately. No new adventures?
Yeah, it's been kinda quiet, but I did make one stupid mistake, falling in love. Mom sat down beside me and then pulled me into an awkward hug.
Sweetie, I know you've been affected by what your dad did, but don't close your heart off. Falling in love isn't stupid, and you'll find the right guy one day, and it'll be amazing. Trust me.
Mom decided to take some time off work and we planned a vacation together. But just as I was leaving for the airport, I heard a loud crash from the main hall and saw Slater had pinned Travis to the ground. Slater? Travis? What are you both doing here?
Bianca, my cream puff, I couldn't go on any longer without seeing you. I can't live like this. You really need to tighten security around here. Found him crawling through the dog door.
As Slater handed over a screaming Travis to the guards, he turned to me. Why are you here, Slater?
Same reason as Travis, actually. I really missed you. Wait, where are you going?
Sorry, can't disclose the location. It's top secret, so whatever you want, make it fast.
I got another mission.
Okay, so what is it?
I need you to fall in love with me and be my girl.
Oh, well, that sounds like it's gonna be a very hard mission.
I'm not afraid of challenging assignments.
He pulled me in for a kiss and then hit his forehead against mine. So you're naturally clumsy.
Only when I'm in love.
Hi, I'm Mia from LA. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, who was a famous photographer working for big brands and celebrities. So you'd think, with a photographer parent, I'd have a beautifully documented childhood. Well, you'd be wrong. I hardly had any pictures because Mom was always too busy. And I was raised by nannies. Sure, Mom gave me everything, but she couldn't make much time for me. She did try by setting up her studio at home, but once when she was in a meeting, I slipped into her darkroom and switched on the lights, and all her photos were destroyed. That nanny was fired, and Mom relocated her studio. And then she hired a lady named Susan, who was the coolest. Susan could play hide and seek with me for hours. She'd always let me do her makeup, and she even taught me how to slide down our main staircase. She'd pitch up a tent in our backyard, and then tell me stories around a fire. And what a storyteller she was. She'd just make up magical tales in the moment, and I was hooked. What are you thinking, you lily-livered, yellow-bellied scallywag? I was thinking you should be my mom. Susan laughed it off, but I was kinda serious. She even gifted me my first notebook when I turned 8 because she knew I loved writing stories, and that meant more to me than any of the presents Mom had sent. Yeah, she couldn't make it to my birthday. Once when I was 9, Susan had taken the day off, and I ended up being stuck with Mom at a photo shoot at some historical building. Mom, I'm bored.
Read your book, Mia.
But I'm also hungry and sleepy.
Think of something fun to do for a little longer, okay?
Okay, but you better come find me soon.
Yeah, soon.
So I skipped off to find an amazing hiding place. I thought it was clear to Mom that we were playing hide and seek. As I waited for her in my spot, I dozed off. And when I woke up, it was kinda dark. I tried to find my way back to Mom's shoot, but I was totally lost. Luckily, a security guard found me and took me to the nearest police station. And the only number I knew by heart was Susan's. Sometime later, both Mom and Susan came running in, and I jumped straight into Susan's arms. Sweetie, you really scared your mom. Give her a hug. But I was so mad at her because she didn't come looking for me. Susan would have never let that happen. Soon after, in 5th grade, I came home from school one day to find a girl my age in the kitchen eating my cereal. Who are you, and why are you here? And who eats cereal for lunch? I eat what I want when I want. You're not my boss. Now shoo! I was about to smack that thief in the face when Susan walked in, and she introduced the girl as Harper, her daughter. I didn't even know Susan had one, and I felt a pang of jealousy. Your mom has to travel out of town more often, so she's requested that I live here now, and I'm moving in with Harper. Isn't that great? I'm sure you two will get along wonderfully. I was certain that we would not. She was a nuisance. She threw away all my markers caps so they dried out, spilled juice all over my bed to make it look like pee, and gave my favorite shoes to a stray dog. But I only had to scream, and Susan would tell her off. Harper would tag along with us everywhere, and she'd glare at me and make comments under her breath when Susan was out of earshot. If you don't stop annoying me, I'll tell Susan to make you leave.
She's my mom. If I leave, she leaves with me.
Well, she likes me better.
As if your mom pays her to spend time with you. You're just a job to her.
I'd never really thought about it that way, but it was true. That didn't mean she loved me any less, did it? Soon enough, Mom got Harper into my school. I was the top student in class, but she replaced me quickly. Her mental math was faster, her science projects were more inventive, and her creativity had the English teacher gushing. Usually, the person with the best story would be selected to read theirs out loud every week, and now it was always her. And one day when I walked into the living room, I saw Harper on the sofa with her feet up, watching TV, and the sight boiled my blood. I just didn't want her here. It's time for my show. Please leave.
There's a TV in your mom's room. Watch it there. It's not your place to tell me what to do. What's that supposed to mean? I thought my mom was like family. That makes me family too, so deal with it.
I snapped and dumped her bowl of popcorn on her head. She pounced on me, and as I was pushing her off, I sent her crashing into a table, knocking off a huge vase. Susan came running in at the noise, and she went bonkers on Harper. How could you do this? You know better.
But Mom...
No, Harper, I told you. You had to be perfect. Do you want to go back to the way things were? You get to go to a great school and live in a nice place. But if you can't appreciate that, then we leave today. I'd never seen Susan so mad, and I didn't want her to quit. Also, I felt a little bad for Harper.
Wait, it was an accident. I tripped, and she was just helping me up.
Susan calmed down, and after that day, things started getting better between me and Harper. Once we both backed off from annoying each other, we realized that we actually had a lot in common, especially our love for writing. And over time, we became like siblings who were constantly competing and arguing over dumb things. But we certainly didn't hate each other anymore. By the time we reached high school, Mom had expanded her studios to several locations. She wanted me to take an interest in the business, and even though I pretended I didn't like tagging along, I actually loved the glamorous shoots and meeting celebrities. I even started hanging out with celebrity kids my age, and they were something else. They shopped in private malls and had front row tickets to every concert. And once, I went to a party with a giant indoor wave pool, which was awesome. I'd often invite Harper to join us, but she never seemed comfortable around them. One night, we were at a burger joint when they decided it would be fun to break into an amusement park at night and operate the rides. That sounds fun, right, Harper? No, it doesn't. It sounds illegal. Don't be such a buzzkill. You only live once, girl. Unclench your butt cheeks. Mia, this is a bad idea, and Mom would never approve. Yeah, so we're not telling her. I'll just text Susan and say we're staying at a friend's tonight. No, I'm going home. What a loser. Let's go, Mia. We had a blast at the amusement park and even narrowly escaped when a security guard turned up. We almost peed our pants laughing as we drove away, and it was such a thrill. But Harper had a sour face the next day. Just spit it out. What's your problem with my friends? They're fun and perfectly nice people. They're not nice. Haven't you noticed their comments on my appearance? They're just giving you some friendly fashion advice. They're being condescending, Mia, and they're reckless, spoiled brats who are just used to their parents getting them whatever they want. Okay, so my mom also gets me anything I want, Harp? Is that what you think of me too? No, of course not. It's different with you. But I caught Harper rolling her eyes when Mom got me a sports car for my 17th birthday. Also, when I got into a college business program without taking the entry test because Mom knew the dean. And she got really pissed when my friends were over one day and one of them knocked their drink over on Mia's laptop and fried it. Things were tense between us. But when I found out about a national story contest, I went straight to Harper with it, trying to get into her good books. Won't you be entering it yourself? Or maybe you can just win it anyway because your mom probably knows someone. Stop being so snarky. I haven't written something in ages, so no, I'm not entering. But you should, Harper. The winner even gets a scholarship to a great writing program. She finally agreed, and some weeks later she sent off her story. And then one day, she burst into my room excitedly. Mia, I won! Holy marbles, I actually won! What? The contest! Not only am I getting the scholarship, Mia, they want to turn my short story into a novel, and it's going to be published. Can you imagine?
Oh, thank you for convincing me to enter.
Harper, that's amazing. I gotta tell Mom. She's gonna be so happy. I couldn't help feeling a little jealous, though. I'd always wanted to have a story published, and Harper was actually getting to do it. I pushed the thought away. I could do it someday, too, and I was happy for her. That is, till her book came out. It was my first time reading her script, and my heart started racing. I couldn't believe my eyes as I frantically skimmed through the pages. These were my stories. Not exactly word for word, but the main themes and so many ideas, they were mine. I stormed downstairs and shoved the book in Harper's face. You cheat. What? These are my ideas, Harper. You stole them from my notebooks. How could you stoop so low? Are you crazy? Why would I even look through your notebooks? Then how did my ideas magically appear in your story? 'Cause they're my ideas. But of course, you found a way to make it about yourself. You've always thought you're better than me because I'm just the help's daughter. Don't change the subject, witch. And I've loved Susan like my own mom. Yeah, and never thought about how you took all her time away from me. I was at home with my rotten grandma while Mom looked after your highness. Well, we were gonna leave after high school anyway, but now with my book deal, I'm sure I can take Mom away even faster. I always knew you were jealous of me, and I was right. Jealous of you? Oh, please. Why would I be jealous of someone whose mother can't be bothered to talk to her more than twice a month? Shut up, Harper. I never want to speak to you again. Fine by me. Susan was really upset when she found out about our fight, and she tried to make us talk, but I refused. I couldn't even look at Harper. And then one night, some reporters came to interview her at the house and asked her where she got her inspiration. Oh, my mom's always been a great storyteller. I wouldn't be here without her. You wouldn't be here without me, Harper. Hey, everyone, here's something you should— Harper attacked me, and suddenly we were fighting like wild cats till our moms pulled us apart. Mom asked the reporters to leave, and when I told her everything, she was livid.
After everything I've done for you two, and this is how you repay me? Stealing ideas from my daughter and attacking her too? I want you both gone, now.
It broke my heart to see Susan leave like this, but it was all her evil daughter's fault. It didn't make me feel better, though. I didn't even want to meet any of my friends. Then one night, Mom knocked on my door.
Hey, sweetie, want to go out for dinner?
I don't really feel like it, Mom.
Do it for me anyway.
I reluctantly agreed, and she took me to a small Italian restaurant.
This is where your father and I came on our first date.
You don't ever talk about him, Mom. You really don't talk to me
at all. Your father was a photographer too. He got sick soon after I got pregnant with you. It was really hard for me to deal with his loss, and I just threw myself into work. Also, I always wanted to make sure I had enough to take care of you on my own, but I think I've let you down.
What do you mean?
I can see how much you miss Susan, and she's made you into the kind of person you are today, not me. It used to hurt my feelings when you preferred her as a kid, but I can't blame you. Is there anything I can do to make up for me not being there?
Mom, I've always appreciated everything you've given me, but I think I just want your time now. Over the years, Mom and I grew closer, and I got more involved with her business. I'd see Harper on the news. She'd turned her novel into a trilogy and gained worldwide success. I tried to get over my bitterness, but I just couldn't forget the betrayal. Then one day, my assistant let in a visitor, and I was shocked to see Harper.
What are you doing here? I don't want to see you.
Please, Mia, just hear me out. She told me that Susan had fallen sick and had been in the hospital for months. My heart sank at the news. She's recovering now, but she keeps asking to see you. Please, you should hear what she has to say. I put all my differences aside and ran to see her, and hugging her made me feel like a kid again. Susan, I've missed you so much.
I've missed you too, Mia.
But what's happened? Are you okay?
Yes, I'm much better, but there's something I have to tell you now.
Okay, what is it?
Harper didn't steal your stories, Mia. I did.
I felt like someone had punched me.
It wasn't intentional, believe me. You remember how you always shared your stories with me over the years? When Harper was writing for that contest, she had writer's block and I gave her some ideas. I didn't realize those were all yours or that it would be such a big deal. But after you two fought, I realized what I'd done, but I just couldn't come clean. I didn't want to take away this amazing thing from my daughter, but I felt so awful for the pain I caused you, Mia. I am so sorry. Do you think you can ever forgive me?
Oh, please, don't cry, Susan. I just need some time to process this, okay? I sat outside her hospital room, still trying to wrap my head around everything. Just then, Harper joined me. Mom just told me a week ago, Mia. I really had no idea, but we can fix this. I can announce publicly that some ideas were yours and you can be given due credit. No, Harper, slow down. It's okay. You know what? Your mom inspired me to write stories too. I'm sure so many of my ideas came from her. It kind of feels right that they came back to you, and I'm enjoying being part of Mom's business, and I'm glad you've done so well for yourself. I'm glad you're happy too, Mia. And about all those things I said, I didn't really mean them. Me neither. Forget about it. Can we be friends again? As long as you bring your mom along. I only tolerated you because of her. Right back at ya.
Hi, I'm Noor from Pakistan. Please like and subscribe. I was 17 when I moved to the US with my family. And even though my parents were worried about me adjusting here, I was super excited about my new life. On the first day of school, as I walked down the busy hallway, a girl bumped into me and dropped all of my books. As I started picking them up, I saw another kid in roller skates charging straight at me. I just sat there frozen in horror when suddenly someone pushed me out of the way. I looked up to see the cutest boy I'd ever laid eyes on smiling down at me. Hey, are you okay? Did you hit your head? Do you feel dizzy? Well, I did, but I don't know if it was the fall or his smile. I think I'm okay. Thank you for saving my life. Suddenly, he leaned in closer. Wait, was he gonna kiss me? I was ready for it, but to my embarrassment, he just reached over and picked up his sandwich lying next to me. Must have dropped this while saving your butt. I would have been really sad if I'd lost it. He helped me to my feet, winked, and left. Wow, that was a dramatic start. Later in class, the teacher asked me to introduce myself, but when another really cute boy winked at me, I just went blank. As I was trying to think of anything to say, a girl started cackling. Geez, where is she from? Does she even know English? I wasn't gonna let some big mouth ruin my first day at school. Oh my god! You're just like those girls in American movies. You know, those mean girls in high school who always get their butts kicked in the end. I'm so excited to meet you. The girl's grin turned into a deadly glare, and just then I saw the guy who'd saved me before, and he was laughing at her. Ouch! That's gotta burn, Pat. When I went back to my seat, he poked my shoulder and introduced himself as Damien. And later he showed me the way to the cafeteria and even grabbed a food tray for me. This guy was so nice. He then told me everything about the school and that girl Patricia. She was the school's queen bee, and that boy that winked at me was Eric, her boyfriend. Ew. After that, Damien and I often hung out and studied together, and in no time we were really good friends. One day, as I was going to my class, I saw Pat on the stairs with her groupies, bullying a girl who was in tears. Hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, how come the damsel in distress is here all by herself? Is the great Damien not with you to protect you today? What does that even mean? You're dumber than you look. Don't you know why the hottest guy in school is your friend? It's 'cause he thinks you're too weak to protect yourself. Yeah, he begged me to leave you alone on your first day. And that's also why he hangs out with you all the freaking time. What? Was that what Damien thought of me? Just then, I saw Damien come up the stairs, and he had clearly heard everything. Listen, Noor, I can explain. Oh, everything is clear, Damien. Did protecting me make you feel good about yourself? Oh, well, you can go be someone else's bodyguard. I can take care of myself. Thank you very much. And with that, I stormed off angrily and planned to ignore him for a very long time. A few days later, I was paired up with Eric for an experiment in the science class. There were rumors that he and Pat had broken up, but she kept giving me death glares all the time he sat next to me. While we were doing an experiment, a test tube slipped from my fingers and almost fell on me when Eric pulled me to his side and I fell over him. And Pat jumped off her seat like it was on fire. Girl, where have you been all my life? Hiding from you. I pushed him away and left the class. I didn't want Pat's sleazy ex or more drama, but it wasn't like I could avoid it. We were having elections for student council in the coming weeks, and I entered my name for the same position that Pat was competing for. Oh, you think you can win? That's cute. Right. I am really cute, and it's gotten me very far in life. But yeah, if the position can only be filled by a bad-tempered witch, I'm sure I'll win this year too. I'm gonna. Easy there, Pat. Kids might not vote for you if they see you going all wild on me. You gotta be cool and a little cute. She looked furious as I walked off. That day, I was waiting for my bus outside school. A car stopped in front of me and the backseat window opened. Come on, Noor, get in, I'll drop you home. No thanks, I'd rather stay on this spot the rest of my life. Oh, you're hurting me, babe. I know it may look like a jerk, but trust me, I'm not one. He literally stood there for 20 minutes, and when I realized the bus wasn't coming, I gave in. Just this once. When we reached home, he got out first and opened the door for me. And then he pulled me close and kissed me. What the what? I pushed him away, but he just smirked. How dare you do that? Easy there, princess. It was just a kiss. Was it your first? I was so mad at him, but I didn't want to create a scene in front of my house, so I let him leave unscratched. But when I entered my home, I saw both my parents standing near the window looking shocked. I thought I was going to be grounded for life. But when I told them how the loser just kissed me out of nowhere, they calmed down and told me to be careful. The next day at school, the campaigning for the student council election began. I'd made all my posters and left them to dry in the art room. But when I got there, I saw they were all trashed. Of course it was that witch. I could almost cry. As I frantically started all over, I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder, and I turned to see Damien. Hey, you look like you could use some help. May I? Oh, just go away, Damien. Yeah, Pat's a big fat jerk. And she's wrecked all my hard work, but I can fix it on my own. I need a friend, not a knight in shining armor. Just give me a chance to explain, okay? I never thought you're weak. I just thought you're new around here and I was only looking out for you. But I'm sorry about how I did it. Can we be friends again, please? How could I not melt at that adorable smile? I gave him a hug and he jumped right into helping me out. We made a lot of posters and hung them all around the school. But just as I was getting one up on the wall, my foot slipped, and I almost fell to the ground when someone caught me mid-air. Eric, gotcha. Straight from heaven into my arms, gorgeous. Before I could even say anything, Damien pushed him away roughly. Get away from her before I punch out all your teeth, Eric. Whoa, I'd never seen Damien getting so mad before. Was he jealous? I had to cut in to stop the two from getting into a fight, and Eric walked off with a smirk. But later that day, as I walked back to the art room to put away some stuff, I stopped when I saw Pat and Eric inside, and they were talking about me. Babe, I swear, I was so sure Nora's parents saw me kiss her. I thought they'd ground her for a few weeks and she wouldn't be able to run for the election, but I don't know why it didn't work. It didn't work because you're a moron. Try harder. We need to do something big to get her butt kicked out of school. I just can't stand that brown-skinned curry girl. OMG, these guys were such jerks. And I decided I was gonna teach him a good lesson this time. The next few days, Eric kept trying to impress me with his expensive gifts, and I started acting like I was loving all this attention. I wanted him to think that he was winning, but it wasn't gonna be easy for him. One day, I was in the cafeteria when I invited Eric over to eat together. Hey, Eric, come sit with me. I made this delicious food only for you. OMG, homemade Pakistani food? It's my favorite, babe. And then I grabbed a spoonful of my mom's super spicy chicken tikka and shoved it in his mouth. His face turned red and he ran around the cafeteria looking for water with tears in his eyes. Did you like it? Here, have some more. But he just ran out of there like crazy. This was so much fun. But just then, I saw Damien at the back of the cafeteria, and he looked so pissed. I called out his name, but he just left, and I went after him. Damien, stop! Let go of me, Noor. I don't wanna. Whoa! Just listen to me. I've been listening to plenty of things. Eric's been going around saying you kissed him. He's such a jerk. Why would you? And then I pulled him close and kissed him. Oh, did you just... Yeah, dummy. It's you I like, not him. Then I told him about how I was playing Eric and Pat. He looked at me all surprised, but then he just hugged me. I like you too, Noor. You certainly don't need my help, but still, I want you to be careful. OMG, he was so sweet. I loved this guy. And now that everything was going according to plan, I was totally focused on the election, while watching my back, of course. On the last day of the campaign, both Pat and I had to give speeches for all the school kids in the main hall. Just as Pat got onto the stage, she said, "Guys, there are so many reasons you can vote for me, but I'll just give you one that'll make you love me. And that is, I'm not a criminal, like Noor." Just then, the lights went off, and the auditorium's TV screen lit. Everyone gasped at what they saw. It was some girl dressed like me, but in a mask, breaking into the principal's office. She took some sealed question papers from the drawer and ran out of the window. What even was that? And before I could get a grip on what was happening, Eric came onto the stage and confessed. "Yes, it's Noor. She's my girlfriend, and she asked me to get that mask for her. She said she was gonna do something that would make sure all the kids voted for her, but I had no idea she was gonna steal and sell question papers. OMG, I feel so used." Oh god, such a drama queen he was. "He's lying, he's not my boyfriend, he didn't give me anything." Oh please. We all know about all the gifts you took from him, and now you're saying you're not his girlfriend? Face the truth. You don't even deserve to be in the school, let alone the student council president. Guys, I swear it's not me in this video. Eric is lying. They're just trying to frame me. It's just your word, honey. No, actually, it's your word, Patricia. And then I took out my phone from my bag and forwarded a video to everyone in the school, including the principal. Everyone gasped as they saw it and stared at Pat. But she looked so confused and just screamed, "What is it? What the heck is going on?" Suddenly, she ran down the stage and snatched a phone from a girl. Her eyes widened when she saw the video. "It didn't work because you're a moron. Try harder. We need to do something big to get her butt kicked out of school. I just can't stand that brown-skinned curry girl." Yep, it was the recording from the same day they were talking about me. Luckily, I recorded it just in time. Suddenly, Pat looked at me and ran towards me like a mad bull. Thankfully, Damien got in the way and stopped her. "I think I told you to stay away from her." Just then, the principal came forward and said, "I can't believe you would stoop so low to win an election, Patricia. You broke into my office and framed an innocent person. And I even have complaints against you for bullying. You're being expelled from the school, Missy. And you too, Eric." The looks on their faces were priceless. "You're not the only one who can play others, Eric. I'll get you some more chicken tikka next time. Oh, but wait, you won't be here anymore. What a pity." Soon they were taken away, and I was announced the president of the student council in the absence of other competitors. Yippee! Damien ran to me and hugged me. "Whoa, you did that all on your own. I'm so proud of you. Guess you don't need me after all." "Yeah, I don't need you. I want you, you dummy. Now kiss me already." "No, babe. I love you." "I love you too, Damien."
Hi, my name is Caroline, and from the day I was born, Mom has thought of me as a nuisance. No matter how hard I try to please her, I just always end up doing the wrong thing. You see, I was always clumsy, and I'd been causing minor disasters around the house even since I was born. Like one time when I was 2 years old, I climbed onto the bookshelf to take down a book and somehow managed to bring the whole thing down. Mom and Dad were freaked. They fired my nanny then, and since Dad was always away, Mom had to quit her job to look after me full-time. I think that's when she started hating me. She thought everything I ever did was wrong. On my 6th birthday, she said to her friends, "She's so annoying that she chose to come out in the middle of my pedicure. I had to go to the hospital with half my nails painted. Can you imagine? So annoying." I was so embarrassed that I tried to run out of the room, only to run smack into my cake. I sat in a pile of cake and felt so embarrassed, and Mom looked so annoyed that I did the stupidest thing on the planet. I ate a fistful of cake and said, "Yum, chocolate." Everyone just laughed harder, and someone said I was an idiot. Turns out, it was Mom. Later that night, I heard Mom on the phone with her friend, and she was crying like a baby. I just miss the good old days. I had a life.
I felt so bad. I decided to surprise her with something awesome. I took a screwdriver and ran to the garage. I started to draw with it on the car. I made a whole scene with me and Mom in our house. She was gonna love it. I excitedly nudged her awake from her nap and led her to the garage. But I was so shocked when she went totally ballistic on me.
You're so dumb, Caroline. Your birthdays for the next 5 years are canceled.
And it doesn't get any better from here. You see, I grew up really insecure about my looks around Mom. She was beautiful herself, and her snarky comments always made me feel ugly. She'd say things like,
"Your nose is just like your father's mother's," or "You really can't pull off that pink color," or "Do you really need to eat chocolate?"
But one time, when I was in the 7th grade, she had some friends over, and I heard her say it loud and clear.
"I just wish my daughter was beautiful like me."
I ran off to my room and stared at myself in the mirror. The only thing I had in common with her was my long black hair. I decided I would never cut it, but Mom was right. I was ugly. I was so upset with my reflection that I threw a shoe at the mirror, and it broke. Mom heard the noise and came running to my room.
"What'd you do now? Clean that up."
The next few years went by like that. Dad was a constant no-show most of the time. He sent money and gifts to make up for it though, and Mom insisted I needed to be a different person, while I had found a brilliant new hobby. You see, the day before my 16th birthday, I had found a gorgeous old set of sculpting tools in the attic. I didn't even bother asking Mom whose they were because I was afraid she might make me throw them out. Just then, Mom knocked on the door. She said she'd bought me a dress to wear on my birthday the next day, but to no one's surprise, it turned out to be the wrong size. I tried really hard to fit into it, but I just couldn't. "Why did you buy me such a small dress, Mom?"
"To push you to eat fewer cookies and more veggies. The way you're eating, you're never gonna fit into anything nice."
"But Mom, clothes are supposed to fit you. You aren't supposed to fit them. If you'd gotten me the right size, I would have looked just fine."
"Just fine isn't the same as beautiful, Caroline. That's chubby girl talk."
I was so angry with her and disappointed that I had nothing nice to wear, so I just canceled my birthday party and shut myself up in my room, blasting away loud music and doodling furiously in my art pad. A few hours later, I heard a knock at the door. Mom banged on the door saying Dad's gifts were here. After she left, I opened the door and pulled my gift inside. To my surprise, it was a fancy new set of sculpting tools and clay. He'd remembered. Over the next few weeks, I ended up turning my room into my studio. I started sculpting every day. I started to get obsessed. Cars, people, horses, everything. I even started doing it at school. One day, as I was rushing from class to the art room, I bumped into someone and all the miniature sculptures in my bag fell out and scattered everywhere.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Just help me. I looked up and saw the school's basketball captain, Ron. I'd had a crush on him for a while, but he didn't even know I existed. And now he was helping me pick up my scattered miniatures. Suddenly, Ron looked at my work and let out a whistle.
Don't tell me you made these. They're brilliant.
I'm pretty sure I'm very capable of making something brilliant, Ron.
No, of course. I meant you're really good. My aunt's a sculptor, and I just know she'd love your work.
Then he invited me to his home after school. I could not believe my ears. Ron's aunt was crazy talented, and she did seem really impressed with my work. Before I knew it, we had become friends. Not just us, but Ron too. I started hanging out more and more often at his place and sculpting in his aunt's studio. Before I knew it, we had become great friends, and my crush was back. One day while I was at Ron's place, his aunt showed me a poster of the sculpting contest, and wow! The prize was a scholarship to study art at the university. Ron said,
"If anyone can win it, it's you."
The way he said it gave me butterflies, and I decided I'd give it my best. I came back home thrilled, and I told my mom about my project, but Mom was anything but impressed.
"A sculptor? I was hoping you'd become a doctor, a lawyer, or something that won't make you starve. Actually, on second thoughts, maybe that's not such a bad thing."
I tried to not let her get to me, but she made me so mad. I shut myself up for the weekend and sculpted with such passion that I dirtied the floor and sent clay water splattering onto the walls. I wouldn't even go down to eat with her. I just ordered pizzas and had the delivery boy hand them to me through my window. A few days later, as I was leaving for school, she barged in and was beyond furious. She completely ignored my beautiful pieces and only looked around at the mess with crazy eyes. What are you, a cave woman? You're not going anywhere till you clean this garbage dump. I'll clean it up, Mom, but why do you always see the ugly side of everything? Don't you have anything nice to say about my art? I couldn't care less about your stupid art. And with that, she walked away. I was so furious, I decided to do the only thing I knew would really get to her. I decided to cut all my long black hair and dye it. It was the only thing my mother and I had that was similar, and now I was different. When she saw me with bright blue short hair, she dropped the plate she was holding and simply said, "Ah, completely ugly now." I started spending as much time away from home, returning late and not answering my mom's calls. I spent most of my time at Ron's house working on my sculpture of Grace O'Malley, a fierce Irish pirate. She was such an iconic woman. One day when I returned home, I couldn't find my sculpture anywhere. So I asked Mom, and she casually said, "Your room looked like a dump." So I threw away everything. You what? Mom, I spent weeks on it. The competition is just 4 days away. I told you to clean up your mess. I couldn't tell the art from the trash. I was horrified and did the only thing that made sense. I turned around and ran out of my home. That night it was freezing outside and I didn't know where to go. I started crying, sitting on the street. Suddenly a car approached me. It was Ron. He said, since I hadn't shown up at his place when I was supposed to, he thought I might be in trouble. When I told him I'd left my house, he said I could stay at his place as long as I wanted. The next 3 days were crazy. I skipped school and worked on my sculpture all day long. I blocked Mom's number because she wouldn't stop calling to yell at me. But the day before the art contest, someone knocked at Ron's door. It was Dad. He wanted me to go home to Mom. Are you coming?
No, honey. I have to catch a flight in 30 minutes. Now, hurry up.
Forget it, Dad. I'm tired of how you and Mom have been. You're literally never there in my life. And Mom just hates me so much. I'm not going back to her.
She doesn't hate you. She loves you.
Yeah, of course. Now go, Dad. I don't need you either. I have other friends who can be there for me when I need it. With that, I slammed the door in his face. On the day of the art contest, I was very anxious. I tried to look around and find some familiar faces, but none were there for me. I looked at other people's art pieces, and I suddenly felt they were all better than mine. I wanted to go away. I took my small little statue and ran out of the exhibition crying. But at the door, I found Dad. He took one look at me and smiled. You came? How?
No one else gets to be my daughter's best friend and biggest support. Now tell me, you weren't running away, were you?
My work is really bad, Dad. It's not good.
Why don't you let the judges decide?
He led me back inside, and long story short, 2 hours later, I walked out with the first prize, 100% scholarship to my dream university. Just as I was about to leave the gallery, I saw something that surprised me. Mom was walking away from the far end of the crowd. I couldn't believe she'd come to see me tank, and now that I'd done well, she was just walking away? Well, she could do whatever. I was going to start college anyway. I started art school and started dating Ron, who asked me to be his girlfriend the day we graduated high school. After I finished college, Ron and I decided to buy a small gallery for me. I found a gorgeous little place, and the very first day, we found a lovely little sculpture tucked away in its storage. The real shocker, though, was that it looked very familiar. The gallery owner said, "Oh, it's just been collecting dust for 20 years. The artist was not very successful. Then she stopped working when she had a kid. This was her last piece. She called it Baby Caroline." I was stunned for a second when I realized why it was so familiar. The baby was wearing a necklace exactly like mine. My mom made this. I told the owner I was keeping it and wrapped it up. On Christmas that year, I took the sculpture and decided to see Mom. As soon as she saw it, she burst into tears and said, "I'm so sorry. I'm a horrible mother, aren't I?" She said she'd gotten jealous when she saw me sculpt. "I gave up my career for you, and you were so good. I got so upset. I'm so sorry." As angry and hurt as I was, I knew that Mom had given up a lot for me, so I hugged her and showed her my second gift, the old sculpting tools I'd found in the attic years ago. She cried as she held them. They were hers. Well, now the two of us often sculpt together in my studio, except we have a third edition, my little girl Maria.
My friend often says that Italians are emotional and impulsive. I haven't done an impulsive thing in my life. Crazy things just happen to me, you know? I was just so unprepared for my chemistry exam, and all I did was set off the fire alarm. Next thing I know, a fire truck had crashed into our school auditorium. The principal was furious and searching for the culprit, and I, the culprit, found myself running away from the school as fast as I could. I rushed straight into my empty house and up to my room to find a boy sitting on my bed. He looked exactly like me. I'm talking height, hair color, lips, down to my very eyes. He was like a boy version of me. Suddenly, he ran up to me and hugged me. I pushed him away. Who are you and what are you doing here? Sorry, the front door was open and I was just so excited to meet my twin sister for the first time. Twin what? Falla finita. Was there no end to today's drama? The crazy events of the day ended with me finding out the greatest secret my parents had kept from me. I wasn't born into this world alone. I had a twin brother, and his name was Lucas. My parents had given him up for adoption and kept me. His millionaire father barely paid attention to him now. He was far too busy, and that led Lucas to seek out his real parents. After telling him what happened at school, he suggested something that really caught my interest. Why don't we switch places for a few days? You could enjoy my mansion and posh high school while I get to see what it's like to live with my real parents. And my Italian blood quickly did its thing, and before I knew what I was saying, I yelled, "Deal!" I didn't want to waste another second. I just wanted to experience a day at school without getting bullied. We went out and bought wigs, and then I was off to take over my twin brother's life and move into his mansion. I just went crazy the first day of the switch, eating everything I could see in the pantry and playing all of Lucas's amazing video games. No one was at home except for his many servants. I called Lucas to check in on him, and he sounded so happy with my parents. Mama's cooking is the best, and I had so much fun watching basketball with Papa today. How about you? I told him that I was doing just fine. I hope you'll really enjoy my life, sorella. After meeting his best friend Jeff, I was sure I would. There was just something about him that was so dreamy. He radiated pure confidence and charisma. Too bad I was here as a boy. There was nothing I could do but look. Or so I thought. Turns out Lucas and Jeff were much closer friends than I knew. One day, he just barged into my room without even knocking. And worse, he immediately jumped into my bed as if he owned it. Wake up, princess. It's time for your morning tea. What did he just call me? He was grinning from ear to ear. And then it hit me. I was still in my girly pink pajamas. Could I just disappear right now? I immediately cleared my throat, and in a deeper voice I said, "I'm just man enough to wear pink." Dude, I know, it's cool. He gave me...
You'll probably dig a hole in his back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you insist. You want to hang out later?
Nah, I'll pass. Maybe some other time. I had decided just then that I was tired of only watching Brad. I had to show him that I was cool enough to hang out at his table. The next morning, I woke up super early to do my makeup. And when Mom dropped me off at school, I took off my mask. Mom had lied about a lot of things, so who said I really needed the mask? And I could feel all eyes on me as I walked in. Even Brad kept staring at me during recess, and he was so lost that he accidentally spilled juice on himself. Could this day get any better?
Well, who do we have here?
Mona 2.0.
Interesting. She's pretty.
That day, Ken and I didn't eat alone. Other people joined our table and everyone seemed keen to talk to me. And the best part was, my allergies weren't acting up. Just then, a girl offered me some chips. And a moment later, my worst nightmare came true. I could feel my throat closing up. I felt the entire school watching me as I fell to the ground. I could hear panicked voices all around me. But just then, someone jabbed me with my EpiPen. Ken had taken it from my bag and saved me. He helped me up and I immediately felt better. Till I noticed Brad. He hadn't even moved from his spot. What the heck? I felt really disappointed, so I returned to school with my mask the next day. I couldn't make Brad care about me, and hiding behind the mask just felt more comfortable now. But later that day, Brad bailed on me for our lesson at the library, and I felt really mad. I stormed into the gym where he was playing basketball, and I didn't care that people were watching. You just sat there and watched me struggle to breathe yesterday, and did nothing.
Do I even know you?
Stop pretending, Brad. You've been my friend for months. More than that. You even kissed me the other day.
What? Me kiss you? In your dreams, loser. Why would I kiss you when I have the prettiest girlfriend ever?
Girlfriend? It finally made sense. He was always hiding because he didn't want to be seen by his girlfriend. I was so upset and slapped him real hard.
You are a terrible person. But the next day, everyone was calling me a crazy liar. I was really beginning to hate high school, and I just wanted to go back to my old homeschooled life. I thought Mom would be delighted to hear, but to my surprise, she refused. Listen, Mona, when I was younger, I lost my best friend to a condition like yours, which made me so scared when you got it. I thought hiding you away was going to protect you, but I was wrong. Running from your problems never solves them. You're so selfish, Mom. You just make me do whatever you want, when you want. Sometimes, I think I hate you. I took the picture of us on the fireplace and flung it at the wall. Mom yelled at me after that, but I just stormed off to my room. And I refused to go to school the next day. But later, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, someone tapped on my window. It was Ken. Get off your butt, princess. I'm here to quiz you. What do you mean? You're not gonna hide out here. You're gonna take that test. And you're gonna stay in my class. Because I find it really hard to make friends. You got that? Ken really was an amazing friend. And I thought about what Mom said too. Why should I quit school? I was gonna show everyone I deserved to be there. At school, I didn't really care about the stares and whispers anymore, but I still couldn't stop feeling stupid about Brad. Why did he do that to me? One day I walked into the science lab and found him there, and I just couldn't stop myself from confronting him. And he laughed. Look, I was just bored. None of the girls pay attention to me because I've been with the same girlfriend forever. But you didn't know, and I thought I'd have some fun with that. We still can, you know. I wouldn't mind kissing you again. Just then, his girlfriend entered and gave him a tight slap. Soon the entire school knew his girlfriend had dumped his butt for being a jerk. I was totally focused on my tests now, and studying with Ken became a routine. One day when he was over, I asked him, "What would you do if you had the chance to be anything?" "Join the Rikers skateboard competition. I don't care if I win. I just want to be there. It's so cool." "Then go for it." My dad won't let me. He says it's a pathetic waste of time. The day of the test finally came, and after completing it, I nervously watched as the teacher graded it. "Wow, this is impressive, Mona. Congratulations. You passed." I gave the teacher a big hug and ran to find Ken. I had a special thank you gift for him, but when I found him, the principal was yelling at him in the hallway. "Your continued disregard for the rules has brought nothing but disgrace to me." "Yeah, no kidding, Dad." "Dad?" I followed him outside and found him sitting under a tree. "So, the principal is your dad?" "Yep, and you just saw for yourself what a disappointment I am to him." "Listen, I gotta tell you something. Don't be mad, but I applied to the Rikers competition on your behalf. I sent them that crazy stunt video you have on Facebook, and they want you to participate. You've been watching out for me since I got here, Ken. Let me help you talk to your dad. Can we try, please?" I could see tears in his eyes as I spoke, and then suddenly, he held my face and kissed me. I felt a million butterflies erupt in my tummy. That day when I got home, I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, and I hugged her from behind. "I owe you an apology, Mom. I was a jerk. Thank you for not letting me quit. I'm just trying to make things right, honey. You're on the right track."
Hi, I'm Kat from Texas. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted to be an artist. When Mom would get me paint, I decorated the walls.
Mama, look, my new masterpiece. You like it?
Oh, good Lord, Kat. We just got the walls painted. Now I have to clean this up before the guests come. No matter what I did, I never seemed to impress Mom. She grew up in Luxembourg, and when her rich best friend moved to town, she became totally obsessed with her son and how perfect he was.
I just have to say, I've never painted on the walls.
Kat, you can learn a thing or two from Jacques. Mom always told me how art schools were expensive and pointless, and I should choose something better like Jacques, who wanted to be a doctor. If that wasn't enough, boy, was he annoying.
Hey,
why did your parents name you Kat? You look more like a hippo to me.
Go away already.
When no one was looking, he would pull my hair out of nowhere.
Ow!
You had something in your hair.
You are such a liar.
Ugh. If that wasn't enough, he would get weirdly protective of me. One time, we went to the water park and I was playing with some boys. It was all fun, but then Jacques came out of nowhere and pulled me out as if I was drowning.
What was that?
You looked like you were drowning. Are you all right?
Moron, I was fine. The guy drove me nuts. I was so relieved when Jacques and his family moved back to Luxembourg. One time when I was 15, Mom told us how Grandma would be visiting us. I had never even met her or even heard of her before. So, my mom is coming. It would only be a day or two. Dad got so mad he walked right out. I was shocked. Mom and Dad never fought. Turns out, Dad hated Mom's family, and they hated him right back. That's why we never saw them. Dad cooled down and told us he would not be there for the visit, but he supported the need for us to reunite. The weird reaction made me super nervous for the visit, but when Grandma came, she looked like a queen.
Bonjour. I am so happy to see you all. It's been too long. Whose fault is that? Mon chéri, I want to put all that behind us. Although we disapprove of you marrying a poor man, it's clear you are happy.
She had dinner with us in private jet. When I got to the huge mansion she lived in, I was mesmerized. My room was the size of my parents' entire apartment. Then I met my aunt, who, for some reason, reminded me of the Wicked Witch of the West. Perhaps it was the nose. Maybe her eyes.
Remember, I've got eyes on you.
I then realized she was the complete package. A witch. At dinner, my aunt's daughter Adele sat next to me. She looked really cute, and I hoped she was nicer than her mom. It's nice to meet you. Out of nowhere, she knocked my glass out of my hand. Then she screamed loud enough for Grandma to hear.
Look at what Katrina did. That glass is worth more than she is.
I did not. Why are you lying? Adele leaned in closer, whispering.
Oh, why are you lying, huh?
Whoa, I had to take my words back. She wasn't cute. She actually reminded me of Dudley, Harry Potter's cousin. The wicked mom-daughter duo could be mean to me all they wanted to, but I wasn't gonna let them scare me off. This was my only ticket to art school. Living with those two nasty witches under the same roof was a nightmare. The two would constantly make me do chores when Grandma wasn't around. I so wanted to talk to Mom, but decided not to tell her because I knew she'd be worried. One time, my aunt told me to pick some flowers for the dinner table.
But not the blue ones. She is allergic to them.
And then Grandma started sneezing like crazy.
I told you to get the blue ones, you careless girl. She is allergic to pink. Bring my dinner in my room. I can't breathe here.
When she left, Adele and my aunt gave me the most wicked grins. Gosh, I hated them so much. Once summer vacation ended, I started school and was completely overwhelmed when I saw all the strangers. But then I saw a familiar face. It was Jacques, and he looked so different. Gone was the short boy who pulled my hair. I hugged him tightly, and after small talk, he said,
"Are you here for the art school?"
"How did you know?"
Duh. Our moms are best friends. I know everything. Come, let me show you around.
Having Jacques around calmed me down a lot. During lunch, I sat with him, but suddenly Adele joined us.
Jacques, why are you talking to her? My mom told me that her dad is so poor, he smells like garbage.
My dad smells great.
You wish your dad was as cool as cats.
Adele looked like she'd been slapped, and now it was my turn to give her a wicked grin. That kind of backfired because after that day, Adele made all the kids say mean stuff to me like, "Ew, she's poor, get away." Though I ignored them, I was getting so tired of it all. She even made crazy stories about me. How my parents ran off to be in the circus, and that I was on the Discovery Channel for having abnormally large feet and whatnot. I did my best to spend time with Jacques and ignore that witch. He was actually being adorable. He would pick me flowers and tell me about what a struggle it had been moving back to Luxembourg and how much he missed his parents, who were free from all the drama here. It made me miss them too. One day as I entered school, Adele and her minions started mimicking me. "Ew, I am Cat. I wanna be an artist."
Newsflash, you are nothing but trash. Go back to where you came from.
She was a lost cause. One day as I walked by the park, I saw the strangest scene. Adele kissing a boy who looked familiar. I waited for her in her room that night so I could talk to her when she got home. "Who was that boy you were kissing?" Suddenly, she turned white as a sheet. She begged me not to tell Aunt and even offered me money. "I just want to know why you're keeping this a secret. Don't you even know what happened to your mom?"
Your dad was our family's cleaner. Your mom fell in love with him and he stole from the family, and your mom actually left with him. Since then, this family doesn't trust poor people. My boyfriend, he is a gardener. Mom will kill me if she finds out. I had never heard that story before. I never thought my dad would do something like that, and I wondered if it was true. Well, I promised Adele that her secret was safe with me. The whole family drama and the Adele thing had me so occupied that when Jacques asked me out, I was completely caught off guard. He took me to the nicest restaurant, and there I told him everything happening at Grandma's place. I wanted his opinion on everything, and he told me not to worry. But suddenly he smiled at me and leaned forward to wipe off ketchup from my chin. Gosh, you are still the girl I had a crush on. You had a crush on me? Why do you think I always teased you? I went about it terribly. I was embarrassed back then. What can I say? I was a stupid kid. I had no idea you liked me, but you know, I kinda like you now. Jacques then leaned in and kissed me. It was an amazing night, but when I got home, the whole family was waiting for me in the living room.
Who were you out with this late? It was that boy, wasn't it?
I looked over at Adele and realized she hadn't said anything. She knew I was keeping her secret and she wouldn't rat me out. Her mom was just determined to make me look bad.
I don't see how that matters. Her awful dad stole from us. This girl is probably as stupid as her mom was.
That's when I heard Jacques' voice behind me.
You forgot your sweater.
Kat, is this the boy you are seeing? Mother, we are going to repeat history if you do not send her back right away. I know this boy. He may not be as bad as Katrina's father, but he is not on our level. Look at her, just 15 and going out making boyfriends?
I am pretty sure Adele is also 15, but she has a boyfriend. She is allowed and Kat isn't? How convenient.
Suddenly, my aunt's eyes jumped out of her head.
Is this true, Adele? Do you have a boyfriend you never told me about?
Adele was sure about to cry, so I jumped in. Ex-boyfriend, but it's over now. They broke up last month. Adele looked relieved.
My aunt crossed her arms and left the room.
I walked Jacques out, but he wouldn't look at me.
Why do you want to stay here, knowing how evil they are?
I mean, yeah, they think they're above my dad, but they were just mad because Dad stole from the family. It's different now.
You believe that? My mom was here when your parents were kids, and she told me your aunt was in love with your dad. She was always jealous of your mom because your dad chose her. She framed your dad and forced him to leave the country. Of course your mom went with him.
He left me there, feeling ashamed for ever doubting my dad. I should have known my aunt was jealous. She hated me from the start and turned everyone against me. How could she hate her own sister so much? At that moment, I just missed Mom so much and I wanted to just hug her. So I called her. I shouldn't have come.
What happened?
Are they treating you badly? Aunt is evil and I can't stay anymore. I'm coming home.
Listen, I left because I felt like I had no other choice. I want you to come home, but I also need you to stand up for yourself.
As soon as I hung up the phone, I heard crying. I realized it was coming from Adele's room. What happened?
This is your stupid boyfriend's fault. My boyfriend has been fired. I should have known not to date him.
This is not his fault. Your mom got him fired, just like she got my dad fired. And we're not gonna let her get away with it. I know you hate me, but you have to trust me on this one.
I don't hate you. I just didn't want you here. But if you want to help me help Gabriel, maybe you're not as bad as I thought.
We stayed up late that night, and I realized that without her mom around, Adele was actually a nice person. I went to breakfast early, and it was just my aunt at the table. Just so you know, this is my last day here. I just want to know why you hate Mom, your own sister, so much. Why did you frame my father?
Your father did steal. I saw it with my own eyes.
You were obsessed with him. That's why you lie and pretend to hate poor people. Because you're embarrassed he chose Mom. It's time for you to get over it.
I don't hate poor people, just him.
Then why did Gabriel's dad get fired? Did he steal something too?
I don't know how you know about that, but I had to do what was best for my daughter.
Oh, so history repeats itself. Wow. Did you falsely accuse him of something? Just like you falsely accused my dad?
Guess what? I did set up Gabriel's father, just like I set up your dad. He didn't steal anything. I lied. But what are you going to do about it?
Suddenly, Grandma appeared in the doorway with Adele. She had heard everything.
I can't believe you as the reason I haven't had a relationship with my daughter all these years. Adele can date anyone she wants. And if you say a word, I'll have you kicked out. Katrina, I am so sorry.
I gave her a hug. I told her I loved her, but I needed to go home. Grandma assured me she'd still support me going to art school. I gave Adele a hug too, and we promised to stay in touch. Just when I got my bags ready to go to the airport, I saw Jacques waiting for me.
My mom told me you were going back home, but I had to give you a ride myself. I'm sorry about what I said. I just know you deserve better than these people. I care for you. And, I'm moving back to America because I want to be close to you.
Oh, close to me? Why, so you can tug on my hair like when we were kids?
No, silly, because I love you.
I love you too.
Hey guys, how's it going? Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school. Again.
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick? Ugh. Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Oh, before I continue, would y'all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that mom and dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet.
Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult. You silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off.
Whoa, rude. Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage. But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé, hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package. Handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin.
Grayson.
Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge. I've never seen biceps that big before. And not that they look bad. They look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep.
Please kill me.
Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-looking biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all. But secretly, I did really want a boyfriend. So, that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked a million times more handsome. Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here. These aren't mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist. I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. Pfft, as if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school, guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating. Talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves. So to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem!
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk! How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet. Yeah, and also, because your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream?
First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya! Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar, put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss, and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here, and I need a change. I hope you'll
you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve though, cause I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants cause I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer. Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep, begging me to take him back.
Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me?
I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug.
So, when do we get to have our first kiss?
Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below. Ruby, our craziest MSA character. Hi, I'm Rachel from Pennsylvania, and I'm Amish. Please like and subscribe. The Amish community believes in a simpler lifestyle than the rest of the modern world, and this is reflected in our clothes and our simple ways of living. Some of us don't even have cell phones in the 21st century, including me. But I was always curious about the world and wanted to experience everything. Once when I was 5, I found a lost doll on my way to school, and in our culture,
Dolls aren't supposed to have faces, but this one did. I was thrilled to find it and took it to school with me. But as soon as I took it out of my bag, the kids screamed.
OMG, a doll with a face. Where did you get this thing from? I guess it belongs to some tourist who must have visited the area and... So you stole it from her?
No, she forgot, and just then the teacher came running. She took the doll from my hands and tossed it into the dustbin. But I wasn't giving up so easily. After school, I snuck into the classroom and took the doll out of the bin. And then I heard the teacher's voice.
What do you think you're doing?
The teacher took me to the principal, and soon the news spread across the town that I was evil. But my parents didn't care.
I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad. I caused you trouble.
Oh, it's okay, honey. We know that you're a good girl who is just curious about things. You don't have to be sorry about anything, love. And then she hugged me real tight, but no one else liked me after that. Not much changed until I turned 16, and then it got worse because this was the age that girls in the community started getting married, and I didn't want to. I was confident no one would ask for my hand in marriage since everyone thought I was evil, but to my horror, it happened. One day I had some guests over and my parents told me, "Oh dear, Jim has decided that he wants to marry you, and even we think you both are a great match. So, what do you say?" Say? I didn't know what to say. I pulled the guy aside and asked him to say no.
No, I can't do that.
What? Are you crazy? They'll get us married if you don't.
That's what I want, Rachel. I've been in love with you ever since I saw you, and Rachel, stop. Please listen to me.
He was a sore loser, and I didn't want to marry someone like him. I tried to talk to my parents, but they said it was for the best. Really? Now I had no option but to run away. I left home and kept running until I reached the main road, and there I saw a bus approaching me. The bus stopped and some kids got down, and that's when I saw the most shocking thing. A girl just like me was standing right in front of me. What the freaking pigeon? She looked just as shocked and walked towards me. Wow, you look just like me. That's so amazing. I'm Lindsay. What's your name? I'm Rachel. Well, Rachel, your clothes? They look so cool. Where did you get them from? I don't know why, but I told her my entire life story. And suddenly, Lindsay smiled at me and told me this crazy idea. Rachel, do you want to trade places with me? What? Well, I want to see your community, and maybe I'll get some time off my stupid life, and you get to live the life you want out there. Well, I was speechless. I was really scared to do it, but when I thought about the marriage proposal waiting for me at home, I said yes. Rachel and I exchanged our clothes, and it felt so different. All these colors on my body were crazy. Suddenly, the bus honked, and Lindsay told me to get on it. She hugged me and said goodbye and ran back towards the direction I pointed her to. I got on the bus, and it was all so weird. All the kids were calling me Lindy, and she seemed to be a super popular girl. But then suddenly, a girl came to me and slapped my face really hard. What the heck? This is the last time you kiss my boyfriend. You hear me? Her what? I was in shock. I'd never kissed anyone. But then I realized probably Lindsay did. I didn't know what to do, so I just went to the back and sat there. When we reached the school, a lady standing by a car waved at me.
Lindsay, how dare you go on this trip without informing me? And why are all your teachers telling me you're a brat?
That's enough.
Not another word from you. I'm taking away your phone, young lady.
My phone? I don't have a phone. Lindsay probably took it with her, and her mom looked furious now. She asked me to get into the car, and just as we reached home, she said,
"You sneaked out when you were grounded, and now I'm extending your punishment. You're not leaving this house for another week."
OMG, this was like back to where I started from. Lindsay's mom sent me to her room, which was mine now. And this room was full of things I'd never seen in my life. A TV, a computer, a closet full of colorful clothes. This place was heaven. And then I jumped onto her super soft bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt like I was kissing someone in my dream. But I screamed my lungs out when I realized it wasn't a dream. There was a boy in my room kissing me. He tried to hush me and said in a low whisper,
Why are you screaming? It's me, Toby, your boyfriend.
"Boyfriend?" Lindsay betrayed her boyfriend and kissed some other guy? She was really something. Suddenly he came closer, and I could even see in the dark how handsome he was. "But what are you doing here this late?"
I come here every day ever since you've been grounded, remember? What's wrong with you, babe?
He touched my forehead so gently, I couldn't help but melt a little. Then he took out a beautiful necklace from his pocket.
I bought this to mark our first month together. Shall I put it on you?
He was doing all this for Lindsay, who betrayed him for some other guy? For a moment, I started to hate her. I decided I was going to tell him that I wasn't Lindsay. But just then, I heard her mom walking upstairs.
Lindsay, I heard some noises. Are you okay?
Toby and I looked at each other, super scared, but he quickly ran out of the window, and both of our butts were saved.
Were you talking to someone?
No, of course not. I don't even have my phone on me. I left it on the field trip, remember? She looked at me suspiciously and then went away. A few days passed, and I was just stuck at home. All thanks to Lindsay, the brat. But thank God for Toby, who visited me every day, and every time I wanted to tell him the truth. But I was afraid he'd get mad and stop seeing me. One night when he dropped by, he got up to leave after 20 minutes. I asked him why, and he said,
Babe, I play volleyball at the beach every Saturday night, remember?
"The freaking beach?" I leapt up excitedly and said I wanted to go with him. He looked really surprised.
But you hate the beach, and the sand, and volleyball. And you also hate my friends and never want to hang out with them?
Wow, what was wrong with Lindsay? Oh, I guess I've just been cooped up for so long. I really just want to go out. He looked super happy, and we both snuck out the window. I had to stop myself from gasping when I saw the sea for the first time. It was so beautiful. I had an amazing time with his friends, and after his game, we took a moonlit walk on the beach. I closed my eyes to feel the wind in my hair, and when I opened them, I saw Toby looking at me curiously. He stopped and took my hand.
Lindsay, I don't know what it is, but something about you has changed. You're enjoying all these things you never do with me, and you even look different. I haven't seen you much without makeup, and I have to say, you're even prettier this way.
And with that, he pulled me in close and kissed me, and I just couldn't help kissing him back, even though I felt so guilty. I'd been so caught up with Toby, I hadn't even thought that much about Lindsay, and I decided to check up on her. I sneaked into her mom's bedroom one evening and took her cell phone. I found Lindsay's contact there and called her, but she just cut my call. I tried again, and she kept rejecting it. Ugh, this girl. Then I sent her a text message saying it was me, Rachel, and then she replied with a picture. What? No, this girl was insane. Suddenly, I turned around to find Lindsay's mom standing right behind me.
You're not Lindsay, are you?
What? How did she know that? Suddenly, she put her hands around my face. You guys look so alike. I can't even tell you apart. What are you talking about? Do you know who I am? And who are you?
My name is Sabrina. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never felt connected to anyone in it except for my sister, your mother.
She was my mom's sister?
At the age of 20, I got pregnant with twins, and I knew my sister could never have any children. So before leaving town, I gave you to her.
Wait, what? So you're my mother?
Yes, but that doesn't mean my sister isn't. She loves you more than me, I'm sure.
Of course she does. She didn't leave me like you did. And you're a terrible woman. I can't believe you abandoned me and thought of only yourself. I hate you. I just got up and ran out of there like crazy. It was raining heavily and I kept running until I bumped into someone. Toby!
Lindsay, are you okay? What happened?
I was so out of breath, I couldn't speak. I started to cry, and Toby hugged me tight and took me to his home. After some time, he gave me some hot chocolate to drink, and while I was drying myself by the fireplace, Toby came and hugged me from behind.
Lindsay, it's okay if you don't want to tell me anything, but I want you to know that I'm falling in...
Toby, stop! I turned around and he looked confused.
Is everything okay?
No, it's not. I'm not Lindsay.
I told him everything about the switch and even that Lindsay cheated on him. You're a good guy, Toby, and you deserve so much better. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Toby stood there stunned. I hugged him tight and left. It was almost dawn and I decided I was gonna go back and stop Lindsay from ruining her life. But just then a car stopped in front of me and Sabrina jumped out. Rachel, there isn't a day that I haven't thought about you. It was really tough for me, but I don't regret what I did. My sister is a very good human being and she deserved happiness. And you, tell me, would you give her up as your mother? Suddenly, I realized that she was right. My mother was amazing, and I was so wrong to leave her like that. I turned to Sabrina. We have to leave now. Lindsay is getting married. She drove with the speed of light, and when we got to the farm, I ran to my house, and there, I saw Lindsay kissing Jim in the front yard. Lindsay, stop! Are you crazy? Jim looked at me like he'd seen a ghost and ran away like crazy.
Everyone was right. You're a witch. A witch!
What are you doing here? And Mom, I swear I didn't do it. It was Rachel's idea to switch places. No, it wasn't. You've got to stop with these lies and stupid things that you do. I can't believe we're sisters.
We're what?
Sabrina told her everything as she stood there in complete disbelief. Just then, Mom came out and hugged Sabrina. Oh, sis, it's been so long. I missed you so much. And then she turned to me and pulled me close. Rachel, my child, I heard everything and I'm so sorry, honey. I should have told you that I'm not your mom. No, you are. You are my mom and I love you. I shouldn't have fled without telling you. I like my life with you and Dad, but Mom, I just wanted to see more. You were always a curious one. Sweetheart, if that's what you want to do, you can have it. And there will always be a home for you here to come back to. As I hugged Mom tight, suddenly Lindsay let out a loud squeal. OMG, Toby, baby, what are you doing here? Did you come all this way for me? He gently pushed her aside.
No, I didn't, Lindsay. We're over. You can kiss or marry whoever you want.
He pulled me to the side and said,
I came here for you. You didn't let me finish my sentence earlier. I wanted to tell you that I'm falling in love with you. With you, Rachel. And if you're moving to the city, I'd love to ask you out on a proper date.
I'd really like that. And I love you too, Toby. Hi, I'm Clover from Oklahoma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a busy doctor mom who spent most of her days treating patients and performing surgeries. She loved her work so much that when I was about to come into this world, she was busy delivering other babies and the nurses had to pull her out to deliver me first. She's so pretty, like a snowflake. I was born with blue eyes and white hair, unlike anyone in my entire family. And wherever we'd go, everyone would stare at me.
What a unique kid. You should have her tested. Maybe she's an X-Men with mutant DNA.
Oh, go away.
Listening to such stupid people and seeing how Mom got scared for me every time, I decided to fix things on my own. I took some paint colors and decided to color my hair all brown.
Oh, Clover, what are you doing, honey?
I don't like strangers coming up to me all the time, Mom. I want to fix it myself so I can be normal like the others.
Sweetie, you are normal and you don't have to change anything about yourself for anyone.
But they just keep bothering me.
Then give them time. When people see something they're not used to, they get excited, but over time, they'll get over it. Trust me. To my delight, I discovered what Mom said was true. When I started school, at first, all the kids would stare at me, but then they all wanted to be my friend. By the time I was 14, guys would go crazy over me. And even though I secretly liked all the attention, I wanted to focus more on myself and my studies. So I worked my butt off and got into the best high school in Texas. But when I told Mom this, she shocked me with something even bigger. She was going to volunteer in a small village in South Africa and asked me to move in with my aunt who also lived in Texas. My aunt? How come I've never heard of her after all these years? That's because she ran away to marry a super rich guy and got in touch with me only recently. But why her, Mom? And how am I going to live without you? The place I'm going to is very remote with almost no communication with the outside world. That's why I want you to stay with family who can look after you when I'm not here. And you're all grown up, honey. There's a world out there you need to explore on your own. Mom hugged me tight, but I really wasn't excited about her leaving like this. Days after Mom left, I took a flight to my aunt's place. But when I reached the address Mom gave me, I got the shock of my life. My aunt wasn't rich. Instead, she lived in a very small house, and when I knocked on the house door, a pan came flying at my face.
What the flying pans?
Oh, darling, I am so sorry. It's just this bratty daughter of mine. She keeps throwing nasty fits. You, come on in. She took me inside, and I could see this house hadn't been cleaned in ages. Yikes.
It's just a pet. Don't freak out, princess.
Freak out? I wanted to run from this place, especially because I had to share a room with nasty Nia, and she was the most unhygienic of all.
So, what's with the white hair? Does it get you the boys, or do you have one of those real conditions like they show in MSA videos?
You watch MSA?
Yeah, and that's how I know I'm the main character. Now take the couch and don't fart all night.
Ew. She was sick, but there was nowhere else I could go now, so I decided to make this place my home. And these people, my family, like Mom had asked me. The next morning, before Aunt and Nia woke up, I cleaned the entire place to give them a surprise. But when I returned from school, the house was all upside down again. You guys, I worked all night to clean this place.
Well, who asked you to do it? And anyway, I couldn't find any of my stuff with everything so tidy, so I messed it all back up.
Ugh, this girl was such a nuisance. I almost wanted to call Mom and tell her to come back. But that's when I learned that Mom got stuck because a serious illness broke out in the area where she was working. And the government in that state announced an emergency and sealed it. So when's Mom gonna come back? And is she okay? Yeah, she's safe, but I have no idea when she'll be back.
Now tell me, did you clean the house all by yourself?
Your mom told me you can cook too. And did she give you any money? And even though my heart kept sinking thinking about Mom, my aunt would keep me busy with the house chores. And just like that, I became a live-in maid for these people, and Nia and I became like siblings who quarreled all the time. What did you do with my boots?
I sold them for $40 at school. Profit, you see. Only you ain't smart.
They cost more than $400. Oh, you're so stupid. She'd even have wild parties at home just before my tests to annoy me. And my aunt would sleep peacefully on the couch, like a deaf bear in hibernation. God knows how she managed to run the house without money. She didn't give me any allowance, and I decided it was time to make my own money. So I took up a job at a local salon, but then one evening while I was on my way back home, rain started pouring, and I started to run, but just then, a car came and stopped right in front of me. Camilla, get in. I kept ignoring him because that wasn't my name, but the guy kept following me in his car and then stepped out. I turned around to hit him, but he held my hand firmly. Hey, chill. Look, I'm not gonna force you to come back with me, but just listen to me once, okay? He let go of my hand and kept talking to me like I was someone else. Look, sir, I think you're mistaken. I'm not Camilla. It can't be. You both look so similar. God, is that your real hair? He then apologized to me and went away, but only after a few seconds, he came back running. What now? I can at least drop you at home. It's terrible weather and I'd like to apologize for my misunderstanding. He seemed like a nice guy, and because of the rain, I decided to take the lift. But on our way home, he showed me pictures of this girl who looked just like me. What's this? Did you Photoshop these? And then he told me something shocking. This girl was a model, but she ran away, and ever since then, he's been searching for her. But I'm not her. I know. That's why I want your help. Until I find her, do you think you can work in her place? And I'll pay you a lot, too. Me? I can hardly walk properly in slippers. I'm no model, but I can teach you. Look, I don't want to force you, but I took advance payments and Camilla ran away with all the money. Now, if you won't do the shows, I'll have to refund triple the amount and I'll go broke. I felt bad for him, but I had school and even Mom wasn't around, so I politely refused. But then a few days later when I woke up, I saw all the stuff was put out in the garden for an auction sale. Nia, what the heck are you doing with all my stuff?
Making more money out of it. Your mom's gone and we have no idea when she's coming back. You can't just stay with us for free. So, who wants this shawl?
Hey, that's my mom's. Give it to me. We both pulled it apart and went flying in different directions with the shawl ripping into pieces. I felt terrible seeing this and just wanted to move out now. So I called up James, the guy in the car, and took his offer on one condition, that he'd let me continue with school, and he agreed. He took me to the modeling agency dressed as Camilla, and later that night when I was in bed, I heard a knock on my window. James, what are you doing here?
I'm grateful that you agreed to do this, Clover. So, I bought you this.
I stuffed my mouth knowing I had to go on a diet from the next day. But from then onwards, James would sneak into my room every night and teach me how to act like Camilla, along with how to pose and walk like a model. He'd even pick me up and drop me back at school. And we'd have so much fun together that it felt like I had a new best friend that I could trust. Then on the day of my first ramp show, I was getting dressed in the green room when I heard a familiar voice. I went out to check and saw Nia was yelling at James.
If you don't pay me the rest of the money now, I'm gonna tell her the truth.
Here, take this for now. I'll pay you the rest later.
James went off, but I couldn't help thinking what all this was about. Nia, what are you doing here? And what's this money for?
Why should I tell you, smarty princess? Did Mama teach you to be street smart and not get used?
Get used? What do you mean?
He paid me to make things difficult for you at home after he met you, so you'd take his offer. He followed you that night and knew you lived in my house, so we talked.
You're lying.
Of course, that's what you'll think because you've always thought of yourself as someone superior to me, and as a fool because I lived in poverty.
There was no way she was right about this. So I immediately went to James and confronted him about this.
I'm sorry, Clover, but I just wanted you to take the offer desperately, and I couldn't think of anything else.
But why? Why would you do that?
I don't want to gain sympathy, Clover, but the truth is, I have a chronic disease and I need lots of money for the treatment. Here, you can see my medical records.
Oh, James, I'm sorry to hear this, but I'm not yet sure if this justifies what you did, man.
I know. I just wanted to save my life, Clover. I know it was wrong, and I couldn't live with myself knowing I had tricked you into this, but I'm glad the truth came out. And it's okay if you leave, but...
I'm not leaving.
What? Look, I don't want you to think of me as some charity case.
No, it's not charity. What you did was wrong, but ever since, you've just been nice to me, and I want to help you, James. He hugged me tight, and then I rushed to the stage because I was already late for the show. But the minute I got onto the stage, I realized there was something wrong with my dress. Thankfully, the model right behind me saw this and helped me cover it. And the show was a super hit. James took me out to celebrate, and he looked so happy.
God, you were breathtaking today. And so many people wanted to sign you for more modeling jobs, but I refused since you have school.
What? No, you should have taken the offers.
But Clover, I don't want you to compromise on something you love. Besides, I told you, it'd only be a few shows and then you can go back to your previous life.
But what if I don't wanna? I love doing what I do right now, and this isn't for anyone else but me. So you should take the offers, James. That brought the brightest smile on his face, and from then onward, I started working harder. I did 2 more shows for big brands, but then one day, something bizarre happened. As I walked out of the changing space, I got the shock of my life. Camilla? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I saw you on the TV and magazines pretending to be me. Why the heck would you do that? 'Cause you ran away with James's money and he needed help. That's a pathetic lie. I ran because James is the biggest jerk on the planet. He used cheap tricks to get me into the spotlight, like messing with my wardrobe, and then wanted to make me do cheap shows for good money that he could make. What are you saying? Tell me none of that has ever happened to you, and he didn't use some cheap tricks to gain your sympathy. He's a big liar and crazy about money. He tricked me into signing some bad modeling projects, and when I refused to do them, he threatened me legally. That's why I ran away. All of a sudden, the ground beneath my feet shifted, and I felt devastated. But I knew I couldn't be weak now, and I had to come up with a plan to teach this jerk a lesson. There was one person I knew who could help me come up with an evil scheme, but she wasn't gonna do it for free. So, now the smarty pants princess needs my help. Yeah, the jerk didn't pay me the amount we agreed on. Can you imagine someone conning Nia, the queen of conning? And yeah, I'll help you. And I expect payment. So I want every penny you have saved up. And I want a foot massage. Fine, as long as you take a bath for once. We came up with a plan, and then a few days later, James came up to me with a bunch of documents.
Just like you said, I took on those projects and now we just need to sign the papers.
Oh, that's amazing. Did you sign them already?
Yeah, I did.
Perfect. Now let's put this on and let's get you on the ramp.
Camilla?
What nonsense. It's the same thing you've been doing to the other models all this time. Now it's your turn.
What do you mean?
These papers that you signed say that you owe us 2 times the money that you earned from all these projects,
And if you fail to pay, you'll go to jail.
What? How's this possible? These papers.
I changed them. I broke into your office while Clover distracted you and changed these. Easy peasy. And I paid her to do that. I'm sorry, but I was desperate too.
He tried to run away, but Camilla had called the cops in time and he got caught. As he was being taken away, Nia turned to us.
Now, try to be a little more careful next time. Both of you idiots.
You're right. Thanks for your help, Nia.
And Clover, I want the money you promised to give me. Also, I have something to tell you, but no drama or I'll slap you. My mom called and said your mom is back and with my mom now.
My mom was a popular Italian actress, so right since I was a toddler, I was used to the paparazzi going berserk the moment I stepped out in public. And honestly, I loved being in the spotlight.
Hello guys, ready for some new poses?
I always knew I wanted to be an actress like Mom, so I begged her to take me to auditions. I'd get in front of the camera and everyone would go nuts. Mamma mia, Valentina, you're a born actor. Well, that was kinda true. Mom said I was a very expressive baby. And when I was in the 2nd grade, I pretended for a whole year that I was some celebrity whose life was being secretly recorded. Thanks to my natural acting skills, I was already a successful actress by the time I was 15. My life was almost perfect, but things started going downhill quickly after that. Mom lost some film contracts to younger actresses, and she started getting plastic surgeries to look younger. A few of them went horribly wrong. Mom, what did you do to your lips? You look like a duck. Shush, I know what I'm doing, Valentina. But Mom ended up looking so weird. No one wanted to cast her in their films anymore. This broke her heart, and she slowly transformed into this wild party animal who dated a new guy every month. And the worst part? She was blowing tons of money buying expensive gifts for them. Mom, I just saw your boyfriend kissing one of our maids. He's a total jerk. Oh, really? Then I guess I'll give that limited edition Rolex watch to my next boyfriend. Mom kept going around with the biggest buttheads on the planet and spending money like water. Her falling reputation in film circles affected me too, and in a matter of a few months, we were both sitting at home with no work. Then Mom tried one business idea after another, but nothing worked out. And soon enough, we exhausted all our savings. Even the banks kicked us out, and all of our relatives turned us away. I was so angry at Mom for getting us into this mess, and the paparazzi were having a field day selling news about our downfall. But one night, Mom walked into my room and sat on my bed. Valentina, I'm so sorry about everything. Oh, how I just wish that American business was in my name. That could have saved us right now. What business? I invested in a perfume business with my friend in the US a few years back, and it became really successful. But it's entirely in her name. Why? I didn't want to pay the taxes. Oh my God, that was typical Mom. Last year, I had a fight with her, and now that witch won't give me my share of the investment back. What if I go to the US and talk to her? Mom loved the idea, and I took the next flight to the US. When I reached Mom's friend's house, she looked pleased to see me. Wow, you're as pretty as your mom. Or as pretty as she used to be once. Thank you. I think you know why I'm here. Your mom and I are childhood friends, and you're very welcome in my house. Stay as long as you like. But I'm talking about Mom's investment. What's the hurry, Valentina? We'll talk about this unpleasant business later. The next day, I kept trying to remind her of Mom's money, but she simply wouldn't talk about it. I knew this was not going to be easy, but I was determined to get our money back from that witch. One day, as I was leaving her study, I bumped into a boy around my age. I figured he was Mom's friend's son, and for some reason, he was dressed like Michael Jackson. Hi, I'm Will, but I guess you already know that. How would I know your name? I know yours. That's because I'm famous. Ugh, why is everyone here so stupid? Hey, I'm not stupid. In fact, I might just be the solution to all your problems. Mom told me why you're here. I can help you get your money back in a month. Mom will do anything I say. Trust me. But on one condition. And what's that? You have to fake date me in front of my ex.
She dumped me last month for another guy, and I'd love to show her that I'm with someone like you. You're a great actress. It shouldn't be a problem."
I stared at him and thought about it. Fake dating this weirdo wasn't something I was looking forward to, but I really needed that money.
We have a deal. You get me my money in a month, and I'll make sure your ex eats her heart out and runs back to you.
The next morning, I was nervous about going to a new school in a foreign country, but when I got there, kids practically jumped on me. "You're that Italian actress, Valentina, right? I saw your toilet cleaner commercial. You looked like a goddess cleaning toilets with your perfect hands." Just then, a guy took off his t-shirt and asked me to sign it. I obliged my fan happily, and soon, all the guys were doing that. I was loving this place. But just then, a teacher came and told everyone to put their shirts back on. What a buzzkill. I looked for Will to show me around school, but he simply disappeared. Sometime later, I found him in the cafeteria in a corner with a guy who seemed to be bullying him. There was a pretty blonde girl with them too. The bully took out a paper from his pocket and started shouting, "Attention everyone, here's a song that our lover boy Will once wrote Mia. Mia, you're as sweet as honey. I'll buy you gifts with my money. Your hair is silky smooth. I even like your wisdom tooth." The girl, who I guessed was Will's ex, looked really uncomfortable. "Stop it, you're embarrassing him." But obviously, that jerk just kept laughing and going on. I walked over and snatched the paper from him.
What is wrong with you? You're such a rude donkey. And Will, I didn't know you write so well, babe. I'm so glad I met you in Italy last summer.
That caught Mia's attention. Wait, last summer? As in, before Will and I dated?
Don't worry, we didn't start talking again until an hour after you broke up.
Mia turned red and walked away with her moron boyfriend.
Whoa, did you see how jealous she looked? You're awesome.
Tell me something I don't know. By the way, that song was awful.
I promise, I've gotten better since.
For the first time, I saw Will smile and noticed his cute dimples. The next day, Will turned up at school wearing a t-shirt with my photo printed on it, and it had Sugar Boo written in bold letters. And at lunch, he was standing on a chair in the cafeteria waving me over.
"Valentina, the love of your life is here."
It was so freaking embarrassing. But just as I was pulling him down, Mia walked in, so I grabbed Will's collar and kissed him.
Babe, I missed you so much. It's been 2 hours, 34 minutes, and 23 seconds since I last saw you.
Oh, my Sugar Boo. I'm sure it must have hurt when you fell from heaven. Is there an airport nearby, or is my heart taking off?
God, he could win an Oscar for overacting. Later that day, I gave Will some tips on how to be a cool boyfriend.
No more sleazy pickup lines or cringy songs.
But I read online that girls want their boyfriends to write songs for them.
Yeah, if they are good at it, which you are not, my friend. You just get me chocolates and flowers.
Luckily, Will turned out to be a fast learner. We kept fake dating for a few weeks, and to be honest, it was fun. I even took him to the mall one day and gave him a complete makeover. The next day at school, I could see jaws drop when we walked hand in hand. Will was loving being popular, but the idiot was still hung up on Mia.
Our fake dating is working. I caught Mia looking at us 17 times today.
Come on, do you still want to date Mia? I don't think she's anything special. And with your new looks, any girl would go out with you.
Any girl? Will you go out with me? I mean, for real?
That question took me by surprise.
See, the problem is your life's always been so perfect that you have no idea what rejection feels like.
I wasn't rejecting you. And just so you know, my life is far from perfect. I'm here in a foreign country, miles away from home, just because my mom blew all our money, and I can't even land a movie role. But the point is, you deserve better than Mia.
Maybe you're right. Okay, now you stop frowning, or you'll get wrinkles on your pretty face.
He gently pinched my cheek, and for some reason, I felt butterflies in my tummy. Weird. A few days later, Mia surprised both me and Will when she came over and invited us to a party at her place. Will was excited to go, so I said yes. Mia had invited the whole class, and we were having a blast dancing when suddenly a slow song started playing. Will pulled me close, and we swayed to the slow beats. My heart was racing a bit, and he smiled down at me with those adorable dimples. And suddenly, he kissed me, and not like one of our fake kisses. I felt like the world around me had stopped. When he pulled back, I was breathless, and I thought he looked shaken too.
Mia saw us kissing. I'm sure she must be burning with jealousy. Wait, she's coming our way. Be cool, Will.
Oh, so the kiss was for Mia. That shouldn't have hurt, but strangely it did. Will, I wanted to talk to you for a moment. He immediately let go of me and followed Mia. I just stood there like an idiot. When Will didn't return for half an hour, I went looking for him and found him in the kitchen, washing dishes. Will, what's the matter with you? You left me alone for this?
Actually, Mia's maid didn't turn up, so she asked me to help her. And guess what? She said she'd even think about getting back with me.
What? Suddenly, dozens of kids barged into the kitchen along with Mia's boyfriend, who started recording Will on his phone.
This is your place, you loser. Can you come to my party next week? I'll pay you $50 to do the dishes.
Everyone started laughing, and just then, Mia walked in too. Stop it, you all! I asked Will to help me. He's just being a good friend. But Will didn't say anything. He simply took off his apron and left. I decided to leave the party too. But suddenly, Mia grabbed my arm. Remember this. Will might pretend to like you, but I still have him wrapped around my finger. He'll do anything for me, and I can have him back anytime I want. So, you're just going to keep stringing him along? You're a witch, Mia. And guess what? When I was looking for Will earlier, I saw your boyfriend making out with another girl in the bathroom. And I wasn't even lying. Those two jerks deserved each other. When I reached home, I marched straight up to Will's room angrily. How do you feel making a complete fool of yourself?
Well, Mia did side with me.
Oh, stop it. Do you seriously think she wants to get back with you? She's manipulating you. Are you blind?
What's your problem? Don't you want me to get back with Mia so that you can just get your money and leave?
You're pathetic, Will. Know your own worth and have some self-respect, dude.
I don't remember asking you for a lecture on how to live my life.
Fine. Do whatever you want. Date Mia, marry her, whatever. I don't care. I slammed the door hard and stormed off to my room. Idiot. The next day, I didn't even sit with Will at lunch. And I felt even madder when I saw Mia walk up to him. Will, I broke up with my boyfriend. That jerk was cheating on me. And I was a fool not to realize how amazing you were. Can we get back together? I know you still care.
Well, I'm not too sure about that anymore. I'm done being your backup plan, Mia. Good luck with your life, but I'm not interested anymore.
Mia looked stunned, and Will just walked out. That was amazing! When I reached home that day, I found Will waiting for me in my room with an envelope in his hands.
You kept your part of the deal. Now it's my turn.
I took the envelope, and when I opened it, my eyes almost popped out. It was a check for $20 million. How did you manage to do this?
Let's just say I'm Mom's only weakness, so it wasn't that difficult.
Thank you. I guess now there is no reason for me to stay back any longer. Will looked at me and then spoke.
I guess there isn't. I'll drop you at the airport when you're ready.
Soon, I flew back to Italy, and Mom and I started our own perfume business with that money. Thankfully, it took off. And I also started getting acting offers once things settled down. One day while I was shooting, I noticed a familiar face in the crowd. A face I'd been dying to see again. Will, what are you doing here?
Listen, Valentina, I know I suck at writing songs.
Hi, I'm Apurva from India, and I live with the cheapest person in the world, my mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I don't know if Mom has always been a miser or raising me alone made her one, but boy, could she pinch pennies. I never had birthday presents, Christmas presents, or any toys to play with. Well, not really. She always told me to use my imagination and make my own toys. Here's an empty carton I got from work. It will make a great dollhouse. Mom, I don't have any dolls. She picked up 2 hard-boiled eggs, drew faces on them, and handed them to me. There, these can be your dolls, and we can eat them later too. All my clothes were hand-me-downs from neighbors and cousins, but when I had to start school, Mom obviously had to buy me a uniform. And she bought it 3 sizes too large.
Mom, I've tripped twice on this skirt. It's too long.
Just pull it up a little higher. You'll grow into it before you know it. Well, that couldn't happen fast enough, and I got laughed at in school. A lot. But Mom really went overboard in 8th grade when I just started my period in school. We stopped to buy pads on the way home, and her eyes nearly fell out as she looked at the prices. No way I'm buying these. I'll make them for you at home, Apurva. I'm an expert.
Mom, can you please, for once?
Can I have the attention of the ladies here? These companies are robbing us blind. Make your own pads for yourselves and your daughters. Let's boycott these. Oh my God. I just vowed that I'd have a different life when I grew up. I wanted to be rich, a millionaire. A good job could make me rich, except that I hated studying. But watching TV, I felt that acting would be the easiest way to earn money. And also, I was pretty, though no one ever said that to me. But whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw a beautiful girl. One weekend in 9th grade, I heard about an audition for a TV series in our town, and I was so excited. When I reached the venue, there was a long line, and I noticed there was a spot boy who was letting rich-looking girls stand first in line even if they came later. But when I tried to stand in the front, he pushed me. Poor girls at the back. What? You swollen piggy. Just then, a glamorous-looking girl walked in, and the second the casting director laid eyes on her, he shouted, "Yeah, this girl looks like a star. We've got our actress. Girls, you can all go home." Wait, what? Just because she was rich, she was selected without an audition? Stupid director, stupid audition. Stupid you, out. That day I realized it was very difficult to get launched in the showbiz industry unless you're extremely rich or have connections. So I decided that I'd get into the biggest school in town where lots of celebrities' kids went to. I had to make friends with the right people, and the only way for me to get in there was through a scholarship, which meant studying hard. But my craziness to become rich got me studying day and night. Oh, Apurva, I feel so emotional when I see books in your hands. Keep working hard, and one day you'll achieve all your dreams. Thank you so much, Mom. Just try studying more in the day so you don't need to keep a light on all night. I pay the bills, you know. Oh God, Mom, you'll always stay the same. Before I could say more, Mom ran away. She was impossible. I took the entrance exam a couple of weeks later, and I got in. Luckily, the new school had a uniform, but I still used up my savings to buy a nice bag and some shoes. I had to dress to impress. On the very first day, I walked into the classroom with all the confidence of someone super rich. Just then, my shoes were splashed with water, and I looked up to see a pretty girl holding an empty bottle. OMG, my expensive shoes! I got them for $200 just a week ago from Europe. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just having fun with my friends. It was an accident. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. I've got like 5 more pairs of these. It turned out that the girl was Sitara, the daughter of an actress and a film director, and we instantly became friends. She'd often want to talk about her parents and their lives, and all I could think about was how much I wanted to be like them. One day when I was walking down the hallway, I saw Sitara with her minions bullying some poor girl. Where'd you get these clothes from? The garbage? And this cloth bag? Ew. Did your mom make it? Sitara snatched the girl's bag, and just as she was about to rip it, I ran forward and took her hand. Come on, Sitara. Why are you even talking to this lame girl? We're rich. We're born to give fashion advice to poor idiots. Let her go. She just seems like a hopeless case, not worth your time. I returned the bag to the poor girl, and she ran off like a scared rabbit. I hated Sitara's behavior, but I had to put up with it. As we all sat down in the cafeteria, Sitara announced she was having her birthday party that evening, and I was excited to attend. That is, until she said, "Hey, Apurva, would you like to go shopping with us after school?" No, I have to go home. Mom needs me for something. Then what will you wear to my party? Oh, I'll wear anything from my closet. Seriously? Like, you'll wear the same outfit twice? Oh, of course not. I was just kidding. I'll definitely go and buy some new clothes. See you all at the party. I didn't have anything nice in my closet. I ran to the mall after school and bought an expensive dress, but I didn't remove the tag. I'd return it after wearing it. When I reached Sitara's place, I was stunned at the size of her mansion. She then introduced me to a handsome boy who was her brother, Rocky. I liked him at first sight, and he seemed to like me too. But just when Sitara was about to cut the cake, her minion suddenly said loudly, "Apurva, why haven't you removed the tag on your dress?" "Oh, I didn't? I don't know how I forgot to. I'll do it at home." But just then she pulled the tag away. "See? It's so easy." Gosh, how would I return it now? I was cursing that girl inside as I smiled at her. I was worried about the dress, but Rocky distracted me soon enough by asking me to dance. He danced with me all evening, and it was amazing. The next day in school, Rocky sat next to me at lunch, and soon we became very good friends. We'd often go out together, and I loved spending time with him. Once we were at the park getting ice cream when we spotted some beggar kids playing nearby, and Rocky bought ice creams for all of them. That was really sweet.
Those kids were sweet. By the way, you got something on your nose.
What? This. And then he rubbed his ice cream on my face and ran away laughing as I chased him. I was fast falling in love with him, and I was on freaking cloud 9 when he told me he loved me too. One evening when I was walking home, someone suddenly called out to me. It was Sitara in her car with her friends. "Apurva, come on, I'll drop you at home. Walking is what poor people do." No, it's okay. Actually, I just had a very heavy lunch today, so I'm just trying to digest it. But she insisted that I get in the car. My heart was pounding as Sitara was asking me the way, and I was randomly telling her to turn left and right. Just then, I picked out a big house and shouted, Stop the car, this one's mine." Ooh, nice home, but it looks like it's locked. Oh, actually, I'm all alone at home today, so I locked it when I went out. Gosh, where are my keys? Never mind, I'll find them. You mean these keys? And Sitara fished some out of her bag. I have them, because this is one of the 6 mansions my family owns in the city. I was always suspicious of you, Apurva, and I was right. You're a liar and a fraud. How dare a poor beggar like you befriend me and date my brother? Just look at her, shameless moron. Sitara, let's beat her. And as this girl came closer, I pushed her hard away from me. Hey, back off. I'm not scared of anyone. I don't live on your charity, so I'm not gonna put up with any of this nonsense from you. I stormed off, but by the time I got home, I was in tears. I felt so mad, not because those girls had insulted me, but because I'd been so stupid pretending to be someone I wasn't. I thought these were the people I needed to be friends with, but I was wrong. And I was done. I thought I'd call Rocky and tell him everything, but he was out of town for a few days, and I decided to wait for him to return. The next day, as I entered the school, I saw everyone staring at me like I was some kind of criminal. Of course, Sitara had told everyone about me. Just then, a ball hit me in the head. I turned to see Sitara and her minions. How can anyone be so shameless? I didn't think you'd be able to show your face now, but gosh, you just have no self-respect. Just then, I spoke loudly in the hall so everyone could hear me. Everybody here? Attention, please. I'm poor. What am I? Yes, poor. And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm here because I'm smart, not like these morons whose parents paid bribes for them. Hearing that, Sitara charged me and we broke into a big fight. And we both landed detention for a month. But the only thing I cared about was Rocky finding out. I was afraid he'd think I'd fooled him with my lies and he would dump me. And I really didn't want to lose him. The next day, I saw a poster for some acting auditions on the bulletin board. They were for a role in a TV series, and I immediately signed up. But just then, Sitara pushed me aside and signed up too. Oh, look who's aspiring to become an actress. Babe, these things are meant for rich people with connections. Don't even bother. If you don't want a bruised face right before the audition, better shut up and keep walking, Sitara. I'll see you on the stage. The next couple of days, all I could do was practice for the auditions. Even Mom was excited to come see me. But when I got there on the day, I was taken aback to see Rocky there, next to Sitara. I warned you about Apurva, Rocky. I know poor girls like her. When they can't get rich, they find a rich boy. Why else would she lie about it? I just couldn't make eye contact with Rocky and started walking away, but he caught up with me.
Apurva, you're not even gonna talk to me now? You think I care if you're rich or poor? I love you for who you are. You'll always be the same for me, no matter what anyone else says.
I stared at him in shock, and then I hugged him tight. Rocky, are you crazy? She's no match for us. Get away from her poor butt. But Rocky totally ignored her, and Sitara angrily stormed off. Rocky wished me luck, and the audition went well. When the results were to be announced, I could hardly breathe.
So, the winner is up.
Just then, a guy ran onto the stage, whispered something into the announcer's ear, and then turned to the mic again.
So, the winner is Sitara.
The ground under my feet slipped while Sitara screamed out for joy. I couldn't believe it. I really thought I had it this time, but I just wasn't rich enough to buy myself the part. As Mom and I stepped out of the venue, Rocky joined us and offered us a ride home. After he dropped us off and drove off, Mom said,
"Wow, this boy is a catch.
Isn't his dad a famous film director?
Good job on trapping someone like him, Apurva.
With connections like these, I promise you'll become a successful actress one day, just like you always wanted." Mom, you were... But just then, the door opened and Rocky walked in.
Apurva, you forgot your bag in my car.
Oh, thanks, Rocky. Come, sit with us.
I can't right now. I'm in a rush. I'll see ya.
And he left. The next day in school, as I looked for Rocky, I walked into the cafeteria and found him sitting with Sitara's group, while she was standing on the table, busy making fun of me. Oh, you should have seen that beggar's face when she didn't win. I'm sure she went home and cried like this. And then she dropped down to the floor and started kicking and screaming while everyone laughed. Wow, Rocky. So you're just gonna sit there and watch her mock me?
Yeah, I think I will. It's what you deserve.
And he walked away as I stared in shock. But then I went after him. What have I done that you're behaving like this?
Isn't being poor a good enough reason? Sitara was right. I'm way out of your league.
He walked away and I was left in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about him? He was just like his sister. He stopped loving me because I was poor? Well, I would forget the jerk too, ASAP. Soon after, I found out that the TV series Sitara was selected for was filming the first episode in our school. I joined the crowd and had gathered to see the shooting. On the director's cue, Sitara started saying her dialogue, but she immediately forgot them. And even after 100 takes, she couldn't deliver one line of dialogue properly. The director was so frustrated that he banged his head on the desk, and I laughed out loud.
Who laughed? Who is that? Come out.
I raised my hand.
How dare you laugh at my shooting? You think acting is easy?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, really?
The director snatched the script from Sitara and gave it to me, thinking I'd make a fool of myself. But when I delivered the dialogue perfectly, he looked stunned.
Oh my God, you're so talented.
I know.
The emotions, dialogue delivery, everything was just amazing.
I know that also. Thank you so much, sir.
Team, take up this girl. She's gonna be my lead actress. And throw this good-for-nothing Sitara out. These rich people think they can buy anything with money.
Gosh, was I dreaming? Was I finally becoming an actress? I immediately called my mom to give her the news, and from that day onwards, my dream life began. I graduated from school soon and worked in many TV series, and soon became a celebrity. And I had the life that I'd always wanted. Years passed, and one day when I was being interviewed on TV, the host asked me, "Miss Apurva, our audience really wants to know more about your love life. Are you dating someone?" Oh no, I just try to stay away from love. I did love someone very much once, and I thought he was a good person. But I wasn't rich back then, and that's why he rejected me. So now I really can't trust anyone. I'd spoken lightly about it in the interview, but it was true. Later that night, I was in my room when I got a call from an unknown number, and I nearly dropped the phone when I heard the voice.
Apurva, please, don't hang up on me. It's me.
Why are you calling me, Rocky?
Because I saw your interview and I realized I'd been the world's biggest fool. All those years ago, I overheard your mom saying you'd planned to be with someone rich, and that just broke my heart. But when I heard you say you loved me once, I couldn't help calling you. I was speechless. All these misunderstandings had kept us away all these years. Rocky, it's been a really long time since I've seen you. Can we meet tonight? I'll be right there, Apurva.
I was only 10 when my next-door neighbor asked me out. I want you to be my girlfriend, Dylan.
Ew, gross. Jack.
Ow! Hi guys, I'm Dylan from Portland. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I rushed back and told my mom, and she just laughed. You're a smart cookie, Dylan. There's no hurry to date boys. He apologized and we made up because I didn't want to lose my only best friend over some silly thing. My life was amazing. I had my mom and Jack, but everything changed after that summer. Mom surprised me with a packed suitcase and a brochure. What's this? I thought it would be good for you to get away and meet new people, since we can't afford a vacation this summer.
No, I don't want to go. Jack and I already have plans, Mom. If you send me there, I'll just call you every day, every hour, or every second until you come and pick me up.
Mom had made up her mind, and she wasn't changing it, no matter how hard I begged. The day had arrived, and I wasn't ready to leave Jack. He pulled something out of his pocket. It's a leather friendship bracelet. Mom let me buy it at the mall. I thought maybe you'd think of me while you had it on. Yeah, it's a bit flimsy, but we girls love it, right? He tied it on my wrist, and I was just adjusting it when, snap, it broke. Whoops. Good thing you didn't buy the pearl one. I'll fix it, and I won't ever take it off. I was crushed. I'd have to leave my best friend for an entire summer. As if that wasn't enough, when I arrived at camp, all the kids seemed to know everyone there already, and I felt like an outcast. So I was tossing rocks into the lake, lost in thought, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Let's see who can skip rocks the farthest. No thanks. I guess I thought she was there to pick on me too, but she plopped down next to me and smiled.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun. I'm Molly, by the way.
Hey, Dylan, we go to school together, right?
Yep, and you look like you could use a friend. So what do you say? Ready for a little friendly competition?
Are you ready for me to kick your butt? I'm the best rock skipper known to man.
Ha! We'll see about that.
We had a blast, and I laughed my lungs out. From that day on, Molly and I became joined at the hip. Molly was more social than me, which helped me break out of my shell. I got to know other kids, and I felt like I fit in. I no longer called my mom to pick me up, and I felt myself changing. Until swimming day. No one had a clue that I couldn't swim, and I was too embarrassed to admit it. I tried, but it was like I was Titanicking without a lifeboat. Of course, a few jerk boys figured it out and started to poke fun at me. Imagine being 10 years old and having a bunch of kids laugh at you because you can't swim. I wanted to run off, but then Molly spoke up.
Whoopsie daisy. It looks like I just peed in the pool a little.
Of course she didn't, but the way those guys scrambled away was enough to give me a good laugh, and I felt my confidence creep back in, thanks to her. The rest of camp wasn't so bad after we put those boys in their place. Camp ended, and I got Molly's number to stay in touch. The first thing I did was go to Jack's. I was excited to give him a bracelet. I had made it in camp, but no one was home. Even his porch swing was gone. Mom, where's Jack? I'm sorry, Dylan, but Jack and his family moved away to California. He left you this. I was feeling devastated, but at least I could keep in touch with him, even though he was miles away. We started chatting and calling, and over the years, I started to like him more and more. As we got older, things changed, and he talked less and less until one day his calls just stopped. He even blocked his Instagram account. He totally ghosted me. I guess he found himself a girlfriend. Talk about a broken heart, but I still had Molly. At 16, we vowed to make our junior year the best ever, and maybe find ourselves some boyfriends. Did you talk to the new guy, Kyle? No, why would I? He keeps to himself. He's really cute. You're right, he's quiet, but I think I can get him to open up. You do have a knack for that. The final bell rang, but Molly continued gushing about Kyle. She always made me late, so we split, and I ran to class and I was about to sit, but I missed my seat. And butt planted on the floor in front of Towns Miller, the most popular popular guy in school and my dream crush. My hopes and dreams of impressing him were ruined. I looked over, unaware that Kyle had been staring at me. Hey, Kyle. My face was beet red, but he ignored me anyway and turned his attention to his phone. Such a rude dude. I didn't tell Molly this, but she wasn't lying. Kyle was hot. After school, I went to the mall with Molly to look for dresses for our upcoming formal. Neither of us had a date, so we decided to go with each other. We both slipped the glamorous dresses on. I felt so pretty in mine, and despite the price tag, I was convinced I'd wear this gown to the formal. When I came out, Molly was already waiting for me and twirling in front of the mirror. Dylan, look at us. We look like the popular girls. Screw the popular girls. I feel like a princess. It felt magical. But as I looked in the mirror, I spotted Kyle standing outside the store, staring at us. OMG, Molly, look! And just as we both turned to look, my foot snagged my dress and ripped it right off my body. We need to make a run for it, or else you're gonna be paying for a $3,000 pile of rags. No, wait. OMG, what is this? This big shop filled with pitiful things? I can even sue you for this. We are very sorry. It's our fault. It was from a defective batch. I'll give you both a 50% discount on any dress you choose from the store. This day couldn't get any better. Despite flashing Kyle and the entire dress shop, we were still laughing at my mortifying moment right before we ran into Kyle. Kyle, hey, what are you doing here? I waved, trying to play it cool, but knowing Kyle had seen me embarrass myself a few times now, I felt like sinking through the floor into the pits of hell. But why did I care anyway? Molly was so into Kyle that it was nauseating. It's a mall, so I'm shopping. Kyle blushed when he looked at me. I hoped Molly didn't notice, but when I looked over at her, she was practically drooling over him. Get a grip, girl! Molly looked like a psycho Cheshire cat. I'm having a party this weekend. Wanna come over?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
Molly gave Kyle her number, and that's all she talked about on the ride home. And the next day at school wasn't any better. I was walking down the hall when Towns yelled,
Looks like Aunt Flo came for a visit.
I spun around, totally puzzled, as everyone was laughing. Out of nowhere, Kyle came running over and wrapped his flannel shirt around my waist.
You can borrow this.
I stood there and gawked at him, but then I realized I must have gotten my period. Of course, that would have happened in front of Towns of all people. Thanks, Kyle. He was so sweet, but I was bummed that Towns made fun of me. I talked to Molly, and of course, she made everything better. But before we left, she pointed to my waist. This is Kyle's. I'm so jealous. I wish I had my period instead of you. She was like a lovesick puppy. Later that day, I found Kyle looking inside his locker. Why didn't he notice? Try again, Dylan. He peeked out, but I felt myself sweating when he turned his familiar gaze toward me. Thanks for this.
It's okay.
Then he left, and I slammed my locker shut without realizing my hand was inside. Like always. Ouch! That weekend, Molly had her party, and Kyle was there. I gotta give the girl credit. She always went after what she wanted. The only problem was, I liked Kyle too. Ugh, why do I have to like the same guy my friend does? I stepped inside, and surprisingly, Towns walked right up to me. It turns out she also invited him. I know he made fun of me, but he was too handsome, so he deserved a chance.
You have a date for the formal, Dylan?
I'm going with Molly.
No, you're not. You're going with me.
I am? Towns moved his head close to mine, and I prayed I didn't have bad breath.
Yes, you. Molly's going with Kyle, so you're going as my date.
Wait, what? Hearing Towns admit that he wanted me to go to the formal with him was amazing, but I was hurt that Molly made plans without telling me. Should I be mad? But why should I when we're both going with our crushes now? Molly was busy, so I walked over to Kyle since he was the only other person I knew there, and Towns was busy talking to his friends.
So, you and Towns, huh?
I nervously tugged at my old bracelet, something I've always found comforting since I was a kid. It's nothing official. We're just going to the formal together. Molly probably had to bribe him to go with me.
What makes you say that?
I'm not exactly Miss Popular, and Towns is like the school heartthrob, in case you haven't noticed.
Maybe he sees more in you than those popular girls. You're funny, kinda clumsy in a cute way, and a really good friend to Molly. You've got great qualities, Dylan.
Excuse me? What? Is he flirting? The rest of the party went well. Molly and Kyle spent a lot of time together, and I got to know Towns a little better. Now, let's jump to the night of homecoming. I went arm in arm with Towns. He looked amazing, and I felt like I was on cloud 9, standing next to him when everyone had their eyes on me and looking like royalty in my gown. I immediately spotted Kyle, but to my surprise, Molly wasn't with him. Towns immediately
immediately found his friends and left. I was kinda pissed, but I wouldn't let him get me down. This was my night to have fun.
Hey, you made it. You look beautiful tonight, Dylan.
My heart skipped a beat when Kyle said those words, especially since Towns didn't even compliment me. My face got hot when he gave me a once-over. Everything about him that night screamed flirting. He couldn't possibly be into me, right? That would be bad.
You're wearing that bracelet again.
His fingers brushed my wrist. Kyle, if this is you flirting with me, don't bother. Just then, Towns swooped in and dragged me to the dance floor, and unfortunately, I smashed his toes as I tried to keep up with him.
You're brutal, Dylan. You need dance lessons.
You don't have to be such a jerk about it. I was leaving when he spun me around, lifted my chin, and moved his face close to mine. He was gonna kiss me, and I didn't feel ready at all. I panicked and ended up bumping my head on his chin. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Ouch, my lips. I brought you here as my date, and now I'm gonna go home with broken feet because of you. The least you could do is kiss me.
Just then, Kyle stepped up to us. They both glared at each other, and Kyle looked so territorial. I have to admit, it was kind of hot the way Kyle looked like he wanted to strangle Towns. And I just realized that Towns had been the biggest blunder of my life. Whoa, calm down, guys. You better stay away, Towns. Just then, Molly walked up and pulled me away. Talk to her, Kyle. You promised, or should I say,
Molly, that's enough.
Hey guys, are you guessing the same? Is it like Molly left Kyle for me? Talk to me about what?
Dylan, I'm not who you think I am, and I'm sorry I hid it from you. It's Jackie Kyle, or you know me as Jack.
No, you must be kidding. He held my wrist, probably afraid I'd run away, and now I knew why his eyes felt so comforting all this time.
It's me, Dylan. I moved back here with my mom so she could be closer to my aunt.
You're Jack? All this time? Why would you lie to me, Kyle? Or should I call you Jack?
I can explain, please. After we moved, things fell apart. My dad got mixed up in bad business, and my mom had to find another job when the police finally arrested my father. We moved to New York to be closer to family, and that's around the time you and I lost touch. I was embarrassed about my father and kinda shut everyone out. My mom even let me change my name so people wouldn't connect me to my con artist father.
You didn't have to shut me out, Jack. You used to tell me everything.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to explain that my father was in jail. I figured no one would recognize me after all these years. I just wanted a fresh start, but hiding who I was from you was too hard.
But who cares what people think? I don't care that your dad is in jail. You're still Jack, the boy who stole my heart all those years ago.
Will you forgive me?
I suppose I could consider forgiving you, but what about Molly?
Molly knows my feelings for you and urged me to talk to you. What can I do to make you not hate me?
I suppose if you kiss me, I could forgive you.
You won't slap me and run away this time?
Try it and find out. He kissed me softly, and it felt perfect, just as I thought it would. I felt like I was floating in the clouds. So, Jack and I reconnected, and we've been dating ever since. Molly eventually started seeing a super nice guy too, and I ended up having the best junior year ever. Hi, I'm Nellie from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe. My mom worked as a caretaker at a rich old man's home, and Dad was a street vendor who sold chocolates. My sister, Jenna, who was 2 years older, took care of me while our parents were at work. Once when I was 7, Mom took me and Jenna to the mansion where she worked, and it was massive. The old man who lived there couldn't move around much and had no family, so Mom did everything for him. Feeling curious, I sneaked into his room to see him. Just then, I saw him struggling to reach for the glass of water, and I ran forward to help. He smiled and asked,
Oh, such a lovely girl. What's your name?
Nellie, and what's yours, sir?
You can call this old man anything you like, little Nellie.
I started enjoying his company, and he loved mine. But Jenna never cared to meet him. She would just come to watch TV at the mansion every day. Once in the 5th grade, I was asleep when Jenna poked me awake at night and said she had something to show me. To my shock, it was a really expensive-looking watch. Oh my God, where'd you get this from? I found it in the drawer at the mansion. Isn't it cool? No, it's not cool, dummy. It's stealing. But no one's ever going to wear this. Think of the stuff we could buy if we sell it, Nellie. No way! You have to put it back, or I'll tell Mom and Dad and the old man. She made an annoyed face, but the next day she took it with her to return it. When we got to the mansion, though, we received some shocking news. The old man was gone. I was heartbroken to hear it. Soon after, the old man's lawyer showed up, and Mom sent me and Jenna away while they talked in the study. The minute the lawyer left, we heard screams, and we found Mom and Dad dancing.
We're billionaires! The old man left all his money to us. This is the happiest day of our lives.
We're rich? Nellie, can you believe it? It's all ours now.
This watch? Mine.
And before I knew it, we'd moved into his mansion, and my family went on a shopping spree. They were spending money like crazy. Nellie, buy some fancy clothes, please. We're joining the new school with all the rich kids. We need to look like them. No thanks. Designer dresses aren't my thing. We were enrolled in the best private school in town. Since both Jenna and I loved dancing since we were kids, I went to sign up for the school's dance club right away and found her there too. We auditioned, and I was excited when we were both selected, but Jenna was acting like she didn't even know me. The next day, I was sitting by myself in the cafeteria when a girl walked over and said, "Hey, get lost, kid. This is Amy's table." But there are so many other empty tables, and who's Amy? I'm Amy, and Amy always sits on this one. She suddenly picked up my plate of spaghetti and rubbed it all over my shirt. There, your t-shirt is designer now. Original art by Amy. I was about to smack her when suddenly I saw Jenna marching over to my table with a glass of juice. But when she came close, she threw it straight at my face. Didn't you hear Amy the first time? Move it. As the two high-fived, I ran off to wash the juice out of my eyes. What was wrong with Jenna? As I washed my face and looked up, I saw Jenna standing behind me. Do you want to explain what just happened there, super jerk? Yeah, I'm here to explain it, so listen closely. You want to be a loser? Fine, but I want to start over with my life, and I'm gonna be popular. So you better not tell anyone that we're sisters, okay? And with that, she just walked off. Which? She and Amy kept bothering me in school, but I tried ignoring them and focusing on getting better at dancing. And within a few years, I was officially a part of the school's dance team. The studio was my happy place. But I couldn't say the same about home. Jenna and Mom were too busy partying and attending fancy events, while Dad was always out driving his luxury cars, and I was often all alone. At least we spent some time together before we got all this money. But to my surprise, I found out that Mom was throwing a huge party on my 15th birthday. When I stepped out into the pool area that evening, I was really surprised because I couldn't spot anyone from my class. They were all Jenna's friends. And standing next to the cake, all ready to cut it, was freaking Amy. What are you doing, weirdo? It's my birthday.
Your birthday? Oh my god, I completely forgot. Well, looks like you and Amy have the same birthday. Jenna asked me to throw a big party for her gorgeous friend. Maybe you can both cut the cake together?
No thanks, Mom. I'm good. Yeah, Amy's not sharing space with this poorly dressed loser. The photos have to go up on my Instagram. Yeah, sure. I'm the loser. But so are you. It's pretty lame that someone else's mother had to throw you a birthday party. Where's your own mom? Amy leapt forward to attack me, but I pushed her off and she landed straight in the cake. She pounced at me again, and as we wrestled, we both ended up falling into the pool. Amy started to scream and cry because her look was ruined, and Mom and Jenna started screaming at me. Ugh, they were all unbelievable. I just stormed off, cleaned up, and snuck out to go to school, to the dance studio. I turned on the music, but suddenly I saw a strange figure behind me in the mirror, and I screamed. Who are you? Why are you sneaking up on me, creep?
Hey, relax. I'm Daniel. My parents donated this dance studio to the school. I come here every evening to practice. You're the one interrupting.
I couldn't think of a reply, so I just walked out, but he followed me.
I didn't mean to offend you, and you don't have to go. Maybe you could dance with me?
I looked straight into his dreamy blue eyes, and I couldn't refuse. Yeah, why not? We danced and then talked for hours. I found out he was my senior in school and already part of an established dance group. We grew close and always met at the studio. It was our spot. And soon, I had a pretty big crush on him. Once Jenna saw me talking to Daniel on the playground, and as soon as he left, she ran to me.
Hello, my little sister.
Little sister? Aren't you afraid someone will hear you?
Oh, you're funny. BT Dubs, how do you know Daniel? He's so cute, and I've had a crush on him since the first day. Are you guys friends? Please introduce me to him. Wait, what? Jenna liked Daniel? My heart just sank hearing that. I liked him too, but I couldn't hurt my sister. The same evening, I met Daniel and decided to talk to him. Daniel, I need to tell you something. My sister, Jenna, I think she likes you. She's super cute, and you both will be great together. I can introduce her to you sometime.
Jenna. Oh, yeah, I've met her, but she isn't really my type. And besides, there's someone else.
And with that, he took my hand and my heart was racing.
It's you. I like you, Nellie.
And suddenly he leaned in for a kiss. Just as our lips touched, the door burst open and Jenna barged in with Amy right behind her. Oh my God. Good thing I told you to follow her, Jenna. Amy's always right about people. Jenna stared at me with pure rage. Wow, my own sister stabbing me in the back? You act like you're so innocent, but you're such a snake. Jenna, this isn't what it looks like. I didn't mean to. What, did you just fall on his lips? I'll tell you what it looks like. I told you I liked someone, and the next thing I know, you're in his arms? Just to get back at me, huh?
Jenna, I kissed her, and I'm sorry, but I like her.
Oh, shut up. Do you even think I care about you? I care about my sister betraying me. Jenna, please. I tried talking to her so many times after that, but she didn't listen to a word, and I felt terrible. Even at home, she would act as if I was invisible. And soon after, I found out that as the dance team captain, she'd kicked me out of the team and replaced me with Amy. What? We were participating in a national level competition soon. When I told everything to Daniel, he came up with an idea.
Why don't we enter the competition as a separate act? You don't need to be part of the school team to do that.
I agreed, and on the day of the competition, Jenna had no idea we were participating. When our names were announced, Jenna's jaw just dropped open. We danced really well, and the whole audience got on their feet to applaud us. Jenna's act was right after ours, and it started off smoothly. But right in the middle, Amy forgot all her steps. As she fumbled around on the stage, she went crashing straight into Jenna, and the two landed on their butts. The entire crowd burst out laughing as Jenna screamed at Amy. "You've ruined everything, clumsy idiot. Just get off of me." Amy and the whole team just stormed off the stage. At the end of the competition, I was shocked when Daniel and I won. As we were handed out trophies, Jenna climbed onto the stage and attacked me. "This belongs to me, you witch. You just keep stealing things that belong to me." "I didn't take anything that was yours. If this trophy makes you happy, have it. Here, I dedicate this to Jenna, the loser who can't accept defeat." And I just left the stage. She was crazy. A few days later, our school was hosting a charity event, and all the parents were a part of it. Mom donated a huge amount of money, and later she was called onto the stage and given an award. Just then, I saw Amy climb onto the stage too, and she snatched the mic from the host. "Thanks to Jenna's mom for donating such a huge amount to the poor. You came from the same background, so you understand them completely, of course. Jenna told me how you guys were so poor. You were cleaning toilets at a rich man's house, and now look at you. Wow." Mom's jaw dropped, and so did Jenna's. Everyone started whispering, "Really? She used to be a maid?"
But she tells everyone she was born a billionaire.
Mom ran through the crowd until she found Jenna and pulled her aside. "That little brat, Amy, what did you tell her?" I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't know she was going to publicly announce that. My reputation is ruined because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. What will they think of me now? That I was poor? Yes. What's wrong with that? I didn't know we had to be ashamed of our past. And if money is all your friends care about, you should get new friends. It's not a secret that Jenna had to hide. Jenna just stood there silently, and I turned to her. "Jenna, I know you hate me, but I swear, I met Daniel way before I knew you liked him. I would never hurt you intentionally. You're my sister, and I miss the old you who used to take care of me and dance with me." Jenna suddenly started to cry and hugged me. "Nellie, I'm sorry for being such a jerk. I just wanted nice things and to be treated nicely. And all the money, it just got to my head. I started behaving badly just to fit in with the rich kids. And I knew Daniel didn't like me, but I still acted like a fool. I've missed you too.
I was so glad to have my sister back. But Mom suddenly leapt towards me.
You're such a stupid girl.
But Dad stopped her.
How dare you? Have you forgotten all this money is Nellie's?
Wait, what? Dad then told me the old man had left everything to me, and once I turned 16, I was the only one who could decide how it would be used. Seriously? You've just been misusing my money all these years? And I bet you were never gonna tell me, Mom. I'll make sure you don't spend a penny on another stupid thing again. Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day after school, he cornered me by my locker.
Hey Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it, keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me, his eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake a feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She fluttered the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. relief. My mom's eyes filled with tears. I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful. I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering.
Magic? Are you sure?
He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong? The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople. My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately. Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late. I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper. You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna. I do understand. And Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn. As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
He worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to back up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
Relaxing in a beautiful hotel in Paris with the cutest French boy smiling at you from across the pool is just perfectly splendid in every way. My personal assistant / best friend Lexi rushed towards me while holding a letter. She read it out loud. Fancy a date on my yacht tonight? Meet me at 7 on the harbor. The boy across the pool winked at me. That night, I learned that his name was Pierre, and he treated me like a princess. But our splendid date was interrupted by a panicked call from Lexi. Your dad's secretary called, and he's just sent the jet for us to leave right now. Ugh, he must have been mad because I'd been absent from school for a week now. I so didn't need school. I said my goodbyes to Pierre, who said he wanted to see me again, but I just smiled and left. Oh, hey there. My name is Blair, and I have an almost perfect life. I'm as smart as Einstein himself. There's only one little problem. I'm dyslexic. But it's no big deal because I have Lexi to read everything for me. I used to be #1 in literally everything, but things took a wild turn when a foreign exchange student joined our class. Please hit that subscribe button before I tell you my whole story. The next day, my limo dropped Lexi and me off at our school, a very expensive private one, where only families with a net worth of at least $1 billion can attend. Blair, watch out! I screamed when I saw an angry dog charging towards me. What was it doing here? Pets aren't allowed. Francesca, my arch nemesis, picked it up while laughing at me. Good boy, she whispered, but I heard it. This insecure brat always found a way to ruin my day. Oh, hey, Blair. I'm giving out our newest luxury product, this $1 million perfume, for free. I thought you might need one. Thanks, Francesca, but I'd rather donate it to charity. The principal appeared and got angry when she saw her dog. Our dog mansion, with 10 floors, is currently being renovated, so my baby needs to roll with me. Ugh, what a show-off. The principal shut her mouth when Francesca gave her a stupid perfume, too. In the middle of class, I suddenly forgot how to breathe when the most gorgeous boy that I'd ever seen walked in. Everyone, I would like you all to meet Terrence, a foreign exchange student from Korea, and he will be with us for this school year. We were all speechless as we looked at him. Francesca immediately offered her seat, but Terrence just headed quietly to the back. Our math teacher then started the discussion and suddenly asked us to solve the area of a stadium on our tables. Such a no-brainer. The answer is, it's 69,963 square meters. We all turned to Terrence like we'd seen a ghost. He'd answered before me. Like, how? After class, all the girls flocked around him, including Lexi. I tried to smile at him too, but he didn't smile back. What a snob. I snatched Lexi away from him and told her to cut it out. Do that again and I'll fire you. Oh, come on, Blair. He's literally perfect. He's like Lee Min-ho. He's not my type. Terrence might have heard that because he turned to me, but so what? He snubbed me and first impressions last. Every year, our principal holds an auction party, and this year, all the proceeds would be going to poor children in Africa. The last item to be auctioned was a beautiful pearl with a special history. It cost around $50 million. As expected, Francesca and I started the bidding battle. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million. 1 billion. Then the principal asked if anyone wanted to go any higher. Lexi leaned closer to me and tried to stop me, but I couldn't let Francesca win. 2 billion. 10 billion. Silence filled the room when a male voice joined in and said, $100 billion. Everyone turned to the back. It was Terrence again. He really was something else. The principal declared, "Wow, that's a new record. Sold." My eyebrows shot up when I saw Francesca offering him a handshake in a flirty way. Lexi said, "I think you two look better together." Ew, stop that, Lexi. He's a snob and only loves his phone. During our finals week, as usual, I took a special oral exam because of my reading condition. When the results came back the next day, the blood drained from my face when I didn't see my name at the top spot. It was Terrence. He hadn't even been in our school a full year. Then Francesca appeared from nowhere and said, "Just accept the fact that you're a loser now, Blair." I asked Lexi to do some research on Terrence. I needed to know what was up with him. He seemed like the love child of Einstein and Bill Gates. One day, while I was rushing to the toilet, I bumped into him and tripped over. Jeez. His chest was as hard as a tree. I looked up at him and met his cold, brown eyes. I was expecting him to offer his hand, but the jerk skipped past me like I was trash on the floor. I'd never felt so humiliated. It was the first time a guy had ignored me. Lexi came to the rescue and helped me to my feet. He helped me when I tripped out of my helicopter yesterday. Sorry, girl, but you're not his type. Francesca's comment made me furious. Thank God Lexi calmed me down, or else. During lunch, Lexi told me that she'd finally finished her research on Terrence. He was a young CEO in Korea, and his company develops games and software. That's why he's always on his phone. So, he's a self-made billionaire. Interesting. I was on my way to our campus's art center one time, and I stopped when I saw a board ahead. It had some words on it. Francesca and her friends were right behind me, but I didn't want to ask her for help, so I tried to read it myself. It seemed to be saying something about a vacation. I ignored the sign and continued walking. Suddenly, the ground under me collapsed. Someone caught me right on time before I was buried alive. I looked up to see my savior. It was Terrence. He let me go and dusted his uniform off. Don't you know how to read? It says deep excavation ahead. I have dyslexia. Anyway, thanks for saving my life. Just be careful next time. My heartbeat was still going fast as I watched him walk away. A few days later, the principal announced the annual competition between private schools called the Battle of the Brains. I was so ecstatic when I was picked again to represent our school. I always aced it. The problem was, the competition would be all about teamwork, so I needed a partner. And Terrence was picked. Lexi came up to me and said, "Oh my God, I ship you both. This is going to be fun." I ignored Lexi's stupid comment and told Terrence to meet me in the music room. We needed to talk about the competition. While I was waiting for him, I started playing the piano. I couldn't finish the song because I forgot the keys. Just in time, he arrived and continued for me. We were so close to each other and it felt really weird. I was about to move, but the way he played was hypnotizing. I flinched when I felt a spark as our fingers touched. He looked down at me after he finished playing. "That's how you do it. I don't need piano lessons right now. We need to plan a strategy. Just focus on the spelling. Memorize the letters of the longest words, and we'll be fine. Don't underestimate me, Terrence. How about you? Are you going to study?" The dummy answered me with a poker face and left the room. Sometimes I really hated his guts and his gorgeous face. And seriously, he was so confusing. The competition day finally came, and we were totally silent during the ride. He later fell asleep on my shoulder, and I went stiff as a board. Should I move my shoulder, or should I let him sleep in peace? The limo passed over a rough road, which woke him up. He looked up at me, and I immediately looked away. Can you, scoot over? You're in my personal space. My heartbeat went back to normal when he moved. I was so nervous during the game, but as expected, we made it to the final round. Terrence won the versus round against another boy, and then it was my turn. I needed to win this so we would be the winners already. I was shocked when the announcer said that it was a spelling round. Oh no. Spell, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Terrence gave me an encouraging look. I focused and wrote down all the letters according to my memory. I felt like passing out from nervousness when I slowly raised my answer. Correct. I jumped around in happiness and found myself hugging Terrence. When I realized what I was doing, I immediately pulled away. He then patted my head and smiled at me for the first time. And I must admit, he looked even more gorgeous. You did great. Well, thanks for your advice. Lexi showed up to congratulate us. Oh my gosh, you guys were so good. You two should get married already. Ugh, Lexi and her random fangirling. Terrence smiled at me in the hallway the next day, and it made me feel something in my stomach. What a miracle that he wasn't wearing his headphones and holding his phone in front of his face. Suddenly, the girls started screaming. I went to see what was happening and was shocked to see Pierre in our school uniform. He was showing everyone my pictures that he took on his phone. Oh, finally. There's my girl. Pierre immediately walked up to me and kissed me on the cheek. What are you doing here? I told you. I wanted to see you again. I enrolled in your school just to be with you. I didn't know what to say. Pierre kept following me around, and it bothered me. I wanted to turn him down, but I felt bad for breaking a nice guy's heart. Mademoiselle, come. I have a surprise for you. I told Pierre that I still had a class, but he grabbed my arm and was about to pull me outside when someone grabbed my other arm. It was Terrence. Come on, we're running late already. Everyone stopped in their tracks to watch. Terrence and Pierre were glaring at each other, and there I was, looking like a statue between them. Neither of them wanted to let me go, and it was so awkward. I caught Lexi's eye and gave her the signal to help me. She acted like she sprained her ankle and purposefully fell on Pierre. Lexi then winked at me as Pierre turned to help her. She was the best. I didn't know how to get rid of Pierre over the next few days. Terrence started avoiding me too. Once, when I went into class, Pierre winked at me and told me to come and sit next to him. I said, Pierre, I just want to be clear that you're not my boyfriend. Yet. That night, Francesca threw a party on her own private island and invited everyone. I didn't want to go, but Pierre was so persistent. During the party, he was telling me about his plan to buy a resort in Paris. He was talking nonstop while all I could think about was Terrence. I wished he was here. I signaled Lexi to start our plan. I excused myself to the restroom as she came over, and I let her entertain Pierre. I sneaked out and found myself in a beautiful garden. While I was smelling some flowers, I suddenly felt someone's presence beside me. I turned to see Terrence. You're here. I didn't think you'd come. Francesca came over to my place yesterday and invited me. What? I wanted to ask him what else she did at his place, but I chickened out. He was looking up at the sky, and suddenly a snowflake dropped on his forehead, and he slowly closed his eyes. It was a beautiful moment, and I just found myself staring. It's the first snow of the year. Oh. Is it? He seemed to be so happy about it, and I wondered why. Where's your boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend. I just met him in Paris last time I was there. I'm relieved. What do you mean? The snow continued falling over us. He stepped closer and suddenly kissed me on the forehead. I like you, Blair. I wasn't expecting that. My heartbeat was so loud I was shaking. Moments later, I finally gave in to my attraction. I think I like you too. Let's get out of here. I told him that only my dad had access to our helicopter, but he just gave me a smug smile and said, That's not a problem. Did he plan ahead or what? The helicopter flew us to a beautiful place, and while we were enjoying the marvelous view beneath us, I felt his hand holding mine. It gave me an electric feeling. I'd never felt this way before. After our helicopter date, he brought me to this Korean restaurant and made me taste their delicious specialties. We fought over the bill, and he won and paid for it. I then gave the waiter a tip, a key to a car. That's very generous of you, but I prefer giving tips like this. He gave the waiter a business card. and told him that his secretary would assist him in enrolling in the school of his choice. Education is more important, Blair. Oh, he was wiser than I thought. It was almost midnight when we strolled in the park. When I complained about my high heels hurting my feet, he gave me a piggyback ride. This man had never failed to surprise me. We were inseparable over the next few weeks, while Lexi always ended up distracting Pierre. One day, Terrence was teaching me Korean when Lexi kept calling me. I was enjoying our session, so I ignored her calls. Later that day, I was on my way to my locker when I saw Francesca's dog again. It started chasing me and I ran into the nearest room. While I was catching my breath, I was surprised to see Pierre in there too. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Miss me? Before I could react, he suddenly kissed me. I was so shocked that I couldn't move. I slapped him and walked out to look for Lexi, but I couldn't find her anywhere. She wasn't answering my calls either. Where was she when I needed her? The next day, everyone was looking at me like I'd done something terrible, which I apparently did because an anonymous account had posted a picture of me kissing Pierre on Instagram. No, it was all a mistake. I asked Lexi about it, but she was so mad at me. What did I do? That pervert made a move on me. You weren't there when I needed you because you only care about Terrence now. Lexi, I'm so sorry. Please don't do this to me. You're my best friend. No, Blair, I'm just your personal assistant. Oh, not anymore, because I'm resigning. I was crying as she left me. I looked for Terrence and found him in the music room. Terrence, it's not what you think. Let me explain. I don't deal with cheaters. I tried to convince him, but my heart broke when he said, "Get lost, Blair. I don't want to see you again." I was totally miserable after that. My best friend and boyfriend were ignoring me, and everyone was calling me a cheater. One day, I passed out in my room because I hadn't eaten all day. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Lexi. Thank God you finally woke up. You had me so worried. Are you okay? How can I be okay when you hate me now? Oh my God, stop. I'm not used to seeing you cry. Lexi then told me that she overheard Francesca and Pierre talking about their plan to set me up. I knew it. I need to talk to Terrence. She then looked away and said, "He went back to Korea this morning." What? Are you freaking serious? I felt like someone had thrown cold water on me. She just bowed her head and avoided my eyes. Why so soon? Is this a prank? I'm so sorry, Blair. I already told him the truth and he believed me, but he still left. No. This can't be happening. I tried to get up, but Lexi told me that my doctor had advised that I shouldn't leave bed yet. I called Terrence, but his phone wasn't on. I checked his social media accounts and confirmed that he was already back in Korea. I just wanted to sleep and hope that it was all a dream. The next day, I woke up to Lexi's scream. She pulled me out of bed and dragged me outside. There was an unfamiliar jet landing outside. A handsome boy then stepped out, and I swear, my heart jumped with joy when I realized who it was. I ran up to him and hugged him. He apologized for doubting me and for not telling me about him leaving. I just needed to finish my surprise for you. He then showed me an app on his phone. You can download this from the App Store. I've specially developed this for dyslexics. Oh my God, this is amazing. I love you, Terrence. I love you more, my Blair. I was so over the moon when he finally kissed me. Another cute Korean guy came out and Lexi looked like she just peed her pants. Terrence introduced him as Andrew, his brother, and Lexi started jumping in excitement. Thank God you have a brother. Terrence and I just laughed as we held each other's hands.
Was out of town with his dad. I tried texting him, but he didn't reply, and he didn't even answer my calls. I was losing my mind over the situation when a week later, I walked into school and saw Noah talking to that trash cheerleader Whitney.
You know what, handsome? I've always had my eyes on you, but you were so busy with the new nerd Lazy or Hazy or something. Anyway, now that you're available, you and I should hang out this weekend.
Over my dead body? And you, why are you not answering my calls?
Jeez, Mom. Relax. Stop being so clingy.
Sorry, what? I'm being clingy? You're the one who asked me out, and then you totally ghosted me. Something's up, and you owe me an explanation.
I don't owe you anything, okay? And yeah, I took you out on a date, and you basically blew your nose into my shirt. That's disgusting, and I don't date disgusting girls. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for class.
Noah started walking really fast. I tried my best to keep up, but then he opened the door to the classroom, walked inside, and the door swung back, hitting me in the face.
That oughta hurt.
Oh yeah? I'll tell you what hurt actually feels like. I flew into a rage and punched Whitney's stupid nose. She tackled me to the ground and we started fighting like a pair of wild dogs. The teacher pulled us apart, took us to the principal, and we both ended up in detention. After that horribly bad day, I went home, stuffed my face in a pillow, and cried like a baby. I was wiping my nose when Claire barged into my room. I heard what happened at school today. I don't understand. Why are you so worked up about a boy you just met? Why do you care? Because I hate seeing intelligent girls make dumb decisions for some boy who hardly respects them. He isn't just some boy, okay? He's my soulmate. He even likes pepperoni pizza. It's my favorite. So does homeless Willie down the street. Is he your soulmate too? That's not it. He likes strawberry ice cream. How many boys like pink ice cream, huh? He's definitely the one for me. You know what? He's doing this thing I've read about in books. Just agreeing with everything you say. Does he stop to smell every flower and gaze at stars at night? Yeah? Oh, yes, he's definitely faking it all. I haven't dated anybody, but I've read all the books there are to read about male psychology. I mean, I've only read 2, but I know they all must say the same things. Men aren't that complicated or diverse. He thought you were cute, and then he found someone cuter. This is not helping. Claire, trust me, Noah's different. He's lying, and I have to know why. I've already lost my dad, and now I can't lose Noah too. You also have me and Mom. I mean, I get why you're so hungry for love. The only people you love are in jail, and we both know my mom's as warm as an ice cube. But we're here for you, and that's why, if you're so sure that Noah's lying, then I will help you. You will? Oh, thank you! Just please don't hug me. I hate that. What started next was a series of things that Claire suggested, and even though some of them made no sense to me, I decided to go with the flow. The first thing on the list was to make Noah jealous by dating someone else, and for that, Claire hooked me up with her childhood friend Lance. We were standing by the lockers when I noticed Noah staring at me from the corner of his eye. I quickly took Lance by his arm and pulled him close. So, Lance, are you an appendix? I don't know what you do or how you work, but I feel like I should take you out.
Seriously?
Shut up. Is he looking?
Not really.
Hold my waist, now.
He's digging his nose. Disgusting.
Oh God, this isn't working. And with that, I pulled Lance in for a kiss. I was sure this would work, but then I turned around and saw Noah walking out. I followed him and found him beating a trash can to death. What's wrong? Are you mad?
Why? Why would I be mad? You can kiss any random jerk you want. I don't care.
Then why are you turning red?
Because of the heat. Duh, stop asking stupid questions. You're giving me a migraine.
Saying that, Noah just turned around and left. But that whole day in school, he kept giving me death stares, and I could tell that my little trick worked. I updated Claire on the progress that evening, and she suggested we take our game up a notch. So the next day at school during lunch, just as Noah walked in the cafeteria, I let out a huge scream and fell to the ground. Noah came running towards me and started rubbing my cheeks. When I didn't wake up, he lifted me in his arms and took me to the school infirmary. As he laid me down on the bed, our faces were so close. I just wanted to grab him and kiss him, but Claire walked in and spoiled the moment. Get away from her, you creep! You're the reason she's so stressed, that she hasn't eaten anything in 3 days. You know she has Lavaria?
What?
It's a rare disease where if the patient loses their appetite, their brain turns into mush, their heart starts beating rapidly, and they can even lose their life. This is all your fault.
I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry, Maisie. I never meant to hurt you.
Noah leaned in to kiss me. Then I opened my eyes and jumped out of the bed. Gotcha!
Are you crazy? I thought you were dying. I can't believe you staged this whole thing.
I was dying, silly, of a broken heart. But now that I know you care about me...
You can't just take a hint, so let me spell it out for you. I don't care.
Then why are you here? You and I both know we had something special, and you're just trying to sabotage it for some godforsaken reason. Just be honest.
You want me to be honest? Fine. I only helped you because I felt sorry that I hadn't been the nicest to you, but you're clearly out of your mind. You're a crazy lovesick puppy, and it's pretty pathetic, and you totally wasted my time.
I wasted your time? You're the one who made me fall in love with you and then threw me aside like some cheap trash. And now you're being a jerk for no reason. You don't want me around? Okay, but at least give me a reason.
I just don't like you, and I have nothing more to say.
Fine, then you won't see my ugly face ever again. And I just covered up my face with a sheet as Noah walked away. I spent 2 days in my room crying and stuffing my face with ice cream. Every time I saw Noah at school, my stupid heart fluttered. Then it would break again the moment he was out of sight. I didn't want to feel like that, so I plunged myself into studies and applying for college. But it still wasn't enough. Then one evening, Claire thought it would be a good idea to go out and clear my mind. But on our way to the restaurant, I saw Noah talking to some shady-looking men. And then one of the men punched Noah in his stomach, and the other pushed him in the back of a van. I have to go. No, Maisie, this is not your problem. He's in trouble. I have to save him. Who do you think you are, Rambo? Did you see the size of those two men? They would crush us with their pinky fingers. Then you stay here, but I'm going. I took a cab and asked the driver to follow the van. Minutes later, we stopped in front of an abandoned building. The shady-looking men dragged Noah inside, and I was right on their tail. I hid behind the pillar, totally confused, when I saw a middle-aged man walk in.
What is this I'm hearing? You don't want to work for me anymore? Have you forgotten why I adopted you?
No, I know you only need me for my skills, but I've done enough already. I can't hurt Maisie anymore.
Well, my little boy is in love, it seems. I wonder what your girlfriend would say when she finds out that you're the reason her dad's in jail. If you wouldn't have hacked into her dad's computer and leaked those files, he'd still be home with his dumb daughter.
I did what I did to save your butt. Maisie's dad knew that you were supplying confidential information to enemy nations, and if I wouldn't have leaked those files, he would have outed you and you'd be rotting in jail. So be thankful.
And I will be once I get rid of you.
The old man snapped his fingers and a bunch of bodyguards surrounded Noah. One of them held Noah's arm and the other was about to punch him when I flung my bag at him and hit him smack in his face. Bullseye!
Maisie, why are you here?
I followed you and shouldn't be asking me questions. How dare you lie to my face? Watch out! Noah ducked a punch and ran towards me while I picked up a stick and started hitting people with all my strength. But it wasn't enough. There were too many. Just then we heard police sirens, and seconds later a team of officers barged in with Claire right behind them. It's okay, you can thank me later. Let's just get out of here first. The police surrounded the building, and Noah's testimony was enough to get everyone arrested, including himself. But just as they were taking him away, I asked if I could talk to him and went to the side. Why didn't you just tell me the truth?
And say what? That I'm the reason your dad's in jail? The day you told me your dad was a coder, I went home and checked you out on the internet. After I found out who you were, I couldn't be around you. But I couldn't let you go either. I know I messed it up, but can you forgive me?
No, Noah, I can't. I lost my home, my family because of you, and nothing can compare to that pain.
I can understand. Have a good life, Maze. God knows you deserve it.
Noah turned around and left, and I never heard from him again. Claire took me home, and a week later, Dad was released. Dad got his old job back, and I went back to being the computer nerd I was. Developed 100 applications, got rich, famous, gave interviews, but Noah always remained in the back of my mind. So you never met him again? Nope, but I still miss him a lot, and I wish I could have said that to his face. Let's see if we can help with that. What are you doing here? When did you get out?
Last week, I helped with the investigation, so they reduced my sentence. The crew got in touch with me an hour back and sent me the address, and here I am.
And I'm glad that you're here.
Maisie, I'm sorry. You know that when you're away from someone for so long, you make a mental image in your head about how they would look, and you think that no one can be that perfect. Well, you are. You are perfect, and I wish I could have said that sooner, but...
Can we not talk at all? And let's just agree that we've both been stupid?
I'd like that.
And can you also just pull me closer and...
I was standing on the balcony in my room, screaming my lungs out, while my cousin Catherine stood next to me. Hello? Hello? Save me from this wretched queen and her snooty bodyguards. I will give 10,000 gold coins to anyone who saves me. No one can hear you, Merida, and even if they did, they won't go against the queen's orders. When I'm queen, I will demolish this stupid castle and build a big house with glass windows, and everyone can visit me, and I'll have lots of friends and pets and pastries. No, not pastries. They give me a sugar rush. Okay, so only friends and pets then. You wish. Just then, I heard the queen screaming my name, and I ran in the other direction to save my soul. Hi, I'm Merida, a real-life princess from someplace in the world. Please like and subscribe. My mom, the queen, was really strict, but she wasn't always like this. She used to be a fun-loving mom who loved spending time with me. But when I turned 5, Dad went out hunting. He fell from his horse, hurt his back, and was permanently bedridden. Mom had to take up all his responsibilities, and since then, she turned into the Wicked Witch of the West. To make matters worse, when I was 7, I was with my mom inaugurating a children's park when this homeless guy picked me up and started running. The guards caught him and saved me almost immediately, but Mom became extra paranoid and never allowed me to leave the palace. I wasn't allowed to go to school or play outside like normal kids. Growing up, the only friends I had were the palace workers or my royal tutors, who were really boring. My life sucked, and I hatched a new plan every week to escape the palace. Like this one time when I was 13, I tied a bunch of bedsheets and hung it down from my window. I was about to climb down when I saw how high it was and I chickened out. And another time, I climbed into the back of a van carrying pigs for the royal poultry farm. You, pig guy, drive or I'll behead everyone. Not the pigs, obviously. They're cute. But I will behead you, I promise. The guy shot me a look and started driving. But 30 seconds later, the royal guards caught on to me. Mom found out and went ballistic.
What were you thinking, Merida? That driver could have harmed you and taken you away forever.
And that would have been a dream come true. Even staying with pigs is better than staying caged in a castle for one more day. I'm bored, annoyed, and I hate it here.
It's for your own safety. Now quit complaining and go to your room.
But I wasn't gonna give up so easily. So the next day, while Mom was away on palace duties, I tried sneaking out the kitchen back door, but my foot got caught on something. I tripped and crashed into a servant carrying a bunch of plates, and she landed on her butt. Are you okay? I looked up to see a girl my age staring in my face. She helped me get up, and just then, Mom came running.
What have you done? That was really expensive china.
Wow, Mom! You could have asked me if I was fine, but no, expensive china is more important. You know what I mean.
And I see you've met Catherine.
And that's how Catherine came into my life. Her dad was my dad's younger brother, and I'd met her when we were kids, but then she moved to France, and now Mom had invited her back to the palace. Catherine and I quickly became friends and spoke about everything under the sun. I told her about my boring life and how I was stuck in the castle, while Catherine told me all about her travels, which sometimes made me jealous. You know, Paris is really pretty. I love sitting on top of the Eiffel Tower and staring at the city. It's magical. And did you know that street churros don't taste the same as the ones we eat here? Of course you wouldn't, because I can't leave the castle. I know, you don't have to rub it in my face. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but why don't you just sneak out? You think I haven't tried? My mom has the nose of a dog. She can smell me out. But you didn't really have help before. Really? You'll help me? Of course. What are sisters for? Catherine kept her promise, and the next day when Mom left for her daily royal duties, she led me through the back gate of the castle. The guards were scattered everywhere, so Catherine and I had to be careful. We were hiding behind a huge wall, trying not to get spotted, when a huge trash truck stopped right in front of us, and Catherine signaled for me to climb in. This is your brilliant idea to sneak me out? A trash truck? I'm sorry if it's not up to your expectations, but it's literally the only way out that will escape the guards' attention. Whatever, fine. After the longest, bumpiest, and smelliest ride of my life, the truck finally stopped. Without warning, Kathy yanked me out like a bag of potatoes, and we fell into some bushes nearby. Welcome to the real life, princess. Let's go. I look like a homeless person dipped in a pile of poop. I'm not going anywhere looking like this. But it's the perfect disguise. Who would think a princess is walking around smelling like a pig? Hey, watch it. Don't forget that when I'm queen, Yeah, you'll behead half the population. Can we go now? We only have a few hours before the queen comes back. It took years before I was finally out of that miserable palace. So I didn't want to waste any time. Catherine took me to a photo booth to capture my first day out, and we ended up clicking a dozen pictures. I was still in the photo booth when she went outside to get something to eat, and this really cute boy walked in. I tried to run away before the boy saw my face, but I tripped over my own foot and went flying into his arms.
Whoa, is it fate or did the most beautiful girl in the world fall into my arms?
He smiled and my heart raced, but just as he came closer, I started sneezing like crazy.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry. I must be allergic to something. Just give me Just then, the curtain flew open and Kathy angrily pulled me out. The hot dogs in her hand went flying, and one of them hit the pretty boy in the eye.
Ow! Wait, will I ever see you again?
No, get out of our way. As Kathy dragged me away, I waved goodbye to the boy, feeling like I'd just lost the love of my life. We went through a secret tunnel through a church that opened at the backside of the castle, and I was stunned to know that something like this even existed. We quickly slipped inside the castle before someone noticed. Wow, that was so cool. How did you know about this? My dad might have mentioned it. Then why did you drag me through the trash truck? Seriously? That's your concern? If that boy hurt you, the queen would have killed me for sneaking you out. It was a mistake, and I'm not doing it again. But now, I didn't need Catherine's help. I already knew about the secret tunnel. So the next day, I sneaked out through the passage and went straight into town. I went back to that photo booth where I saw the same boy sitting outside kicking the air.
You came. I was hoping I'd run into you again. I couldn't stop thinking about you.
Neither could I.
I'm Romeo.
I'm Juliet.
Right. Wanna get out of here, Juliet?
It was lame, but I wasn't gonna tell him my name yet. I need to trust him completely. And for all I know, his name wasn't Romeo either. Over the next few days, I sneaked out every day just to meet Romeo, and I was smitten. He was cute, fun, really kind, and even volunteered at a local children's hospital at times. One day, he took me to the hospital with him, and I could see how everyone's eyes just lit up seeing Romeo.
Hi, Romeo. Is this your new girlfriend? She's very pretty. Are you guys gonna get married?
Well, her name is Juliet, so the chances are high.
I blushed as Romeo winked at me, and my insides exploded with excitement. Later that evening, he asked me out, and we shared our first kiss, which was magical. I knew I was falling for him. So a few days later, while I walked back home, I decided to tell Mom everything about Romeo. But just as I crossed the secret passage, I saw a bunch of guards waiting for me on the other side. The head bodyguard, Markle, immediately grabbed me and carried me as I kicked and screamed. Hey, put me down right this minute, or I'll have your head served to me on a platter!
Sorry, princess, but the queen will skin me alive if I don't deliver you to her. I prefer to be beheaded at this point.
Oh, you stupid bug-eyed giant mooncalf! I'll make your life miserable when I'm queen!
Can't wait.
Markle finally sat me down, and a second later, Mom walked in looking pissed. She threw a bunch of photographs on the table along with a news article. I stared in shock with all my pictures all over the tabloid with the most hideous headline. The princess who smells like rotten eggs and kissing a commoner is a disgrace and not fit to rule. Hey, that's not fair. I do not smell like rotten eggs. You think this is a joke, Merida? I've spent a lifetime building my reputation, and I will not let you destroy it in seconds. And how dare you leave without my permission? Mom, come on. It was only one outing. Okay, 2. Okay, sorry, 20. But look at the bright side. Nothing happened to me. No one kidnapped me, which means it's safe to travel outside. But Mom didn't care and left angrily. The next few days were miserable. The security around me was tighter than ever, and this time, no one was allowed to enter my room, not even Catherine. Things got worse when a week before my 18th birthday, Mom announced my engagement to the prince of some country. Can't say the name, sorry. And along with that, the date of my coronation. I felt lost and furious. Late one night, I was sulking in my room when someone knocked on my door. I opened it and saw Romeo standing outside. I pulled him in immediately before someone saw him. What are you doing here? If my mom sees you, you're dead meat.
I will leave, Merida, but before that, you need to know something. Catherine isn't who you think she is.
What do you mean? Before Romeo could say more, the door burst open and Mom came in with Catherine and some guards who immediately grabbed Romeo. Mom, no! Let him go! I can't believe you would stoop so low, Merida. Wasn't it enough that you embarrassed me in the newspapers, that now you were planning on escaping with this peasant? Mom, Romeo is a very nice guy, and I wasn't going anywhere with him. You can ask Catherine. She's met him before. Tell them. I have no idea what you're talking about, Merida. I've never seen this guy before in my life. Why are you lying? I'm not. I was in my room when I heard noises coming from your chamber. I heard him telling you that he's here to take you away. And as a loyal servant of the royal court, it was my duty to inform the queen. You backstabbing witch! I will—
Enough! I'm so disappointed in you, Merida. Now, until the members of the royal court decide what to do with you, you will not leave your room.
For the next couple of days, I was locked in my room with 2 guards at the door the whole time. I had no idea what happened to Romeo, but I prayed he was okay. About a week later, I was summoned by the royal court members who had apparently made a decision about me.
After a week of deliberation, The royal court has concluded that Princess Merida has gone against Act 54 of the royal constitution that states, "The queen in line shall not interact with commoners or have personal relations with them before her coronation."
Seriously? There's a constitution like that?
Shh! The princess has not taken her duties seriously. Therefore, she will be replaced by the next person in line to the throne.
Wait, Catherine? Seriously? Unbelievable!
Merida, be respectful before the members of the court.
No! If all of you think that I'm the problem and Catherine is the next best thing, then I have no respect. And what's wrong with interacting with the very people, commoners, we're supposed to rule? I was about to storm off when suddenly Romeo ran in through the doors with several guards following behind him. Catherine's eyes widened in shock as he marched straight to Mom. How did you get out?
I've lived on the street. We pick up a trick or two when it comes to escaping. But first, everyone needs to know the truth. My name is Romeo Buffet. I met the princess through Lady Catherine, who paid me to lure her out of the palace, expose her face to the media, and ruin her name.
You did what? Romeo went on to tell everyone how his little sister was a patient at the children's hospital where he volunteered. She was sick and needed surgery.
I needed money for the surgery, so when Lady Catherine approached me to work for her, I couldn't say no.
He's lying. He has no proof.
You can see my phone. I have the messages. Your Majesties, I did a terrible thing trying to ruin the princess's reputation, and I couldn't live with myself if I didn't confess the truth.
Kathy, why? Suddenly, Catherine turned to me with angry, bloodshot eyes. Because this crown belongs to me. It should have gone to my dad after his brother fell sick. But you, Queen, you snatched it away. My father lived in misery all his life when he was the rightful king. So that's why you came back, for the crown. Of course. You thought I came here to be friends with your sorry butt? Please. I hired this butthead so I could somehow ruin your reputation in front of the court, and your mom would banish you from the throne on her own. I would have succeeded if this jerk wouldn't have barged in. I'm gonna kill you when I'm the queen.
Which will be never. I've heard enough. Get this girl out of here. And if I ever see your face near the palace again, Catherine, you'll never see the light of day again.
The room was quiet as Kathy was dragged out of the hall kicking and screaming. And that was the last time I saw her. The queen then got up, grabbed the scroll from the royal speaker, and tore it to pieces.
What are you doing, Your Majesty? That's the only copy of the Constitution there is. I'm the queen, and I make or break the Constitution. I'm sorry, Merida. I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping you safe, but sometimes parents can be wrong.
I wasn't the best daughter either, Mom. I made life tough for you when all you wanted was to keep me safe. I promise I'll be better. Mom and I hugged it out and finally made up. Overcome with emotion, I ran to Romeo and hugged him too. I'm still mad at you for deceiving me, but I get why you did what you did. Also, I missed you a lot. Think we could start again?
Nothing would make me happier.
Romeo and I started dating officially. His sister's surgery was a success and was fully paid for by the palace. 2 years later, I was officially 21. Romeo and I tied the knot, and I was ordained as the next queen. Don't worry, I haven't beheaded anyone. Yet.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I grew up in a mansion with my rich aunt Judith, who ran a successful luxury jewelry brand. After having her daughter Riri, she couldn't have any more children, so she adopted me as a baby. My aunt loved to spoil me, but deep down I always wondered if it was because she truly cared or because she felt sorry for me. When I was 5, I won a singing competition, and she gifted me a massive dollhouse. I was happy the entire day, until my cousin Riri ruined it. She was 3 years older than me, taller, prettier, and meaner. She had everything, but somehow my very existence offended her.
Seriously? She gets a castle for singing a stupid song? Meanwhile, I asked for a bathtub filled with melted chocolate, and you said no.
Riri, first you wanted a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments, then a tiara for your dog, and now a chocolate bathtub? And I told you, she's special. Be smart like her and ask for something reasonable.
First of all, a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments is actually a brilliant idea, especially at my age. It helps me build confidence, which is what you need to be successful. But of course you wouldn't see that, just like you somehow think a song from your little charity case is castle-worthy.
The words stung, but I pretended they didn't.
My aunt always told me to ignore her, but it was hard when she made it her life's mission to make me feel small. I used to always ask about my mom. I only had one picture of her holding me, and I kept it with me everywhere I went, folded, worn, and almost falling apart. When I got older, things only got worse. By 5th grade, I had stopped growing. At 4'11", I was the shortest kid in school, and people noticed, not in a good way. Sometimes it made me so frustrated that I avoided everyone and spent time alone. My aunt would check on me, but I didn't want to burden her any more than I already did. It was enough that she had Riri as a crazy daughter.
You're like my daughter, Isabel. You can tell me anything.
Like. She said, like her daughter. I knew she meant well, but somehow that one little word stuck with me. One time, our school took us to an amusement park. I was sitting alone when the new girl Daphne walked up to me. She was tall, confident, and way too friendly for my liking.
Why are you just sitting here like a statue? Come on, it's a field trip. Act like it.
Thanks for the motivational speech. Now get to the point.
Jeez, someone's cranky. I'm just asking if you want to go on a ride with me. I don't feel like going alone.
We got in line, and I was nervous but excited until the ride attendant stopped us.
Sorry, kid, you don't meet the height requirement. Maybe get your mommy to ride with you.
I wanted to disappear.
She's with me. I'm her older sister, and I'll make sure she's safe.
The attendant gave us a look, then shrugged and let us in. Seriously? This is your brilliant plan?
You're welcome, short stack.
From that day on, Daphne and I grew closer. We became BFFs, and it was amazing having her around, especially with Riri constantly making my life miserable. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, I got accepted into an elite summer camp for free because of my high grades. My aunt was so proud, she bought me a new car.
Why would you buy her a car she can't even drive? And even if she could, she'd never reach the steering wheel.
Aunt bought me the car for the driver to pick me up in it. Not my fault you're only good at failing and bullying.
How dare you! I'll catch you and sit on you.
Riri charged at me, but I spun away effortlessly, landing in a perfect stance on the other side of the room.
Oh dear, how many talents do you have?
Aunt Judith immediately enrolled me in a gymnastics team, and soon I became the best one there. And with every perfect landing, every gold medal, I hoped maybe this would make her love me even more.
Your mom also used to be a gymnast.
Hearing that made me feel closer to her. And from that moment, I loved gymnastics even more. But all this gymnastic thing only made Riri even more jealous. Instead of improving herself, Riri just got worse. She started sneaking out, wasting money on useless things, and hanging out with shallow friends. One night, Aunt Judith got a phone call from the police station. They had arrested Riri after she and her friends vandalized the principal's house and threw eggs at all the neighborhood cars. Aunt had to pay a hefty fine and cover the damages to get Riri out of trouble.
Oh, why can't you be a normal child?
Oh, you mean like Isabel? The perfect little angel who never talks back, never does anything wrong? Why don't you just adopt her and finally get rid of me?
Hey, don't talk to Auntie like that. She loves you. You just refuse to act like a daughter.
Shut up! No one's talking to you. This is between me and my mother, you charity case!
That's enough, Riri. I have given you enough chances, and you've always disappointed me.
And what about you? You got her home and forgot about me. I'm done being a second fiddle in my own house. I'm going to that fancy boarding school in France. Go ahead, let Isabel call you Mommy instead.
Aunt and Riri had a huge fight, and after a few days, Riri left for boarding school in France. I knew Aunt loved me, but I also knew no matter what, she would always love Riri more. And that was okay. Riri was her real daughter after all. Aunt tried to hide her sadness, but it was clear she wasn't happy that Riri left. I guess this is what they mean when they say a parent's love is unconditional, even when their child doesn't deserve it. At least I had Daphne around, but things at her house weren't great. Her dad was unemployed, yet he'd go missing for days and then come back like nothing happened. Her mom worked 2 jobs just to make ends meet.
You know what annoys me? Not just that my dad is a useless human being, but also a liar. He keeps bragging about having another family. We know it's all nonsense, but it still hurts. I just wish Mom would finally stand up to him and leave him for good. She's incredible and doesn't need him.
Yeah, that sucks.
Wow, that's all you've got? You're terrible at this, you know that?
Hey, I've told you 100 times already, and here I am saying it for the 101st time. Just come live with me. Aunt Judith already agreed. She likes you and thinks you're a good kid.
She'd think anyone is a good kid compared to the airhead she gave birth to.
One day, when I was in 9th grade, my aunt told me she had to go on a business trip for an entire month. I tried to convince her to stay, but she wouldn't change her mind.
Isabel, this is a huge opportunity for me. I can't miss it. Besides, you're a responsible kid. You can have Daphne stay over, and I'm sure you two will have the best time.
That night, I slept next to Aunt Judith because I knew I was going to miss her a lot. A few days later, Daphne came to stay with me. One afternoon, while we were chilling in the living room, someone knocked on the door. I opened it and saw a beggar standing there. She had a scarf wrapped around her and wore oversized sunglasses, but something about her felt weirdly familiar.
Oh, dear. God gave you a big mansion, not because you necessarily work harder than everyone else, but because luck was given to you. Keep passing on His goodness, and He will give you more. A few coins is all I ask to feed my children.
Yeah, sure. Wait here.
Would you be a dear and let me in? I've been walking since morning. Just a moment of rest, and that's all I ask. I won't forget this favor. I'll keep you in my prayers, always.
I didn't see the harm, so I let her in. Halfway up the stairs, I suddenly remembered I'd left my purse downstairs. I turned back, and there she was, standing by the entryway, grabbing a crystal diamond decoration off the side table and shoving it into her bag. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing my shout, Daphne rushed out from the living room and grabbed the woman's wrist, stopping her mid-motion. I ran down and yanked off her sunglasses and scarf.
Mom?
I can explain. I didn't know this was your friend's house. I swear.
But still! Mom, you're a thief! How could you do this?
I'm not a thief. I ask rich people for help. And sometimes I take a little. So what? They won't even notice.
Oh my god! Is this your side job? Or is this the whole job? Begging and stealing?
How else am I supposed to feed you? Pay for your bills? You think that useless, worthless father of yours is gonna do it?
They started arguing, Daphne freaking out, her mom making excuses like it wasn't a big deal. Enough! They both turned to me. Just go. I'll talk to my aunt and see how we can help. Daphne's mom scoffed, grabbed her bag, and stormed out.
You don't have to do anything for us. I'll leave for now.
Then she was gone. That night she sent me a message. Things at home are chaotic. I'll talk to you in a few days. I didn't see her for days. I understood her though. I would never have judged her. I didn't want to pressure her, so I gave her space. At least I still had my aunt, and I was FaceTiming her almost every night. But one night, no matter how many times I called, she didn't answer. I remembered her assistant's number, so I called. She told me they had been searching for my aunt since that morning when she left on her private jet for a short domestic flight. They had lost all contact with the crew and suspected that something had gone wrong. My heart dropped. I kept praying for her safety, but a familiar fear crept in. The same hollow, aching feeling I barely remembered from when my mom was gone. Except this time, I was old enough to understand the weight of it. The next day, I heard the doorbell ring.
Miss me, cousin?
Riri had just moved back into the mansion like before. But what about your school?
It's my last year, and I wasn't feeling like finishing it. Also, I heard about Mom, so I came to be by your side, cousin.
How did you hear about Aunt Judith?
In case you forgot, I am her daughter. We talk. And her assistant told me the same thing she told you, so I immediately booked a flight and came here. Oh, by the way, I brought a guest. I hope he doesn't bother you. But if he does, well, I don't care. This is my mansion. This is my home.
Just then, her guest stepped inside, and I couldn't help but notice how familiar he looked. Is he your boyfriend?
On trial. I haven't made up my mind yet. He's my classmate, but he's a cutie, right? On a scale of 10, solid 9, yeah?
I looked closer at him. My stomach dropped. The resemblance was unreal. He looked just like Daphne. His name was Nathan. Riri kept insisting that he and I were strictly forbidden from interacting with each other.
Never talk to him.
What if he is, I don't know, coughing and about to die?
If he's dying, you call me. Riri, an emergency! But if he's just coughing and clearly just needs a glass of water, then you call me, Riri, an emergency! See the difference? First one is Riri. Second one is Riri. Got it? Or do I need to write it down for you?
What's it like going through life without a single working brain cell?
Say that again.
Let me simplify it for you. You are stew. Before I could finish, Riri lunged at me. I started kicking her, but she knocked me down and sat on top of me, pinning me in place.
God, I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Jeez, when did you get this fat? No wonder you wanted a bathtub full of chocolate. You were planning to drink it. I shouted for the maids and shoved Riri so hard that she stumbled back, knocking over her boyfriend, who apparently had been about to pull her off me. He winced in pain, then she smacked his neck.
Man up! Instead of defending me, you just stood there like an idiot watching.
No, he didn't just stand there. He tried to help me. He was pulling you off.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He already likes me. Nathan opened his mouth to speak.
Shh! Is that your mouth moving? You don't talk, you don't breathe, you don't blink unless I give you permission.
Then she grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. What is she hiding this time? For the next few days, Riri treated Nathan like her personal assistant. He carried her bags, brought her breakfast, and basically followed her around like a lost puppy. I tried to corner him multiple times, but he always ignored me. Until one day he was struggling to balance a ridiculous tower of whipped cream, marshmallows, and a giant stack of pancakes in one hand, while clutching a bunch of papers in the other. He nearly lost his footing. I quickly stepped in, grabbing some of the toppling food just in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Nathan. I'm here if you need anything.
And I'm here if you need a punch in the face, cousin.
As Nathan walked away, a piece of paper slipped from his hand and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up. It was a card with his face on it, the words written in big fancy letters. Happy 18, dear. Wait, 18? How could he be in Riri's class if he was already an adult? The place felt suffocating, so I decided to visit Daphne for a change. But as I got closer to the door, I heard shouting and screams. I rang the bell, and Daphne opened it without a care in the world.
Oh, cool. Perfect timing. Come, enjoy the show.
Inside, her mom was swinging a kitchen spoon wildly, while her dad sat on the couch, calmly playing on Daphne's iPad, the one she had won in her school's science competition.
You spent my last $20 on a lottery ticket? I was supposed to buy dinner!
It's called investing. You don't get rich without taking risks. And when I do, I'm moving in with my other family.
She swung the spoon at his head, but he ducked just in time. The spoon smacked the lamp instead.
She's always aiming for the head, but his survival instincts are getting too good.
Why don't you go steal some money, woman? Make yourself useful.
I'm gonna steal your kidney in your sleep.
All right, it's getting too graphic. Let's go to the park.
As we walked out, I couldn't help but think about how messed up everything was. Not just Daphne's family, but mine too. And all I wanted was to be hugged, whether by my aunt or my mom. Just someone who felt like home. Days turned into weeks, and I kept trying to contact Aunt Judith, but there was still no sign of her. With each passing day, the silence grew heavier, and hopelessness started to sink in. A few days later, Riri decided to throw a party, despite my constant arguing. Your mom is still missing. How could you even think about throwing a party?
I would throw a party or even run for the presidency if I wanted. That's none of your business, Shorty.
I knew there was no point in arguing with her, so I decided to use this to my advantage. Maybe I could get Daphne to come and meet Nathan. Plus, we could wear costumes. 1, to embarrass Riri, and 2, to get Daphne involved in helping me figure out who Nathan really was without Riri finding out. On the night of the party, Daphne and I walked in dressed as Riri's biggest failed dreams. I wore a bathtub costume, covered head to toe in fake dripping chocolate. On the front, a golden nameplate read, Riri's Royal Spa, where luxury meets chocolate. Daphne, on the other hand, had a giant cardboard mirror strapped to her chest that read, You are beautiful, Riri, every time she pressed a button. The room went silent for a moment. Then, boom, everyone burst out laughing. Riri stormed toward us, eyes flaring.
Isabel, what do you think you're doing? I know this is you from your height. You look like an elf-sized jacuzzi.
Then she turned to Daphne and smacked the button on Daphne's mirror.
Okay, this can stay. Maids! Catch that infant-sized hot tub and throw her away!
Next thing I knew, I was sitting in my room watching the party from the window when I spotted Daphne moving toward Nathan. She stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly froze. Her whole body tensed. Then without hesitation, she whipped around and bolted toward me.
Not so fast.
Before Daphne could make it out, Riri grabbed her by the arm.
We're making a line. Everyone gets a turn to press your button. I want to reinforce the saying that I'm very beautiful until it becomes an absolute truth.
By the time Daphne finally broke free, half an hour had passed. She burst into my room gasping like she had just run a marathon.
He just looks like a lost brother.
Then maybe he is? Didn't your father always say he had another family? We spent the next hour throwing out every possibility, debating whether this was just a coincidence or something bigger. You know, I always thought Riri was just jealous and angry at me. But when Aunt went missing, I really believed, just for a second, that maybe she'd understand what it's like to live without a mom.
And then?
And then she threw a party. We were so caught up in conversation that we lost track of time until we heard voices downstairs. We rushed over and peeked from an angle where they couldn't see us. The party was over, and for the first time, Riri and Nathan were arguing.
How could you spill juice on the most important guest tonight? She's a modeling agent, and I invited her to impress her.
I'm sorry, Riri. I didn't mean to.
Oh, great! And what exactly will your sorry fix now? She's never going to pick me.
She was never going to pick you anyway.
What did you just say?
Nothing.
No. Say that again, you worthless idiot piece of dirt.
Before she could finish, Nathan suddenly shoved her, like even he didn't realize he was going to. She stumbled back, looking stunned.
How dare you!
She lunged at him, running, but tripped on the carpet and passed out. We ran down to her and called 911. Nathan looked shaken, his hands trembling.
I'm sorry, I have no... I'm sorry.
We reached the hospital and Riri was immediately taken into the ICU. Nathan and I were waiting outside when this gum-chewing redhead nurse walked over. How is she?
She's stable.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, I didn't think you'd take the news so well. You're tough for such a tiny person.
What do you mean? You said she's stable.
Yes, like not getting any worse.
So she's getting better?
Oh no, not at all. Relax. I just mean she's not worse. She's exactly the same, unmoving, frozen in time like a statue.
God. Can we just go in and see her?
Yeah, sure. Especially since it'll be the last time.
What?
The last time she's out cold.
Stop talking riddles and tell me if she's gonna be okay.
Well, I'm afraid I've tried everything I could.
Let her continue.
And now the best doctor in the hospital is in the room looking after your sister, so yeah, she'll be okay.
I wanted to rip off the nurse's head, but thankfully Riri woke up and we all rushed inside.
Someone pushed me. Someone wanted to kill me.
Whoa, no one was trying to push her. The annoying nurse was fussing over her, clearly impressed by the wealth and wasting no time kissing up to her.
Well, looking at her injury, it does seem like someone really wanted to hurt her. The shock in her eyes, this is classic post-traumatic stress. She's clearly in distress. The human mind reacts unpredictably to such violent events.
Oh, so now you're a therapist too?
Someone wanted me dead. Catch them!
Riri slowly raised her arm and pointed straight at Nathan. Before I could even think, I stepped in front of him. I did it.
Obviously! Who else would be that pathetic?
Well, that's a surprise confession, and a short one.
Nathan looked relieved, but I also caught him glancing at Daphne, his eyes scanning her carefully. The nurse called the police and they questioned me, but in the end, they just gave me a warning and left. For the next few days, I just avoided Riri and her boyfriend, but things with my aunt were not getting any better. I wanted to do something, so I kept visiting the police station, but they told me there was nothing else to do and that all search attempts had stopped. Then I had enough. I decided to attract media attention and start doing interviews. People began noticing my aunt's case, and some even joined me in peaceful protests. Daphne was right there by my side. But Riri, she never tried to help or even fake being concerned. She continued partying and wasting money left and right. One day, after finishing my TV interview, I went upstairs to lie down when I ran into Nathan on the way. He kept his head down, only glancing up when he got closer.
Psst. I never got the chance to thank you the other day. Why did you cover for me?
I just had a feeling I should. Who even are you?
I just can't say yet.
Are you related to Daphne? He paused, nodded once, then walked away without another word. I thought about contacting Daphne and telling her, but I decided to wait a bit longer. Maybe she would tell her mom, and her mom was always unpredictable.
I figured it was time to get back to practicing gymnastics. I had stopped ever since Aunt Judith went missing, and now felt like the right time for a distraction. Sometimes healing comes from doing what you love, especially when I imagined my mom watching me, proud and smiling. I pushed myself a little too hard in practice and ended up hurting my leg. The doctor told me I needed to rest and avoid many activities for the next few weeks. Perfect. Just what I needed. Staying at home was boring, especially having to hear and see Riri's dumb fights.
Did you forget about my nail appointment? Nathan, you've been too distracted lately. I need sharp people around me, fast thinkers, geniuses. If I wanted stupidity, I'd talk to a goldfish or Isabel. So I'm doing you a favor. You're grounded until you learn how to think smarter. Don't ever leave the house.
With Riri always out partying, Nathan finally had the chance to talk to me alone. The idiot had literally given us the perfect opportunity after forbidding us from even looking at each other. How does someone get stupider this fast?
My name isn't Nathan. It's Alan. I was in Riri's class, and that's how I found out that she was from this town. So I figured if I got close to her, it would give me an excuse to come here without looking suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
Because I come from a really rich family. My mom's side, at least. My dad, though, he's a nobody. A total loser. And you already know who that is.
Daphne's dad?
Yes. I'm Daphne's stepbrother. My mom comes from a really rich background, but she fell in love with the wrong person and had me. Her father, my grandfather, never truly believed that my father existed and always saw me as a stain on the family. He never truly accepted me as his grandson and gave all his inheritance to my cousins instead. The ones with respectable fathers.
Wait, so your grandfather doesn't even know your dad is alive?
No. My mom tried her best to convince him, but without knowing where my dad was, we had no way to prove anything to my grandfather. Mom left a few years ago, and after that, there was no one left to help me uncover the truth. So I had to take matters into my own hands and search for him myself. It was only recently that I got a lead. My dad was in this town, but I couldn't come here alone. My cousins have always seen me as a threat, and if they found out that I was looking for my dad, they'd do everything in their power to stop me. If they found him first, they'd make sure I never did. I couldn't just show up without raising suspicions, so I needed a cover. That's where Riri came in. A rich, spoiled girl who wouldn't question why I was suddenly hanging around. All I had to do was play along, pretend to be interested in her, and make it seem like I was just another rich kid chasing wealth, at least as far as my cousins were concerned. Riri, on the other hand, thinks I'm some desperate, dumb, poor kid trying to break into her world. And honestly, that worked in my favor. So I posed as her boyfriend and came here. But it's been a painful journey.
But I found out you're 18. How are you even in Riri's class?
Well, I had to retake my senior year. All the drama with my family messed me up, and I failed the first time.
I told Nathan I'd talk to Daphne, explain everything, and that we would help his dad confess he's the father. I promised to do everything I could to help him out. When Daphne and Nathan finally met, it was awkward. But eventually things worked out, and her father agreed to go with Nathan to his grandfather and confess that he was his father, on one condition.
I might do it, but maybe you need to pay me $10,000.
All right.
I meant $20,000.
All right.
Daphne's dad started coughing, clutching his chest like a dying man.
Actually, $40,000.
All right.
Daphne's dad suddenly collapsed onto the couch, wheezing like he was on his deathbed.
Oh, I see the light. What I meant to say was
$50,000, and it's over. Daphne's dad immediately sat up, miraculously healed.
Pleasure doing business with you, son.
Nathan handed over the money, and just like that, the deal was sealed. Nathan also suggested helping us find Aunt Judith.
I have a feeling Riri is hiding something.
What do you mean? I know she's stupid, but not this evil. We should search her room. That night, we waited for Riri to go out, and the three of us snuck into her room. We searched everywhere, but found nothing.
What do you think you're doing?
We spun around to see Riri standing at the door, calmly licking Nutella off a spoon.
If you're looking for something to help you find Mom, don't bother. I already did. I hired expert investigators and they found her. Turns out she lost her memory on some island. I've been paying for her treatment. Don't worry, she's in one of the best hospitals. I just didn't feel like seeing her anytime soon.
Are you serious? We've been searching for her for months. The entire town has been helping us. Why didn't you say anything and save us all the effort and the stress? What is wrong with you?
And you were all very cute about it, very passionate. Gold star for effort. Calm down, she's fine. I'll give you the hospital's contact and you can deal with it from now on. I'm done. She never loved me. The only time she ever called was when I was in trouble.
Which is almost every day? She loved you unconditionally.
Shut up, Isabel. And by the way, Nathan, I know you're not poor. I'm not that dumb, but I did enjoy making you my personal servant.
And with that, she grabbed the bag she had already packed and walked out. A few days later, Aunt Judith was finally back with us. Her memory was still recovering, but after some hugs and tears, the first thing she did was pull out a worn-out picture from her pocket. It was of her, Riri, and me.
I remember you. You're Isabel, my daughter, right? Where's your older sister, Riri?
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe and I'm from New York. But let me tell you, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Ever since I was little, my mom was super dramatic. She tried to be an actress before choosing to be a lawyer for money. But she never lost her ability to be extra. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with the fashion shows on TV, but mom said,
Zoe, you're too young to watch this.
I like pretty dresses.
My little girl is growing up too fast. We're supposed to wear costumes and pretend we're the Powerpuff Girls.
Mom, you're blocking my view.
This is tragic.
Just let the kid watch what she likes, please. Dad always supported me, no matter what I did. Like one time when I was 9, I cut up Mom's dresses to make awesome outfits of my own. Mom nearly had a stroke.
My sequins! Oh no, oh no, oh no!
I can make you a new dress out of the scraps, Mom.
Oh Lord, what did I do to deserve this tragedy? Look at Zoe go, our little designer.
God, I loved my dad. With his support, I wrote to all my favorite designers and sent them my ideas. I even wore my own creations to school with full confidence, no matter what other kids said. But when I reached 7th grade, my entire life turned upside down. I came home to find my parents in a heated battle, and Mom revealed a huge secret she'd kept from us all these years. I wasn't my dad's real daughter. She'd lied and said I was his because she wanted me to have a family.
A family built on what? Lies? I can't take this.
I begged him not to, but Dad packed up his things and just left. He even blocked us so we couldn't call him. In an instant, my best friend was gone, and my life was shattered. Mom and I got into the biggest fight of our lives, and that's when it happened for the very first time. My ears started ringing. I couldn't hear anything Mom was saying. My heart was racing like a horse, and I couldn't breathe. And the next thing I knew, I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. The doctor said,
it was just a panic attack. Kids have them all the time. She's fine.
Fine? She passed out. What if it happens again?
Ma'am, this is the ER. We're very busy.
I didn't want her to make a scene here, so I pulled her away. I just wanted to go to school and act like everything was normal, but it wasn't. My friends in school heard about my parents' divorce from their families, and when I got back, they had a million questions for me. That's when my ears started ringing again, and before I knew it, I was hyperventilating in the nurse's office. I would panic before tests, sleepovers, and every time a teacher asked me a question in class. I took months off of school just to stay in bed. Mom tried to get me out in 100 different ways, but I was just too scared to get another attack. I thought things would never get better until one day in the 8th grade when I got a letter in the mail that changed my life. It was from Amelia, my favorite fashion designer in the whole world. She loved the designs I sent her, and she wrote back because she wanted to get to know me. She even sent me her email. I literally flew out of bed. I emailed her in a rush, and like an idiot, I blabbed about every problem in my life, including the divorce. The moment I pressed send, I felt instant regret. Why didn't I talk about design? I was busy kicking myself when she emailed me back. Zoe, I never even got to meet my dad, but I'm still doing great, right? Have hope and hold strong. Wow, she was my idol. I rushed to tell Mom about what happened, but she got so dramatic as usual.
You're texting a stranger? Online?
Who is this person? Just the most famous designer in the whole country. I felt so relaxed. I didn't have to worry about my fears or my dreams. I could just ask Amelia, and she really believed in me. Amelia had advice about everything. We were in the 8th grade now, and my friends felt distant after my long absence. Amelia had a quick solution for that. Just make one of your friends trip at lunch and then help her up. If she spills food on herself, just give her an extra shirt from your locker. What? That's crazy. Trust me, she'll love you. I did as she asked, and I was shocked when it actually worked. The girl I tripped spilled soda all over herself, and when I gave her my extra shirt, she hugged me. You're such a lifesaver. Wow, that was fast. Amelia, it worked. I knew it. She was a bit over the top, but her techniques were flawless. I followed Amelia's rules, and by the time I reached 9th grade, I was doing well in my classes, I had plenty of friends, and I even became vice president of the school's fashion club. Everything was going well until one day one of the girls said, "Hey, Zoe, is this your dad? He's getting married again, look!" Her words took the wind out of me. She showed me the wedding announcement, and just like that, my ears started to ring. Not this again. Why are you shaking your head like that? Ew, she's putting her finger in her ear. Can you do this outside? I ran out of there with my heart racing. Everything was spinning. Was I gonna pass out again? Suddenly, someone close to me spoke, and it was a really cute guy.
Are you okay?
Ah, who are you?
I'm a new student.
Step away from me, please. I didn't want anyone to see me like this.
What's happening to you?
Nothing. My ears are ringing, that's all. I was sweating and gasping for breath, and the boy came closer.
Take off your sweater.
What?
You're having a panic attack. I've had these before.
Really?
The cold will help you, trust me.
I pulled off my sweater with a huff. I couldn't believe it, but he was right. The moment the cold wind hit me, I felt better and I started to calm down. Are you a magician?
He just smirked and walked away.
I'm pretty sure I just fell in love at first sight. I was convinced the boy was just a handsome ghost until he showed up in my next class.
My name is Elliot. I like music. I don't like people. Thank you.
I waved at him as he sat down, but he didn't respond. Did he not recognize me? Turns out he was so cold and aloof, he ignored everyone that tried to talk to him. The moment class got over, he flipped on his headphones and ran off to be alone. I wanted to get to know him, but his attitude made me nervous. Of course, the best person to ask for help was Amelia. My first tip: stick a bit of your dress into his watch during class. When he moves, you'll be like, connected. So romantic. It wasn't. Elliot just took off his watch and walked away. What? Okay, he sounds like a tough cookie. Just ask him for a ride home on a rainy day. You know he'll help you. He did help by handing me his umbrella and asking me to walk home. This is not working. I should just talk to him normally. Not if you want a real romance. There's one last trick as old as time. Grab a bunch of papers and fall into his arms. Let him catch you. It will work. As one final effort, I took some papers in my hand and waited until the perfect moment. Then I flew into his path and all the papers went flying in the air. He grabbed me by my shoulders.
Did you just fall down on purpose?
No?
Liar.
He dropped me and started walking away. Hey, wait, do you not remember me? You helped me on your first date.
I wouldn't have helped you if I knew how weird you were.
Okay, rude. Maybe I did try to get your attention, but that's your fault. You were like a beautiful angel who just appeared out of thin air to help me. I'm a girl. I'm not made of stone. I turned to storm away and he said,
I'll be gone in a while. There's no point in getting to know me.
What?
I change foster homes every few months. I don't stick around.
He walked away and my heart twisted. He didn't have a home? Is that why he had panic attacks? I wanted to reach out to him, but I had no time to myself the next few weeks. There was a huge fashion contest in the school, and kids from all over the town were gonna compete. I worked my butt off for that show, but the day of the contest, the fashion club president walked in with some news. One of our male models has the stupid flu. No! I found a super hot replacement in the hallway. Elliot walked in and I was shocked. You're joining the show?
I'm handsome and tall, and I was rude to you, so I owe you one.
Oh, thank you.
Also, your president's paying me $50. Let's do this.
I helped him practice his walk and chose an outfit for him. Dang, he looked so good in everything. I couldn't help but blush every time I touched him. When the show started, I was literally holding my breath as the models walked by in my outfits. I wanted to win so bad, and I did. At the end of the show, the judges announced my name as the winner, and my entire team screamed. We ran up to the stage to accept our award. Mom was hooting for me from the audience.
Presenting our award today is a special surprise guest. Please welcome Amelia from Amelia's Designs.
My heart dropped to my stomach. I watched Amelia walk up to me like a goddess. Congratulations! Amelia? How are you here? Oh my god! I grabbed her in a tearful hug and she looked shocked. Are you a fan of my work? I'm Zoe. We've been best friends for years. I'm sorry, have we met before? No, but you've been writing letters and emails to me since I was in the 7th grade. Look! I pulled out my phone and showed her the proof, but she just shook her head. Why would I spend so much time talking to some idiot kid? I mean, these emails aren't for me. That's impossible. Here's your award. Good luck with everything. She ran away awkwardly while the people around me buzzed with whispers. I felt so humiliated. If it wasn't Amelia emailing me all this time, who was it? Suddenly, I couldn't breathe, and the panic attack hit me like a truck. My ears started ringing so loud I knew I would pass out. That's when Elliot took my hand.
You need fresh air. Come on.
He pulled me outside where I took off my sweater and rushed. That's when I got an email from Amelia? I had to act like I didn't know you, so I didn't make my other fans jealous. I'm sorry. I sent her a hasty reply, but the moment I hit send, I heard a phone ring nearby. I sent another message and heard the sound again. I followed the rings only to find my mom crouching behind her car, replying to my emails. Mom? Zoe? It's you? You've been sending these emails? No. Let me see your phone. No! Give it to me! I jumped on my mom and wrestled the phone out of her hands. One look at her email and I knew. It was her. Are you kidding me? All this time it was you? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. I felt so guilty about the divorce and you were so unhappy without your dad. I couldn't bear the thought of you having those panic attacks and you didn't want to go to a doctor. I had to do something. What? Violate my privacy and make me dance to your tune like a monkey? That's not how it was, Zoe. All these years, I thought I'd made a true friend, and I thought I was sharing my fears and hopes with my idol, and it was you! What a waste! I threw her phone to the ground and stormed back home. I'd never felt so angry or so embarrassed. How could I have not seen it? All those dramatic ideas right out of a movie? Of course it was Mom. There was no way I was going back to school, and I refused to even look at Mom. No matter how many times she apologized, I just slept in a pile of my clothes like an old cat until a week later when there was a knock on my bedroom door. Go away, Mom. Or should I say Amelia?
It's me. Can we talk?
How do you know where I live?
Your mom messaged me on Facebook asking for help.
Ugh.
Why aren't you coming to school? Are you embarrassed?
It's not just that. Ever since my dad left, I've been relying on Amelia for everything. She was the reason I started having fewer panic attacks. She made me feel confident. I can't go back into the world without that.
The person who made you feel better is still downstairs.
Mom? Yeah, right.
Look, maybe her methods are
insane.
Yes, but she was just trying her best to take care of you. As someone who's never had a mom, I kinda envy that.
Was he right? I opened my emails with Amelia after weeks, and when I read them, knowing it was Mom, I couldn't help but laugh. She was so crazy, but she was really trying to be there for me. I went downstairs to see her, and when I said hi, she fell to my feet. I'm the worst mother on earth. I don't deserve to live with you. I ruined your life. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Calm down, Mom. Why didn't you just tell me it was you? Did you think I'd never find out? I didn't want you to hate me more than you already did. I just wanted to see you smile. It was working, so I kept going. I'm so stupid. It was actually pretty clever. You talked about her life like you were her. I researched her for weeks. I read all of her books. You're crazy, but you're not a bad mom. I forgive you. Mom grabbed me in a tearful hug. Thank you. Oh, I love you so much, Zoe. I love you too, Mom. And thank you for making her talk to me, Elliot. You should ask her out. She really likes you. Mom, oh my God, you're so embarrassing.
I'd like to go out with her too. What do you say, Zoe?
I say yes.
Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the US before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say Mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class, just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst. Lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old man.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good, till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us. What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now?
A butter pecan pie.
That's just her German accent. Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo? And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out. I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate. Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street. Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other. They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron. But you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her. We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom. You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine. Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared.
You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy? I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat. Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English. They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. It seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life. Seriously, I wish the ground would swallow me whole. Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us?
No, that's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it.
But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil?
Look who's talking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either.
Whatever, let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at?
I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kinda cute.
Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin.
Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you.
The next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years.
Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking.
You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work?
Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think
You've fallen head over heels for me, you've been struck by Cupid's arrow, you can't get enough of me, and you think about me all the time.
I wouldn't say all that.
Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too.
So, what should we do about it?
I have some ideas.
Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real. And afterwards, we would hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes we'd even use the hole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms?
Don't you think it's too soon?
Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom.
I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner Mom's hosting tomorrow, and I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me.
That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door.
Wow, you look amazing.
You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead.
I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine.
The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked in with the roast chicken and saw me.
What is that awful girl doing here, Alan?
Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead.
I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker.
I was so shocked and hurt, I couldn't even move or speak.
You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police.
Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious.
I'm not going to let them both get away with this.
Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting.
No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge.
She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop!
What do you mean, stop? You haven't even heard the rest of the plan.
I'm sick of this. I don't want to be part of your stupid plan.
There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it.
OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud, and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here?
Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out, and I wanted to say,
I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us, and you chickened out and lied about everything.
Wait, please. please. I know, I was a jerk and a coward, and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up.
Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way.
You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse, and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this.
What if we didn't have to hide it?
Our moms will never see eye to eye.
We need to find a way, if you really care enough.
Of course I do.
Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush. Aha! I knew something was going on. How could you, Brittany? Mom, Alan. Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush.
Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl? Because we love each other.
Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son. More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter. Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing, and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city.
You know we can't do this forever, Brittany.
I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet.
I'm not either, but we have to eventually.
The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing. Brittany, where have you been? I was very sick. Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother? Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not going to change just because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish.
Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it?
Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands. All right, this doesn't mean we are friends though, but can we call a truce? Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce.
Hi, I'm Ava from Ohio. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. School was always a breeze for me. I aced all my classes, math, English, science, you name it, all A's. But grades were never my main concern because I had a bigger dream, to become an Olympic gymnast. My gymnastics coach Jenny saw potential in me. I was her star student, and she was confident I'd bring home a gold medal someday. Jenny was more than a coach to me. She was like a second mom. She'd invite me over for dinner after practices, and I found myself going over quite often. You see, my own mom wasn't a bad person, but we didn't always get along perfectly. She was often moody and quick to anger, which made my 3 older brothers keep their distance as much as possible. I knew she wasn't a bad person. She was just a bit challenging at times, and hanging out with Jenny just felt easier. One night, after a really hard practice, Jenny saw I was feeling down, so she took me to her place, picked out some inspiring sports movies, and got my favorite snacks ready.
Ava, when you're out there, you're not just doing gymnastics, you're showing everyone what it means to love what you do. That's why you're amazing. We laughed, cried a bit watching the movies, and talked about our dreams, but Jenny had one flaw. Her daughter, Becca, a year older than me, often behaved like she was 5 years younger than me. She was impulsive and wild. Becca would dress weirdly and act irrationally, and she never respected Jenny. During dinner one time, she showed up wearing the brightest neon colors and chewing gum.
You know, Mom, I always thought I looked like you, but today I looked in the mirror and I suddenly realized that I was pretty, like model pretty. So there's no way I look like you because, Mom, let's face it, you're ugly.
Well, I'd love for my daughter to be prettier than me. Any real mom would love that.
Real mom? Yeah, right. You're a hypocrite who's too busy kissing her trainee's butt for some extra money.
No, she's nice to me because I'm good with her and treat her well.
So why don't you go home and be good with your own mom? This is not normal. You have your family, spend time with them. Try it.
That's enough.
It's okay, Jenny. I'm leaving anyway. Are you joining us for breakfast? Then maybe Mom might make breakfast for a change. Otherwise, she's hurrying off every morning for your training sessions.
And with that, she left for some late party. Jenny apologized to me and I said it was fine. I kissed her cheek and left. But after that day, Jenny suddenly changed. She became distant and colder towards me. Then, unexpectedly, she said she couldn't be my coach anymore. With the Olympic trials just a month away, I couldn't understand why. Why, Coach? Why are you quitting on me now? You're amazing, really. It's just, is it because of Becca? I promise, I'll stop hanging out at your place. She wouldn't spill what was really going on. She just kept crying and saying she was sorry and then shut down her gym. Next thing I knew, she'd even moved from her current place. I was crushed. I stayed in my room for days, feeling really down. I thought I was done with gymnastics. Without Jenny, it seemed pointless. I swore I'd never practice again. My brothers did their best to make me feel better. They even tried reaching out to Jenny, but no luck there. Then one day, Mom came into my room and said something that really hit me hard. You're my favorite, and it hurts me to see you this sad. I know it's tough, but your talent and determination make me so proud to be your mom. Maybe you could try to start training again? What Mom said really affected me. Even though she had always let me do what I wanted, I never really knew she appreciated my talent so much. I decided to push away the hurt I felt at being let down by Jenny and focus on the love I had for my real mom. And her encouragement made it feel right to pick up gymnastics again. But little did I know, training for the Olympics on my own would be a lot harder than I'd imagined, especially when I found out that Olivia, the richest and most popular girl in school, was a gymnast too, and she was going to do anything to get me to give up. She'd turn up in the gym whenever I was practicing and kept ruining my focus with her dumb comments. Next, my equipment started disappearing from my locker. I knew it was Olivia trying to sabotage me, so I started hiding it in the school boiler room. Olivia had a boyfriend named Derek. He was a nice guy, not like Olivia at all. He wasn't rich or from her social circle, and I thought Olivia was only with him because he was attractive and seemed perfect. They often fought in public. Olivia would yell at him, calling him terrible names. When he finally said he wanted to break up, she'd start crying and begging for forgiveness, making a scene until he stayed. Even though she was richer and more powerful, she acted as if he was the boss in their relationship, which was odd because she was usually so tough and bossy. One day, while I was practicing my routine in the school gymnasium, Derek saw me do 2 full rotations in a pike position during basketball practice.
Whoa, Ava, that was amazing. How'd you learn to do that?
I told him I was naturally good at most sports, and we were having a good time talking when Olivia walked into the gym. And when she saw the two of us together, she got jealous. Nice shirt, Ava. Where did you get it from? The Lost and Found?
Oh, babe, that wasn't very nice.
Are you joking, Derek? It looks awful.
I don't think it's awful at all. Why are you always like this?
As the two of them started fighting, I walked out of the gym to avoid their drama. Then, later that day, Derek caught up with me and said he and Olivia had broken up.
Ava, would you like to have dinner with me sometime?
Are you asking me out?
Yeah, is that okay?
Isn't it too soon? You just broke up with Olivia.
I've broken up with her 100 times before, Ava. Our relationship's been over for a long time, but if you don't feel comfortable with this, I understand.
I guess losing my coach and training alone had made me feel quite low lately, and Derek seemed like a nice guy, so I said yes. That was a huge mistake. At first, Derek was great. He was fun and seemed to care a lot, and I appreciated his love and support. But after a few days, Derek started to act like I owed him everything. He got super clingy and always wanted me to hang out with him. I can't today. I have practice.
I don't get it. I left Olivia for you because I thought you were nicer, but you're just an arrogant snob.
Suddenly, I could see through him. He was just trying to mess with my head. Maybe even Olivia had put him up to it to throw me off my training. I see what you're up to, Derek, but why? Are you just playing games like you did with Olivia? Or are you caught up in Olivia's games?
Do you really see what I'm up to? Here's a clue. Coach Jenny.
What does Coach Jenny have to do with you?
Let me spell it out for you. Becca, Jenny's daughter.
What? Why would you be involved with that psycho?
Don't call her that, okay? I don't like that.
Oh, wow. So there is someone who sent you to ruin my life, but it's not Olivia. It's Becca?
Oh, Olivia's nobody. Her tough act is just a facade. She's the weakest person I've met. I had the best time with her. She'd buy me whatever food I wanted. Yes, she's crazy and would call me names whenever I drove her mad, but she'd regret it instantly like a scared toddler.
Okay, listen. I'm bored of this drama already. It's over, we're over. I go back to my training, and you go back to your girl. Olivia if you're hungry, or Becca if you're thirsty.
You might actually want to head home and see what's going on there.
What do you mean by that?
After what we did to Jenny, you think we'd stop? It's your turn, babe.
What do you mean? What did you do to Jenny?
Man, you're annoying. I'm out of here. Just go home.
With that, he stormed off. I felt a mix of confusion and worry. What had they done to Jenny? And what was happening at my house? Driven by fear, I rushed home. And upon arriving, I was shocked to see smoke billowing from the house.
I ran to my neighbors, who immediately called 911. The police and firefighters arrived on the scene in minutes. Fortunately, nobody was home, so there were no injuries. And because I got there when I did, the house didn't suffer much damage. I shared Derek's comments with the police, but they got back to me later saying he denied having said anything of the sort, and they had no proof to take any action against him. Also, when they'd tracked Jenny's address down and gone to her place, her daughter had answered the door saying she was completely fine. Becca can't be trusted. Can you please give me the address so I can make sure?
That's private information, ma'am. We can't disclose it. You are not related to Miss Jenny in any way, and if her daughter says she is okay, we have no reason to believe otherwise.
After the fire incident, I felt upset and lost and unable to focus on anything. Finally, I decided to meet up with Olivia and told her everything, who was apparently also fed up with Derek for being a manipulative jerk. I know we're not friends, but sometimes you have to join forces with an enemy to take down a common one. Do you have any clue what Derek meant?
He once introduced me to his cousin named Becca, which was obviously a lie. He talked about her having a rough time with her mom and said he was helping her. I actually have Becca's number. Can you reach out to her? Get her to meet me, please? I have to find out if Jenny is okay. I might do that. Or maybe even more. My dad can hire someone to track down Jenny for you. And in exchange, you want me to back out of the competition so you have a better shot at winning, huh? Exactly. Deal. But for now, can you arrange a meeting with her? Just tell her you want to meet her. Don't mention me, of course. The night before the big meetup with Becca, I couldn't shake off the unease. I was about to trade my dreams for some peace of mind. All the sweat and tears I'd shed in the gym would go to waste. But I also needed to know if Jenny was okay. So I ended up pouring my heart out to my mom. I didn't expect much, honestly. But Mom, in her own surprising way, gave me the clarity I desperately needed.
Ava, sometimes the hardest choices reveal our true priorities. It's not just about winning or losing, it's about what you're willing to fight for. Remember, your value isn't measured by a medal, but by the courage to follow your heart, even when it leads down a difficult path. Her words resonated with me. I was going to meet Becca tomorrow. When I arrived at the cafe, Olivia was waiting for me at the entrance. Her look had a hint of sympathy.
Becca isn't alone. Jenny is here too, and I think there's something wrong here. It's like Becca treats Jenny as a slave. She brought her to this meeting to hold her bags and stuff. I was stunned for a few moments. The thought of seeing Jenny made me emotional. Olivia stayed with me for a couple of minutes outside until I calmed down. Then I went inside.
Ava, you can't be here. Tears welled up in my eyes. Why? What's going on?
Ugh, here come the tears. Let's hold hands and cry. What are you even doing here, Ava?
Ava, you know I care about you, but Becca, she's...
What, Mom? Say it, Jenny. This is your chance.
Becca, you've been unstable. She threatened me, Ava. It was getting out of hand. One day, she tried to do what she and Derek did to your house while locking me in the bathroom. She said she'd let me out, only if I promised to close my gym and stop training you.
I'd do anything to ruin you and Ava. Derek and I have more plans. Derek is the only one who loves me and worships me.
I always loved you, but I couldn't make you happy.
Oh, shut up. Suddenly, Becca lunged at her mom. Right then, police officers surrounded us and restrained Becca.
Becca, you're going to need to come with us. We've heard enough, and it sounds serious, so you and Derek might be facing juvenile detention.
Olivia and I had called the police beforehand in case Becca made any confessions, and they heard everything.
Thanks, Olivia. Giving up the competition felt worth it.
Actually, I think you should compete. May the best girl win. Why help me now, Olivia? I realized winning only means something if I compete with the best, and that's you, Ava. I guess this is me trying to do the right thing for once. So this is about respect? Yeah, respect. And maybe a bit of trying to be better myself. I'm sorry for everything, Ava. She winked and walked away. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I hugged Jenny again, although I could feel how hurt she was over Becca. Looks like we're back to the hard training, just like old times. And Becca, she'll always be my daughter. I'll do my best to help her, even if she pushes me away. 2 weeks later, standing on the stage, I won first place. Surrounded by my proud mom, Jenny's joy, my brother's support, and even Olivia's half smile, I felt on top of the world. True victory comes from within, beyond any medal.
My name is Joy, but I'll have to admit I was not very joyful when I couldn't stop talking about doggy turd every few hours. The story I'm about to tell you is written in my notebook. I don't actually remember any of these incidents, to be honest. The last thing I clearly remember, though, is being late for my math test. I was running to catch the bus. I was so late for my test. My parents would kill me if I missed it. Suddenly, a blind man on the sidewalk stuck his stick forward. I dodged it at the very last minute. and then I saw it, a doggy turd on the sidewalk. It was too late. I slipped on it, and I flew in the air. And well, that's my last real memory. Mom later told me I fell on my head and got a concussion that put me in a coma for 3 weeks. The doctors apparently told my parents they should prepare for the worst. She said Brody, my twin brother, kept telling her that I waved at him when no one was looking. He said I was a drama queen who was enjoying time off school. It's usual for Brody to be so annoying, but this time I guess his attention-seeking lies saved my life. The doctors were so confused that they didn't pull me off life support. When I woke up, I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Everyone got really quiet in the hospital room while Brody burst into laughter like a maniac. Finally, the doctors saw a pattern. Not only did I repeat the same thing every few hours, but I also forgot everything after that point. But to make matters worse, Mom and Dad were sad that I was spoiling their perfect life. That night, I woke up wondering what I was doing there, when I saw Mom sitting in a corner furiously typing away on her phone. I called her 10 times, but she said, "Will you please wait, Joy? I have a huge party planned for tomorrow and I have to send the invites." How could she? I needed her the most. When I came home, my parents argued about whether I should be kept in my room or be allowed downstairs for the party. Since I could go a few hours without resetting, my mom thought they could let me come home, saying, "If she's missing, I'll have to tell everyone about her condition." But she kept repeating, "Don't talk to anyone. Stay in the background. Keep your mouth shut." She knew better than to stress me out because the stress triggered my condition. Geez, my mother went from one guest to another, flashing her smile. Suddenly, she froze when I yelled, "I am about to slip on a doggy turd!" The glass fell from her hand. All eyes were on me. Oh, dear God, no, I had done it again. My dad dragged me to my room and shut the door. My mom locked herself in her room and said she would never come out. She cried, "How will I ever show my face in public again?" As if that wasn't bad enough, Brody began using my memory loss for his own benefit. Thank God for Sally, my best friend, who was there for me every time. As soon as I was discharged, Sally came over. She said, "I hate that your memory loss stops you from going back to school." So she told my mom she was going to spend the weekend with me to understand my condition and help me cope with school. My mom was already having a really hard time accepting her broken daughter, and she gladly handed over the responsibility for me and my problems to Sally. One evening, my brother came into my room and said, "Mom told you to give me $15, remember?" When I said I didn't remember, Sally told me all about how I forget things after a few hours, so I just gave Brody the money. The next morning, I was fast asleep when Brody shook me really hard. I said, "Is everything okay? Did someone die?" He reminded me I had to give him $15 and snatched it from me and ran out. An hour later, Sally was over when Brody popped in, reminding me to give him $15 again. But this time, Sally was there. She screamed at Brody, "Beat it, Brody. Stop messing with Joy or I'm telling your parents." Brody just ran out of my room so fast. He was terrified of Sally because he had had a crush on her for years. A few weeks later, Sally asked Mom if she could take me to the bookstore to see how I would function in public and to buy school supplies. Mom said, "Do whatever you want. I have friends coming over tonight." We had just stepped into the store when I spotted him. This really tall boy was looking straight at me. My heart started beating so fast I felt like it would jump right out through my throat and strike him in the face. I immediately turned to Sally and said, "That boy is going to be my husband." To my surprise, Sally just ran away from me. A moment later, she returned and handed me a new notebook and a pen and said, "Write down what you feel about the boy." I was super confused, but I wrote it all down and she said, "From now on, always keep this with you." Sally filled me in on other details and said his name was Amit. From that moment on, the notebook was always with me. Sally also set an alarm on my smartwatch to remind me to write things down. Thanks to Sally, I started school soon afterwards and things seemed a lot better at first. The reason why my parents allowed me to go back was because they thought that being in familiar surroundings would help me stay normal, whatever that meant. But that obviously didn't work out. As soon as I walked into class, I saw the most handsome guy in the world. He was tall and dark, and the moment I saw him, I wanted to be his girlfriend. The very same day, he walked up to me and said, "Hope your memory alarm won't stop you from going out with me, or I'll be heartbroken." Just as I was about to say yes, I suddenly shouted, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Sally was shocked. My smartwatch alarm hadn't gone off, so what just happened? Apparently, stressful situations reset my brain quicker and unannounced. Amit made my life worth living. One day when we were in the cafeteria, Amit made a video of us hanging out together. He realized that videos helped me remember everything faster, so he got very serious about it. He ordered a cool camera and even bought a tripod and gimbal so he could document our time together. One day, he came up to me and said, "I love you, Joy Joy." And I said, "Are you making a YouTube video? Because even though you're really cute, I don't know you." He laughed his head off and kissed my cheek, which made me blush red. A week later, Amit said he wanted to take me to a movie, and Sally said it was a bad idea. He didn't care. He and I sat together holding hands, and after a few hours, I screamed about doggy turds. Everyone would laugh, but Amit wasn't embarrassed at all. Every night, I read my notebook and smiled, knowing I was falling in love with Amit. One morning, Amit gave me a long gold chain with a real USB as a pendant, which was engraved with the words, "Watch me every day." I asked, what kind of a person needs a USB around their neck? But he just smiled really cute and left. His gift was super weird, but he was super hot, so I checked the USB. It contained videos of all the fun things we did together and footage of me screaming about doggy turds at strange, awkward moments. The next day, reading my diary, I had a brilliant idea. I knew how to get back at Brody. He opened his backpack in class and his underwear fell right out. Oh, the look on his face. Sally started laughing so hard. "You need spare underwear for school? Why don't you just get diapers instead?" Brody turned red and looked like he was about to cry. Well, getting even with Brody was easy enough. It was harder dealing with how embarrassing Mom found me. A week later, Mom was hosting a brunch for all her hoity-toity friends. Before going down, she came to my room. She said, "Joy, please stay in your room for the next couple of hours. I don't want you shouting embarrassing things in front of my friends." She took my hand and wrote, "Must not go down till Mom says I can," and left. I felt really sad and curled up in my bed. I woke up and it seemed it was dark outside. My tummy was growling. I went downstairs to get myself some food when I heard Mom and Dad talking in the lounge. Mom said, "Oh, this is just so hard. All the girls today were talking about how their kids are going off to Ivy League universities next fall. And then there's Joy, who's now as dumb as a goldfish." I walked back to my room as Dad consoled her. My heart broke at their words. The only good thing was that I would forget about it in a few hours. However, things soon became even worse. One day, Amit was dropping me home when he asked me if I would like to meet his parents. I was thrilled and said I'd be delighted, and I said, "Well, I'd like you to meet mine too." Maybe when Mom found out I had a boyfriend, she wouldn't think I was the loser she thought I was. That weekend, Amit and I planned a whole meeting the parents' surprise dinner. When I got to the restaurant with my parents, Amit and his parents were waiting for us with his family. Everyone looked so confused. Then Amit took my hand, just like we'd planned, and said, "We are dating." All hell broke loose. My dad screamed, "No daughter of mine is dating someone different. No, you are not dating my daughter." Mom turned into a red tomato of anger and said, "Joy isn't allowed to date." Amit stepped in and said, "Please listen." But just then, the unthinkable happened. I blurted out, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." That made Amit's mom stand up so quickly that her chair fell backwards. She said, "Joy is, strange." And his dad said, "I don't think our lifestyles and culture are similar. I find this girl rude and vulgar. My son can do so much better." The next day, Amit showed me a recording of it all. Amit and I were still committed to taking our relationship to the next level. But it wasn't easy. I was leaving for school the next morning when Mom and Dad ambushed me. Mom screamed, "You can't date someone like Amit. He's poor and different." And I thought that was so ignorant. But before I could say anything, Dad threatened, "If you don't break things off with Amit, I won't pay for your college education." I screamed, "Don't you get it? I can't ever go to college with my short-term memory." That just reminded them how I wasn't the perfect kid anymore. Furious, I went to school when Sally ran up to me saying, "Hey, the new principal is looking for you. We should tell him about your situation." I told her she didn't have to come with me. I said, "I think I want to try this alone, Sal." She hugged me and said she was proud of me. On my way to the office, though, someone pushed me into a dark corridor. I freaked, and that was before she said, "You cannot date Amit. I will not allow it." I was furious. I jotted down everything, but just as I was about to write the name of the girl, she snatched my notebook, my flash drive, and my watch. Then I clocked out. I don't know how long I sat there when suddenly the principal pounced upon me and yelled, "Miss Joy, in my office right now." As I followed him, my memory reset and I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." A few kids standing nearby laughed as he turned red. As he called my parents, I tried to explain to him that I had no idea what was happening. He simply said, "One more word, Miss Joy, and I will suspend you." Mom came in looking like a fireball. She screamed, "How embarrassing! Even Brody has never been such a difficult child." And Dad yelled, "This is all because of that stupid Indian boyfriend. I told you he was no good." Just then, Amit walked in and said, "We'll get through it, Joy Joy." My mom and Dad jumped to their feet and started yelling at the principal for allowing this sort of stuff to go on in front of him. He looked super terrified and immediately told Amit to leave. But I'd had enough too. None of this was making sense, so I walked out. The boy followed me looking super worried and said, Joy, I'll take care of you. But I yelled, I'm about to slip on a doggy turd. When I came back to myself, I was surprised to see I was holding the hand of a very cute boy. He looked Indian. I pulled my hand away and asked him who he was. He smiled warmly and said, Joy, it's me, Amit. Don't worry, I'll help you remember. It's all here. And he looked shocked then and said, Where's your drive, Joy? And your diary? I pushed him aside and called him crazy and then ran away. But as I was running away, I took one last look at his beautiful face, and for a minute, my heart hurt. Who is this boy? In the corridor, I bumped into Sally and clocked out again. Seeing how confused I was, she asked me where my stuff was. I said I didn't know what she was talking about, and she dragged me around. At the principal's office, I saw Mom and Dad leaving. Mom was crying. I ran to her and asked, What has Brody done now, Mom? She just walked away like she didn't know me. The next thing I knew, my parents had made me drop out of school. Sally reminded me of everything. At first, I couldn't believe her, but every time she said Amit's name, my heart felt warm. I asked her where Amit was, but she said she didn't know. A few days later at her house, Sally and I were sitting with Amit while he told me everything. When the bell rang, we went to check, and suddenly Amit's family barged inside, screaming. His mom yelled, We told you to keep that weird girl away from our son. Then, to our surprise, they threw something on the table. Amit yelled, Where did you get these? Then, to our surprise, his sister jumped in and said, I took them. You thought you'd just convince Mom and Dad to accept her? There's no way I'm letting that happen after they took away my love from me. Before Amit could say anything, Dad started to yell at me. I'm tired of all your drama. You're turning 18 next week, aren't you? You're a waste of time anyways. Get out of here and take all this drama with you. For a minute, I thought they were kidding. But in 10 minutes, I was homeless. But I wasn't alone. Sally asked me to live with her, and Amit moved out from his house too. As soon as he got a job, he rented us an apartment. It's been 5 years and we still live in the same apartment. Neither of our parents came to our wedding. And even though I never went to college, I'm now an established artist. Without my parents pressuring me for good grades, I could let my creativity flow freely. And best of all, my paintings don't disappear with memory. And Amit has set up video cameras and televisions in my room to remind me that I am a painter every few hours. I am now updating my diary with another entry. I'm pregnant, and I'm going to tell my husband as soon as he gets home.
Hi, I'm Phoebe from Florida. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $2,000 to one lucky winner in the coming 7 days. My mom always told me the day I was born was quite an exciting one at the hospital. When she held me for the first time, she gasped at my eyes. They were midnight blue in the center with a light blue ring outside. The nurses were stunned too, and well, a bit confused. Blue eyes are rare, and you both have brown eyes. Quite unusual. What are you trying to say, woman? You think this isn't our child? Did you cause a mix-up in the nursery? No, of course not, sir. I was only saying. How about you keep your useless opinions to yourself? Her eyes are nothing special to talk about. And for some reason, it always really annoyed him when people noticed and talked about my eyes, which was every time they met me. And as I grew older, I started realizing that I had a strange power. I could get what I wanted using my eyes. Let me give you an example. Once when I was 6, I went with my parents to their friend's house, who had twins my age. I could tell the boy was really sweet, but the girl didn't like me much. When she left the room for a while, the boy climbed onto her bunk bed and returned with a beautiful doll.
Her eyes are just like yours. I think you should have her. Oh, wow, really? Thank you so much. Hey, thief! You can't have my doll. But your brother gave it to me. It even looks like me. It's not his, it's mine. And it looks nothing like you, witch. Let go.
I pulled harder and suddenly the doll's head snapped off. The girl burst into tears and went running to our parents. Oh boy, I'd be in so much trouble with Dad. Suddenly, I looked deep into the boy's eyes.
You'll tell everyone that your sister broke the doll's neck because she didn't want me to play with it. You'll say that, won't you?
And that's what he said, word for word. The girl's parents apologized to me and scolded her. Over time, I just couldn't help using my eyes more often to get my way. Sometimes I knew it was wrong, but it was just too easy. I only had to look at people with my big baby blues, and teachers would help me during exams. People would give up their seats on the bus, and if someone got the last hot dog at lunch before me, they were sure to surrender it. By the time I was in high school, I was quite popular with the boys and had my girl gang too, but I knew I wasn't well liked by the mean girls. especially the head cheerleader Cadence. She was the girl whose doll I'd broken as a kid, and she hated me since. One day in 9th grade, a group of cheerleaders and jocks in the cafeteria were talking about a cool new movie they were going to watch that weekend. It sounded like fun, and I wanted an invite. So I walked straight up to this boy, Zach. "Hey guys, I was wondering if I could tag along to the movies with you this weekend." Zach hesitated, and then he looked directly into my eyes. I knew what his answer would be. "Of course, Phoebe." "Thanks, Zach. You're a sweetheart. Did you just invite her to the movies without asking any of us?" "What's the big deal? I don't think anyone has a problem." The rest just shrugged, and Cadence glared at me before storming off. I was still grinning when I walked over to my locker later, and I found her waiting there. "You're not going to the movies. No way! I don't care what Zach said. You're uninvited." "What are you gonna do? Ban my entry into the cinema?" "You can't, so I'll see you there." I turned to leave, but she knocked my books out of my hand and stepped on them. I grabbed her by the hair and we broke into a cat fight. We both ended up in the principal's office, and she immediately called our parents. "I didn't do anything. She started it. I hadn't even touched her. She pulled my hair." The principal also called in a few witnesses from the hallway, and luckily for me, it was a bunch of boys I knew. I only had to look at them, and they all said Cadence was to blame. No way! She can't get away with everything just by batting her dumb eyes. She looks like an angel, but she's a lying witch who has everyone dancing to her tune. But Cadence got detention while I was let off with just a warning. On the car ride home though, Mom and Dad were really quiet. "Why are you guys acting like I killed someone? It was just a silly fight over a movie plan." "Why do I feel like I believe Cadence? You've always tried to get your way by manipulating people ever since you were a kid. Now it seems worse than I thought." "Okay, so people are sometimes nice to me and do what I ask. What's so wrong with that?" "We'll talk about this tomorrow. You are grounded for a week." "What? Why the heck?" "Phoebe, enough. You heard what your dad said." I felt really mad at both of them. But the next morning, I found them waiting for me in the dining room with a small box on the table. "What's this?" "Something to cover up your eyes. You need to learn that life isn't so easy, and you can't just get whatever you want." Inside the box were brown contact lenses. They were the color of mud. Are you kidding me? You think I'm gonna wear those? "You have to wear them if you want to continue going to school." I looked over at my mom, who wouldn't even look me in the eyes. But I could tell Dad was completely serious, and Mom just didn't have my back. With angry tears, I grabbed the box and ran out of there. It took me a few tries to wear the contacts, but I finally managed. And I hated what I saw staring back at me in the mirror. It wasn't me. At school, I was hoping by some miracle no one would notice. But of course, everyone did. "Why are your eyes suddenly brown? Did your evil spell finally wear off once you got all your wishes?" Everyone's comments made things hard because it felt really embarrassing to say my dad was making me wear brown lenses. I made up some lame excuse about how the doctor had recommended them for an eye condition, but it didn't seem to convince anyone. And suddenly, no one seemed to care about me much. Luckily, a month later, Dad's job caused him to transfer to another state. A fresh start was exactly what I needed. No one in school there would ever know I had blue eyes before. But it was quite strange walking into this new place and not having anyone pay much attention to me. My classmates seemed pleasant enough, but everyone just went off with their groups at lunch. I was sitting outside having lunch under a tree when someone dropped down next to me. "Hello, mind if I join you?" "You already have, and I don't mind at all." "Good, 'cause I'm too tired to get up anyway. Plus, I've been waiting for someone new to show up for ages. All these other girls just talk about boys and makeup, and they think they're from another planet. Or they think I'm from another planet, I'm not sure." Her name was Grace, and I warmed up to her instantly. We quickly became close friends, but I just couldn't tell her my stupid secret. A few weeks later, we were sitting on the gym floor making decorations for an event when some guys started playing basketball. And suddenly, the ball came flying at me and hit me smack in the face. I opened my eyes, and looking down at me was a gorgeous boy with black hair and the deepest blue eyes ever. Had I died and gone to heaven?
"Hey, are you okay?"
"Of course she's not okay, you moron. You could have killed my best friend." "Help me up, will you?" Grace pulled me up, but my knees gave way and the boy swept me up effortlessly. He carried me to the bleachers and said he'd be back with some water. "Phoebe, are you okay?" Yeah, I'm fine." "I see. Yeah, you aren't fine. And if he has his way, you never will be again. What do you mean? Just then the boy returned with a water bottle and knelt beside me.
Really sorry. We should have been more careful.
Oh, don't worry. I don't mind. I mean, it's just a ball, not a rocket. Now that would hurt. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I have a concussion, but I'm okay. O-Y-A-K. See? I can still spell. He just smiled at me and ran off to his friends. What a blubbering idiot. I turned to Grace and saw she'd already left. Later that night, I got permission from my parents to stay over at Grace's. So tell me, what do you know about the gym boy? That's Levi. He's my older brother. You're what now? Yeah, I know. Different set of genes. But Phoebe, he's a heartbreaker. He changes girlfriends faster than he changes underwear. He knows he's good looking, and he uses it to make girls like him, and then bam! 2 weeks later, some girl is crying in the school bathroom, and he's got a new girlfriend. Really? But he seems sweet. How would you know? He's my brother, and I'm telling you, he's a jerk. Is he here? Like right now? Yeah. But you don't want to talk to him, right? You're here to have a slumber party with me, and I just told you, he's a jerk, right? Gotcha. But I couldn't get Levi off my mind. Grace messaged me on Monday that she had the flu and wasn't coming to school, and I decided this was a great chance to talk to her brother. On the bus, I was thinking about what I'd say to him when someone sat down next to me.
Sorry, seats in the back are full.
Holy lady luck! It was Levi, but it seemed like he hadn't recognized me and just started reading a book. What you reading? He turned the cover to me without looking my way. Oh, nice. I've never read that.
Okay, good to know.
Wow, he did seem like a bit of a jerk, but I wasn't giving up yet. If it's good, maybe I'll read it. I'm the girl from the gym, by the way. The one you hit with the basketball.
I know that. I didn't have memory loss. It's just that you're Grace's BFF, and she told me to stay away from you.
That's strange. She didn't say anything to me. And why can't we all be friends? Grace was down with some virus and couldn't attend school for 2 weeks. And I ended up spending all my time with Levi. He was gorgeous, but he was also funny and thoughtful, and I just couldn't help liking him. And I had a feeling he liked me too. But when Grace returned, she was furious seeing us together. So what? You've replaced me with Levi now? Of course I haven't. You weren't here and we just started hanging out. And now you're in love with him, aren't you? Even after what I said, doesn't take anyone too long to fall in love with Levi. He gets anything he wants. I was upset that Grace was mad, but I didn't want to give up on Levi either. Later that day, as I was running an errand, I passed by a cafe window and stopped in my tracks. Levi was sitting there with some blonde girl I'd never seen before. He suddenly spotted me and I started walking away quickly.
Phoebe, please stop. It's not what it looks like.
It's none of my business, Levi, so no need to explain. I obviously misread some signs. You should go back to your girlfriend. 2 weeks and it's time for a new girl, yeah? Just like Grace said.
She said what?
That you're a heartbreaker? And that you change girls faster than clothes and that I should stay away from you?
Phoebe, she made that up, okay? I went out with her best friend a year ago and things ended badly between us. She blocked out Grace too and moved away, and it broke Grace's heart. In fact, that girl in the cafe is my ex. She's in town and wanted to return some things. And you didn't misread any signs. I like you a lot, and I was planning to ask you to the winter dance.
I need to talk to Grace first, okay? I had a heart-to-heart with Grace, and she admitted that she'd lied about Levi. I know he's a good guy, but I don't want to lose another friend. Pinky swear, no matter what happens between me and your brother, we'll stay friends forever. We decided to go shopping together for the winter dance, and I found a beautiful blue dress. As I looked in the dressing room mirror, I suddenly took my contacts out and called Grace. What happened to your eyes? I told her all about how I'd get whatever I wanted because of my eyes, so my parents made me cover them up. That is ridiculous. They can't make you do that. I know, but maybe it hasn't been the worst thing. I got you and Levi, and it has nothing to do with my eyes. But yeah, I think I just want to be myself now. When I got home, I walked into the lounge where my parents were watching TV.
What have you done?
I'm tired of covering up my real eyes. This is who I am, and I won't hide it anymore. I'm done with your controlling nonsense.
You'll do what I say as long as you live under my roof.
Then maybe I won't live under your roof. I went upstairs to gather my things so I could go stay at Grace's house when suddenly Mom came in.
I need to show you something.
She pulled out contacts from her eyes and they were the brightest blue, just like mine. Your dad hated the attention I attracted, and after we got married, he made me cover them up. But you're brave to stand up for yourself, and I don't want to let you down again. I'm leaving with you. We packed our things and left Dad for good. We checked into a hotel until we could find a place, but for the first time, I saw Mom happy and free. The next day, I put on my blue dress for the dance, and Levi came to pick me up.
Grace told me about your eyes. You look beautiful.
You think so?
Yeah, but no matter what color they are, I'd think that anyway.
Hi, I'm Miriam, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born and brought up in London till I was 10. My dad's a doctor and mom's an artist. Both my parents loved me to bits, so much so that they decided to move to the countryside to ensure I grew up in a pollution-free, stress-free environment. And I wasn't complaining because I loved being close to nature. Also, I loved painting. Being around nature was a great inspiration. On my first day at my new home, I met a girl in the yard who looked my age. Her clothes were dirty and her hands were full of strawberries. She smiled when she saw me, stuffed the strawberries into her mouth, and held out her sticky hand.
Hi, I'm Stacy. Are you new here? Yeah, we only just moved today. Do you see these horses? They're all mine. This one's Stella, he's James, this tiny one's Marco, and that brown one over there, he's Philip. Wow, aren't you scared of them? What? No, they're my friends. I'll show you.
Actually, those horses were all ours, and Stacy was lying through her teeth. But I decided to play along. Stacy took out an apple from her pocket and went straight to the tiny horse.
Oh, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. See, he loves eating from my hands. You know what? I can even talk to animals, and I understand what they're saying. Like the other day, Philip said he wanted to marry Stella. So I told Dad.
Just then, our new housekeeper appeared. Stacy, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to feed the hens? He then turned to me. Morning, Missy. Sir's looking for you.
Dad, you know her?
Of course. She's Miriam, Sir's daughter. Stacy's face went a bit red because her lies had been caught, and she rushed off while I couldn't help laughing. I found her super interesting, and we soon became really good friends. We even went to the same school. I'd always been a bright student while Stacy sucked at studies, and she wore clothes that were very ungirly. Baggy pants and loose t-shirts, that's what made her the butt of jokes in school. A girl named Jennifer was particularly mean to her. One day, she stopped Stacy in the school corridor.
You're the daughter of Miriam's housekeeper, right? So technically, you're her servant.
I was not going to let anyone bully my BFF, not under my watch. We're closer than sisters, and she's my best friend. But what would you know? You don't have any. I guess it would be better to have no friends than to have one that looks like her. This made me so angry that I slapped Jennifer, and we broke into a huge fight. Stacy also jumped in, and by the time we got separated by teachers, Jennifer's hair looked like she'd gotten an electric shock. The three of us ended up in detention together, where Stacy went on her lying spree once again.
You know, Miriam, when I was 5, I got lost in the woods for 4 days. I met an old woman there who taught me how to cast spells.
I almost burst out laughing, seeing the horrified look on Jennifer's face.
When my dad found me, I was floating in the air. He almost died of a heart attack. Then when I came home, I cast a laughing spell on him, and he couldn't stop laughing for days. People thought he'd gone mad.
Do you remember that spell?
No, but I remember one that will make a person dance nonstop for days.
Jennifer sat as still as a mouse after that, and we rushed out the second detention was over. We both laughed so hard, and we knew we'd made an enemy in school. That evening, I asked Mom if we could buy Stacy some new clothes. She immediately agreed, and we all went shopping. We got Stacy some nice dresses that made her look so nice and different. On our way back, Stacy couldn't stop thanking Mom. She told me although she had a few of her mom's dresses, she didn't wear them because she didn't want to get them dirty. Do you miss her a lot?
Sometimes. I keep myself busy so that I don't miss her too much.
I've taught myself lots of things because I've always been a genius.
Like when I was 2, I could recite poems and write letters.
I studied so hard that I became a master of algebra and psychogally. You mean psychology? Yeah, that
that too. I laughed and hugged her tight. She was such a bluffer. I guess bluffing was her way of coping with the loneliness she struggled with since she was a baby. With her dad being busy with work all day, she literally had no one for company, except of course horses, cows, and hens. I was her first human friend ever. When I was in 10th grade, Stacy and I were discussing our science project in school when I accidentally bumped into someone in the hallway. As I looked up, I saw the most beautiful blue pair of eyes staring at me and annoying Jen.
Hey, don't you have eyes? Or has your silly friend cast a spell on you that made you blind?
It's okay, Jen. She didn't kill me. Hey, I'm Chris.
He's my brother, and he's strictly off limits for weirdos like you.
Stop embarrassing me, Jen. I can take care of myself.
Chris, you know nothing about these two. If he's your brother and still likes you, he clearly doesn't know anything about you either. Shut up, you witch.
Jennifer was holding a cup of coffee that she threw on my dress.
Jen, what's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was an accident.
Just then, Stacy stomped on Jennifer's foot so hard that she screamed out loud.
I'm sorry. It was an accident.
We both high-fived and went away. But before that, I caught Chris looking at me and smiling. For some reason, his smile melted my heart. The next few days, Jennifer followed Chris like a shadow. I got to know that Chris had been studying abroad and had just come back. He was 1 year senior to us. And once, when I was sitting alone in the library, Chris came and sat beside me.
Hey, I've heard a lot about your mom, and I would love to see her creation someday, if that's okay with you.
Gosh, I just couldn't stop looking into those big blue eyes.
Snap out of it, idiot.
Of course. You can come home and I'll show you her paintings. But won't Jennifer be mad?
Don't worry about her. I don't know why she's acting so strange lately. She sometimes forgets that I'm the elder sibling, not her.
When I told Stacy that Chris was coming home, she wasn't too thrilled because he was Jennifer's brother. She already knew I had a huge crush on him. That evening, I told Mom that my friend would come over to see her work, and she readily agreed. When Chris finally came, Mom greeted him warmly. But all of a sudden, Chris started shouting,
"Ma'am, I'm a big fan of your art. I've seen some of your paintings at a London art gallery."
That's so nice. Miriam, why don't you go take him upstairs to show him the paintings?
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure meeting you.
I was so confused at his weird behavior. But then I saw Stacy laughing crazily just outside the door, and I knew she had something to do with it. Did you meet Stacy on your way here?
Yeah. In fact, she was the one who told me that your mom has a hearing problem.
Good Lord, I swore I'd kill Stacy for this. Chris and I started going out after that day. He was funny and a nature lover like me. Jennifer didn't like our budding relationship one bit, but she couldn't really do anything about it. Once, Chris came to pick me up for a movie night. When I entered the car and tried putting on the seatbelt, it got stuck. He leaned in to see what the matter was, and suddenly, we were so close that I almost forgot to breathe. Just then, Chris looked into my eyes, and we kissed. It was my first kiss ever, and it was freaking amazing. I knew I was totally in love. Then Chris told me his biggest secret.
Miriam, I want you to know something. I was 8 when I had a terrible accident. Doctors had to cut off half of my left leg to save me.
Chris pulled up his left trouser, and I was shocked to see that he had a prosthetic leg.
I'll understand if you don't want to date me after this, but I couldn't keep this a secret from you any longer.
Hey, don't be silly. This doesn't change a thing. And then I kissed him again. The next day when I came to school, I saw Stacy waving wildly. I ran to see what the matter was. You heard about Chris? He has a fake leg. What? I mean, who told you? Everyone at school is talking about it. I was horrified that his secret was out now, but who could have done that? I frantically searched for Chris everywhere, but he'd just vanished. I even asked Jennifer, but she pushed me aside angrily. My brother trusted you, and this is what you did to him? You'll never get to see him again. I felt devastated. I even went to his home hoping to meet him, but one of his servants told me that he'd moved to London for good. I missed Chris so much that I cried for days. Stacy tried to cheer me up with her silly stories. She'd force me to go on hikes with her, and she encouraged me to paint more often. With her help, I started to get better. Soon after, we had an art competition where the winner would get a chance to study in a prestigious art school in Milan. Stacy, if I win this competition, I'll literally get to go to the university of my dreams.
Don't get your hopes too high. I'm participating too.
She then revealed that she was planning to paint a pig rolling in mud. Turned out that Jennifer was also participating in the competition, and I had to admit, she painted quite well, but I was confident of my art skills. So I just focused on my painting, and it turned out to be more amazing than I'd expected. Our art teacher